Section 19 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 19, Partition 1, Section 1, Member 2, Subsections 5 through 8. Subsection 5. Of the Soul and her Faculties. According to Aristotle, the soul is defined to be ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞, perfectio et actus primus corporis organici vitam habentis in potentia, the perfection or first act of an organical body, having power of life, which most philosophers approve. But many doubts arise about the essence, subject, seat, distinction, and subordinate faculties of it. For the essence and particular knowledge, of all other things it is most hard, be it of man or beast, to discern, as Aristotle himself, Tully, Picus Mirandula, Tolle, and other neoteric philosophers confess. We can understand all things by her, but what she is we cannot apprehend. Some therefore make one soul, divided into three principal faculties, other three distinct souls. Which question of late hath been much controverted by Piccolominius and Zarabel. Paracelsus will have four souls, adding to the three grand faculties a spiritual soul, which opinion of his, Campanella, in his book De Sensu Rerum, much labors to demonstrate and prove, because carcasses bleed at the sight of the murderer, with many such arguments. And some again, one soul of all creatures whatsoever, differing only in organs, and that beasts have reason as well as men, though for some defect of organs, not in such measure. Others make a doubt whether it be all in all, and all in every part, which is amply discussed in Zarabel amongst the rest. The common division of the soul is into three principal faculties, vegetal, sensitive, and rational, which make three distinct kinds of living creatures: vegetal plants, sensible beasts, rational men. How these three principal faculties are distinguished and connected, humano ingenio inaccessum videtur, is beyond human capacity, as Taurellus, Philip, Flavins, and others suppose. The inferior may be alone, but the superior cannot subsist without the other, so sensible includes vegetal, rational both, which are contained in it, saith Aristotle, ut trigonus in tetragono, as a triangle in a quadrangle. Vegetal soul. Vegetal, the first of the three distinct faculties, is defined to be a substantial act of an organical body, by which it is nourished, augmented, and begets another like unto itself. In which definition three several operations are specified: altrix, auctrix, procreatrix. The first is nutrition, whose object is nourishment, meat, drink, and the like; his organ the liver in sensible creatures, in plants the root or sap. His office is to turn the nutriment into the substance of the body nourished, which he performs by natural heat. This nutritive operation hath four other subordinate functions or powers belonging to it: attraction, retention, digestion, expulsion. Attraction. Attraction is a ministering faculty, which, as a lodestone doth iron, draws meat into the stomach, or as a lamp doth oil, and this attractive power is very necessary in plants, which suck up moisture by the root, as another mouth, into the sap, as a like stomach. Retention. Retention keeps it, being attracted unto the stomach, until such time it be concocted, for if it should pass away straight, the body could not be nourished. Digestion. Digestion is performed by natural heat, for as the flame of a torch consumes oil, wax, tallow, so doth it alter and digest the nutritive matter. Indigestion is opposite unto it, for want of natural heat. Of this digestion there be three differences: maturation, exhalation, assation. Maturation. Maturation is especially observed in the fruits of trees, which are then said to be ripe, when the seeds are fit to be sown again. crudity is opposed to it, which gluttons, epicures, and idle persons are most subject unto, that use no exercise to stir natural heat, or else choke it, as too much wood puts out a fire. Exhalation. Exhalation is the seething of meat in the stomach by the said natural heat, as meat is boiled in a pot, to which corruption or putrefaction is opposite. Assation. Assation is a concoction of the inward moisture by heat. His opposite is semiustulation. Order of concoction fourfold. Besides these several operations of digestion, there is a fourfold order of concoction: mastication, or chewing in the mouth; chilification of this so chewed meat in the stomach; the third is in the liver, to turn this chylus into blood, called sanguification; the last is assimilation, which is in every part. Expulsion. Expulsion is a power of nutrition, by which it expels all superfluous excrements and relics of meat and drink by the guts, bladder, pores, as by purging, vomiting, spitting, sweating, urine, hairs, nails, etc. Augmentation. As this nutritive faculty serves to nourish the body, so doth the augmenting faculty, the second operation or power of the vegetal faculty, to the increasing of it in quantity, according to all dimensions, long, broad, thick, and to make it grow till it come to his due proportion and perfect shape, which hath his period of augmentation, as of consumption, and that most certain, as the poet observes, stat sua cuique dies, breve et irreparabile tempus, omnibus est vitae. A term of life is set to every man, which is but short, and pass it no one can. Generation. The last of these vegetal faculties is generation, which begets another by means of seed, like unto itself, to the perpetual preservation of the species. To this faculty they ascribe three subordinate operations: the first to turn nourishment into seed, etc. Life and death concomitants of the vegetal faculties. Necessary concomitants or affections of this vegetal faculty are life and his privation, death. To the preservation of life the natural heat is most requisite, through siccity and humidity, and those first qualities be not excluded. This heat is likewise in plants, as appears by their increasing, fructifying, etc., though not so easily perceived. In all bodies it must have radical moisture to preserve it, that it be not consumed, to which preservation our clime, country, temperature, and the good or bad use of those six non-natural things avail much. For as this natural heat and moisture decays, so doth our life itself, and if not prevented before some violent accident, or interrupted through our own default, is in the end dried up by old age, and extinguished by death for want of matter, as a lamp for defect of oil to maintain it. Subsection 6. Of the sensible soul. Next in order is the sensible faculty, which is as far beyond the other in dignity as a beast is preferred to a plant, having those vegetal powers included in it. 'Tis defined an act of an organical body by which it lives, hath sense, appetite, judgment, breath, and motion. His object in general is a sensible or passible quality, because the sense is affected with it. The general organ is the brain, from which principally the sensible operations are derived. This sensible soul is divided into two parts, apprehending or moving. By the apprehensive power we perceive the species of sensible things present or absent, and retain them as wax doth the print of a seal. By the moving, the body is outwardly carried from one place to another, or inwardly moved by spirits and pulse. The apprehensive faculty is subdivided into two parts, inward or outward. Outward as the five senses of touching, hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, to which you may add Scaliger's sixth sense of titillation, as you please, or that of speech, which is the sixth external sense, according to Lullius. Inward are three: common sense, fantasy, memory. Those five outward senses have their object in outward things only, and such as are present, as the eye sees no colour except it be at hand, the ear sound. Three of these senses are of commodity: hearing, sight, and smell; two of necessity: touch and taste, without which we cannot live. Besides, the sensitive power is active or passive. Active in sight, the eye sees the colour; passive, when it is hurt by his object, as the eye by the sunbeams. According to that axiom, visibili forte destruit sensum, or if the object be not pleasing, as a bad sound to the ear, a stinking smell to the nose, etc. Sight. Of these five senses, sight is held to be most precious, and the best, and that by reason of his object it sees the whole body at once. By it we learn and discern all things, a sense most excellent for use. To the sight three things are required: the object, the organ, and the medium. The object in general is visible, or that which is to be seen, as colours and all shining bodies. The medium is the illumination of the air, which comes from light, commonly called diaphanum, for in dark we cannot see. The organ is the eye, and chiefly the apple of it, by which those optic nerves, concurring both in one, conveys the sight to the common sense. Between the organ and the object a true distance is required, that it be not too near or too far off. Many excellent questions appertain to this sense, discussed by philosophers, as whether this sight be caused intramittendo vel extramittendo, etc., by receiving in the visible species, or sending of them out, which Plato, Plutarch, Macrobius, Lactantius, and others dispute. And besides, it is the subject of the perspectives, of which ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 the Arabian, Vitellio, Roger Bacon, Baptista Porta, Guidus Ubaldus, Aquilonius, etc., have written whole volumes. Hearing, a most excellent outward sense, by which we learn and get knowledge. His object is sound, or that which is heard; the medium air, organ the ear. To the sound, which is a collision of the air, three things are required: a body to strike, as the hand of a musician; the body struck, which must be solid and able to resist, as a bell, lute string, not wool or sponge; the medium, the air, which is inward or outward, the outward being struck or collided by a solid body, till strikes the next air, until it come to that inward natural air, which as an exquisite organ is contained in a little skin formed like a drumhead, and struck upon by certain small instruments like drumsticks, conveys the sound by a pair of nerves appropriate to that use, to the common sense, as to a judge of sounds. There is great variety and much delight in them, for the knowledge of which consult with Boethius and other musicians. Smelling. Smelling is an outward sense, which apprehends by the nostrils drawing in air, and of all the rest it is the weakest sense in men. The organ is the nose, or two small hollow pieces of flesh a little above it; the medium, the air to men, as water to fish; the object, smell, arising from a mixed body resolved, which, whether it be a quality, fume, vapour, or exhalation, I will not now dispute, or of their differences and how they are caused. This sense is an organ of health, as sight and hearing, saith Agellius, are of discipline; and that by avoiding bad smells, as by choosing good, which do as much alter and affect the body many times, as diet itself. Taste. Taste, a necessary sense, which perceives all savours by the tongue and palate, and that by means of a thin spittle or watery juice. His organ is the tongue with his tasting nerves, the medium a watery juice, the object taste or savor, which is a quality in the juice, arising from the mixture of things tasted. Some make 8 species or kinds of savor, bitter, sweet, sharp, salt, etc., all which sick men, as in an ague, cannot discern, by reason of their organs misaffected. Touching. Touch, the last of the senses, and most ignoble, yet of as great necessity as the other, and of as much pleasure. This sense is exquisite in men, and by his nerves dispersed all over the body, perceives any tactile quality. His organ the nerves, his object those first qualities, hot, dry, moist, cold, and those that follow them, hard, soft, thick, thin, etc. Many delightsome questions are moved by philosophers about these 5 senses, their organs, objects, mediums, for which brevity I omit. Subsection 7. Of the inward senses. Common sense. Inner senses are 3 in number, so called because they be within the brain pan, as common sense, phantasy, memory. Their objects are not only things present, but they perceive the sensible species of things to come, past, absent, such as were there before in the sense. This common sense is the judge or moderator of the rest, by whom we discern all differences of objects. For by mine eye I do not know that I see, or by mine ear that I hear, but by my common sense, who judgeth of sounds and colours. They are but the organs to bring the species to be censured, so that all their objects are his, and all their offices are his. The fore part of the brain is his organ or seat. Phantasy. Phantasy, or imagination, which some call estimative or cogitative, confirmed, saith Fernelius, by frequent meditation, is an inner sense which doth more fully examine the species perceived by common sense, of things present or absent, and keeps them longer, recalling them to mind again, or making new of his own. In time of sleep this faculty is free, and many times conceives strange, stupend, absurd shapes, as in sick men we commonly observe. His organ is the middle cell of the brain, his objects all the species communicated to him by the common sense, by comparison of which he feigns infinite other unto himself. In melancholy men this faculty is most powerful and strong, and often hurts, producing many monstrous and prodigious things, especially if it be stirred up by some terrible object, presented to it from common sense or memory. In poets and painters imagination forcibly works, as appears by their several fictions, antics, images, as Ovid's House of Sleep, Psyche's palace in Apuleius, etc. In men it is subject and governed by reason, or at least should be, but in brutes it hath no superior, and is ratio brutorum in all the reason they have. Memory. Memory lays up all the species which the senses have brought in, and records them as a good register, that they may be forthcoming when they are called for by phantasy and reason. His object is the same with phantasy, his seat and organ the back part of the brain. Affections of the senses, sleep and waking. The affections of these senses are sleep and waking, common to all sensible creatures. Sleep is a rest or binding of the outward senses, and of the common sense, for the preservation of body and soul, as Scaliger defines it. For when the common sense resteth, the outward senses rest also. The phantasy alone is free, and his commander reason, as appears by those imaginary dreams, which are of divers kinds, natural, divine, demoniacal, etc., which vary according to the humours, diet, actions, objects, etc., of which Artemidorus, Cardanus, and Sambucus, with their several interpretators, have written great volumes. This litigation of senses proceeds from an inhibition of spirits, the way being stopped by which they should come. This stopping is caused of vapours arising out of the stomach, filling the nerves, by which the spirits should be conveyed. When these vapours are spent, the passage is open, and the spirits perform their accustomed duties, so that waking is the action and motion of the senses, which the spirits dispersed over all parts cause. Subsection 8. Of the moving faculty. Appetite. This moving faculty is the other power of the sensitive soul, which causeth all those inward and outward animal motions in the body. It is divided into two faculties, the power of appetite, and of moving from place to place. This of appetite is threefold, so some will have it: natural, as it signifies any such inclination, as of a stone to fall downward, and such actions as retention, expulsion, which depend not on sense, but are vegetal, as the appetite of meat and drink, hunger and thirst. Sensitive is common to men and brutes. Voluntary the third, or intellective, which commands the other two in men, and is a curb unto them, or at least should be, but for the most part is captivated and overruled by them, and men are led like beasts by sense, giving reins to their concupiscence and several lusts. For by this appetite the soul is led or inclined to follow that good which the senses shall approve, or avoid that which they hold evil. His object being good or evil, the one he embraceth, the other he rejecteth, according to that aphorism, omnia appetunt bonum, all things seek their own good, or at least seeming good. This power is inseparable from sense, for where sense is, there are likewise pleasure and pain. His organ is the same with common sense, and is divided into two powers or inclinations, concupiscible or irascible, or, as one translates it, coveting, anger invading, or impugning. Concupiscible covets always pleasant and delightsome things, and abhors that which is distasteful, harsh, and unpleasant. Irascible, quasi aversans per irem et odium, as avoiding it with anger or indignation. All affections and perturbations arise out of these two fountains, which, although the Stoics make light of, we hold natural and not to be resisted. The good affections are caused by some object of the same nature, and if present they procure joy, which dilates the heart and preserves the body. If absent, they cause hope, love, desire, and concupiscence. The bad are simple or mixed: simple for some bad object present, as sorrow, which contracts the heart, macerates the soul, subverts the good estate of the body, hindering all the operations of it, causing melancholy, and many times death itself, or future as fear. Out of these two arise those mixed affections and passions of anger, which is a desire of revenge; hatred, which is inveterate anger; zeal, which is offended with him who hurts that he loves; and epikairekakia, a compound affection of joy and hate, when we rejoice at other men's mischief, and are grieved at their prosperity: pride, self-love, emulation, envy, shame, etc., of which elsewhere. Moving from place to place is a faculty necessarily following the other, for in vain were it otherwise to desire and to abhor, if we had not likewise power to prosecute or eschew, by moving the body from place to place. By this faculty thereof we locally move the body, or any part of it, to go from one place to another. To the better performance of which three things are requisite: that which moves, by what it moves, that which is moved. That which moves is either the efficient cause or end. The end is the object which is desired or eschewed, as in a dog to catch a hare, etc. The admirable league of nature, and by meditation of the spirit, commands the organ by which it moves, and that consists of nerves, muscles, cords, dispersed through the whole body, contracted and relaxed as the spirits will, which move the muscles or nerves in the midst of them, and draw the cord, and so per consequence the joint, to the place intended. That which is moved is the body or some member apt to move. The motion of the body is diverse, as going, running, leaping, dancing, sitting, and such like, referred to the predicament of situs. Worms creep, birds fly, fishes swim, and so of parts, the chief of which is respiration or breathing, and is thus performed. The outward air is drawn in by the vocal artery, and sent by mediation of the midriff to the lungs, which, dilating themselves as a pair of bellows, reciprocally fetch it in, and send it out to the heart to cool it, from thence now being hot, convey it again, still taking in fresh. Such a like motion is that of the pulse, of which, because many have written whole books, I will say nothing. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 20. Partition 1, Section 1, Member 2, Subsections 9 to 11. Subsection 11. Of the Rational Soul. In the precedent subsections I have anatomized those inferior faculties of the soul. The rational remaineth, a pleasant but a doubtful subject, as one terms it, and with the like brevity to be discussed. Many erroneous opinions are about the essence and original of it, whether it be fire, as Zeno held, harmony, as Aristoxenus, number, as Xenocrates, whether it be organical or inorganical, seated in the brain, heart, or blood, mortal or immortal, how it comes into the body. Some hold that it is ex traduce, as Tertullian Lactantius de Opificium Dei, cap. 9, Hugo, Liber de Spiritu et Anima, Vincentius Bellivacensis, Speculum Naturale, Book 23, chapters 2 and 11, Hippocrates, Avicenna, and many late writers, that one man begets another, body and soul, or as a candle from a candle, to be produced from the seed. Otherwise, say they, a man begets but half a man, and is worse than a beast that begets both matter and form. And besides, the three faculties of the soul must be together infused, which is most absurd, as they hold, because in beasts they are begot, the two inferior. I mean, and may not well be separated in men. Galen supposeth the soul crasin esse, to be the temperature itself. Trismegistus, Musaeus, Orpheus, Homer, Pindarus, Pherecydes Cyrus, Epictetus, with the Chaldees and the Egyptians, affirmed the soul to be immortal, as did those British Druids of old. The Pythagoreans defend metempsychosis, and palingenesia, that souls go from one body to another, epota prius lethes unda, as men into wolves, bears, dogs, hogs, as they were inclined in their lives, or participated in conditions. Inque ferinas, possumus ire domus, pecudumque in corpora condi. Lucian's cock was first Euphorbus, a captain. Ille ego, nam memeni, Trojani tempore belli, Panthoides Euphorbus eram. A horse, a man, a sponge. Julian the Apostate thought Alexander's soul was descended into his body, Plato into Meo, and in his Phaedon, for aught I can perceive, differs not much from this opinion, that it was from God at first, and knew all, but being enclosed in the body it forgets, and learns anew, which he calls reminiscentia, or recalling, and that it was put into the body for a punishment, and thence it goes into a beast's or man's, as appears by his pleasant fiction De Sortitione Animarum, Book 10, and after 10,000 years is to return into the former body again. Post varios annos per mille figuras, rursus ad humane fertur primordia vita. Others deny the immortality of it, which Pomponiatus of Padua decided out of Aristotle not long since, Plinius Avunculus, cap. 1, lib. 2, and lib. 7, cap. 55, Seneca, lib. 7, Epistula ad Lucilium, epistula 55, Dicearchus in Tulli Tusculanus Disputationibus, Epicurus, Aratus, Hippocrates, Galen, Lucretius, lib. 1. Praeterea gigni pariter cum corpore, et una crescere sentimus pariterque senescere mentem. Averroes, and I know not how many Neoterics. This question of the immortality of the soul is diversely and wonderfully impugned and disputed, especially among the Italians of late, saith Johannes Colerus, Liber de immortalite animae, cap. 1. The popes themselves have doubted of it. Leo Decimus, that Epicurean pope, as some record of him, caused this question to be discussed pro and con before him, and concluded at last, as a profane and atheistical moderator, with that verse of Cornelius Gallus, Et redit in nihilum, quod fuit ante nihil. It began of nothing, and in nothing it ends. Zeno and his Stoics, as Austin quotes him, supposed the soul so long to continue, till the body was fully putrefied, and resolved into materia prima; but after that, in fumos evanescere, to be extinguished and vanished; and in the meantime, whilst the body was consuming, it wandered all abroad, et e longinquo multa annunciare, and, as that Clazomenian Hermotimus averred, saw pretty visions, and suffered I know not what. Erant exsangues sine corpore et ossibus umbrae. Others grant the immortality thereof, but they make many fabulous fictions in the meantime of it, after the departure from the body, like Plato's Elysian fields, and that Turkey paradise. The souls of good men they deified, the bad, saith Austin, became devils, as they supposed, with many such absurd tenets which he hath confuted. Hierome, Austin, and other fathers of the church, hold that the soul is immortal, created of nothing, and so infused into the child or embryo in his mother's womb 6 months after the conception; not as those of brutes, which are ex traduce, and dying with them vanish into nothing. To whose divine treatises, and to the Scriptures themselves, I rejourn all such atheistical spirits, as Tully did Atticus, doubting of this point to Plato's Phaedon. Or if they desire philosophical proofs and demonstrations, I refer them to Niphus, Faventinus' tracts of this subject; to Francis and John Picus in Digres, de Anima, Tholosanus, Eugubinus, Soto, Canus, Thomas, Parisius, Dandinus, Colerus, to that elaborate tract in Zanchius, to Tollet's 60 Reasons, and Lessius' 22 Arguments, to prove the immortality of the soul. Campanella, lib. de sensu rerum, is large in the same discourse. Albertinus the schoolman, Jacobus Nectantus, tome 2, handleth it in 4 questions. Antony Brunus, Aeonius Pallarius, Marinus Marcennus, with many others. This reasonable soul, which Austin calls a spiritual substance moving itself, is defined by philosophers to be the first substantial act of a natural, humane, organical body, by which a man lives, perceives, and understands, freely doing all things, and with election. Out of which definition we may gather that this rational soul includes the powers and performs the duties of the other 2, which are contained in it, and all 3 faculties make one soul, which is inorganical of itself, although it be in all parts, and incorporeal, using their organs, and working by them. It is divided into 2 chief parts, differing in office only, not in essence. The understanding, which is the rational power apprehending the will, which is the rational power moving; to which 2 all the other rational powers are subject and reduced. SUBSECT. X.—Of the Understanding. Understanding is a power of the soul, by which we perceive, know, remember, and judge, as well singulars as universals, having certain innate notices or beginnings of arts, a reflecting action, by which it judgeth of its own doings, and examines them. Out of this definition, besides his chief office, which is to apprehend, judge all that he performs, without the help of any instruments or organs, 3 differences appear betwixt a man and a beast. As first, the sense only comprehends singularities, the understanding universalities. Secondly, the sense hath no innate notions. Thirdly, brutes cannot reflect upon themselves. Bees indeed make neat and curious works, and many other creatures besides, but when they have done, they cannot judge of them. His object is God, hence all nature, and whatever is to be understood, which successively it apprehends. The object first moving the understanding is some sensible thing. After, by discoursing, the mind finds out the corporeal substance, and from thence the spiritual. His actions, some say, are apprehension, composition, division, discoursing, reasoning, memory, which some include in invention, and judgment. The common divisions are of the understanding, agent and patient, speculative and practical, in habit or in act, simple or compound. The agent is that which is called the wit of man, acumen or subtlety, sharpness of invention, when he doth invent of himself without a teacher, or learns anew, which abstracts those intelligible species from the phantasy, and transfers them to the passive understanding, because there is nothing in the understanding which was not first in the sense. That which the imagination hath taken from the sense, this agent judgeth of, whether it be true or false, and being so judged, he commits it to the passible to be kept. The agent is a doctor or teacher, the passive a scholar, and his office is to keep and further judge of such things as are committed to his charge; as a bare and raised table at first, capable of all forms and notions. Now these notions are twofold, actions or habits; actions, by which we take notions of and perceive things; habits, which are durable lights and notions, which we may use when we will. Some reckon up 8 kinds of them: sense, experience, intelligence, faith, suspicion, error, opinion, science; to which are added art, prudency, wisdom; as also synteresis, dictamen rationis, conscience; so that in all there be 14 species of the understanding, of which some are innate, as the 3 last mentioned, the other are gotten by doctrine, learning, and use. Plato will have all to be innate. Aristotle reckons up but 5 intellectual habits, 2 practical, as prudency, whose end is to practise, to fabricate; wisdom, to comprehend the use and experiments of all notions and habits whatsoever. Which division of Aristotle, if it be considered aright, is all one with the precedent; for 3 being innate, and 5 acquisite, the rest are improper, imperfect, and in a more strict examination excluded. Of all these I should more amply dilate, but my subject will not permit. 3 of them I will only point at, as more necessary to my following discourse. Synteresis, or the purer part of the conscience, is an innate habit, and doth signify a conversation of the knowledge of the law of God and nature, to know good or evil; and, as our divines hold, it is rather in the understanding than in the will. This makes the major proposition in a practical syllogism. The dictamen rationis is that which doth admonish us to do good or evil, and is the minor in the syllogism. The conscience is that which approves good or evil, justifying or condemning our actions, and is the conclusion of the syllogism; as in that familiar example of Regulus the Roman, taken prisoner by the Carthaginians, and suffered to go to Rome, on that condition he should return again, or pay so much for his ransom. The synteresis proposeth the question: his word, oath, promise is to be religiously kept, although to his enemy, and that by the law of nature. Do not that to another which thou wouldst not have done to thyself. Dictamen applies it to him, and dictates this or the like. Regulus, thou wouldst not another man should falsify his oath, or break promise with thee; conscience concludes therefore, Regulus, thou dost well to perform thy promise, and oughtest to keep thine oath. More of this in religious melancholy. Subsection 11. Of the will. Will is the other power of the rational soul, which covets or avoids such things as have been before judged and apprehended by the understanding. If good, it approves; if evil, it abhors it; so that his object is either good or evil. Aristotle calls this our rational appetite. For as in the sensitive, we are moved to good or bad by our appetite, ruled and directed by sense, so in this we are carried by reason. Besides, the sensitive appetite hath a particular object, good or bad. This an universal immaterial, that respects only things delectable and pleasant, this honest. Again, they differ in liberty. The sensual appetite seeing an object, if it be a convenient good, cannot but desire it, if evil, avoid it. But this is free in his essence, much now depraved, obscured, and fallen from his first perfection. Yet in some of his operations still free, as to go, walk, move at his pleasure, and to choose whether it will do or not do, steal or not steal. Otherwise, in vain were laws, deliberations, exhortations, counsels, precepts, rewards, promises, threats, and punishments. And God should be the author of sin. But in spiritual things we will no good, prone to evil, except we be regenerate, and led by the Spirit. We are egged on by our natural concupiscence, and there is an ataxia, ataraxia, a confusion in our powers, our whole will is averse from God and his law, not in natural things only, as to eat and drink, lust, to which we are led headlong by our temperature and inordinate appetite. Nec nos obniti contra, nec tendere tantum sufficimus. We cannot resist. Our concupiscence is originally bad, our heart evil, the seat of our affections captivates and enforceth our will. So that in voluntary things we are averse from God and goodness, bad by nature, by ignorance worse, by art, discipline, custom, we get many bad habits, suffering them to domineer and tyrannize over us, and the devil is still ready at hand with his evil suggestions, to tempt our depraved will to some ill-disposed action, to precipitate us to destruction, except our will be swayed and counterpoised again with some divine precepts and good motions of the Spirit, which many times restrain, hinder, and check us, when we are in the full career of our dissolute courses. So David corrected himself, when he had Saul at advantage. Revenge and malice were as two violent oppugners on the one side, but honesty, religion, fear of God withheld him on the other. The actions of the will are velle and nolle, to will and nil, which two words comprehend all, and they are good or bad accordingly as they are directed, and some of them freely performed by himself. Although the Stoics absolutely deny it, and will have all things inevitably done by destiny, imposing a fatal necessity upon us, which we may not resist, yet we say that our will is free in respect of us, and things contingent, howsoever in respect of God's determinate counsel, they are inevitable and necessary. Some other actions of the will are performed by the inferior powers, which obey him, as the sensitive and moving appetite, as to open our eyes, to go hither and thither, not to touch a book, to speak fair or foul, but this appetite is many times rebellious in us, and will not be contained within the lists of sobriety and temperance. It was, as I said, once well agreeing with reason, and there was an excellent consent and harmony between them, but that is now dissolved. They often jar, reason is overborne by passion, fertur equis auriga, nec audit currus habenas, as so many wild horses run away with a chariot, and will not be curbed. We know many times what is good, but will not do it, as she said, trahit invitum nova vis, aliudque cupido, mens aliud suadet. Lust counsels one thing, reason another. There is a new reluctancy in men. Odi nec possum cupiens non esse, quod odi. We cannot resist, but as Phaedra confessed to her nurse, quae loqueris vera sunt, sed furor suggerit sequi pejora. She said well and true, she did acknowledge it, but headstrong passion and fury made her to do that which was opposite. So David knew the filthiness of his fact, what a loathsome, foul, crying sin adultery was, yet notwithstanding he would commit murder, and take away another man's wife, enforced against reason, religion, to follow his appetite. Those natural and vegetal powers are not commanded by will at all, for who can add 1 cubit to his stature? These other may, but are not, and thence come all those headstrong passions, violent perturbations of the mind, and many times vicious habits, customs, feral diseases, because we give so much way to our appetite, and follow our inclination, like so many beasts. The principal habits are 2 in number, virtue and vice, whose peculiar definitions, descriptions, differences, and kinds are handled at large in the Ethics, and are indeed the subject of moral philosophy. Section 20.
Section 21 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 21. Partition 1, Section 1, Member 3, Subsection 1. Definition of melancholy, name, difference. Having thus briefly anatomized the body and soul of man, as a preparative to the rest, I may now freely proceed to treat of my intended object, to most men's capacity, and after many ambages, perspicuously define what this melancholy is, show his name and differences. The name is imposed from the matter, and disease denominated from the material cause, as Bruhl observes. Melancholia, quasi melanacholi, from black choler, and whether it be a cause or an effect, a disease or symptom, let Donatus Altomarus and Salvianus decide. I will not contend about it. It hath several descriptions, notations, and definitions. Fracastorius, in his second book of intellect, calls those melancholy, whom abundance of that same depraved humour of black choler hath so misaffected, that they become mad thence, and dote in most things, or in all belong to election, will, or other manifest operations of the understanding. Melanelius out of Galen, Rufus, Aetus, describe it to be a bad and peevish disease, which makes men degenerate into beasts. Galen, a privation or infection of the middle cell of the head, etc., defining it from the part affected, which Hercules de Saxonia approves, Book 1, Chapter 16, calling it a depravation of the principal function. Fuchsius, Book 1, Chapter 23, Arnoldus Breviar, Book 1, Chapter 18, Guianerius and others. By reason of black choler, Paulus Hyliabus simply calls it a commotion of the mind. Areteus, a perpetual anguish of the soul, fastened on one thing, without an ague, which definition of his Mercurialis de affectionibus, Book 1, Chapter 10, taxeth, but Aelianus Montaltus defends. Liber de Morbis, Chapter 1, for sufficient and good. The common sort define it to be a kind of dotage without a fever, having for his ordinary companions fear and sadness, without any apparent occasion. So doth Laurentius, Chapter 4, Piso, Book 1, Chapter 43, Donatus Altomarus, Jacinus, Rhasis ad Almansor, Valesius, Fuchsius, etc., which common definition, howsoever approved by most, Hercules de Saxonia will not allow of, nor David Crusius. He holds it insufficient, as rather showing what it is not than what it is, as omitting the specific difference, the phantasy and brain. But I descend to particulars. The summum genus is dotage, or anguish of the mind, saith Areteus, of the principal parts. Hercules de Saxonia adds, to distinguish it from cramp and palsy, and such diseases as belong to the outward sense and motions, depraved, to distinguish it from folly and madness, which Montaltus makes angor animi to separate, in which those functions are not depraved, but rather abolished. Without an ague is added by all, to sever it from frenzy, and that melancholy which is in a pestilent fever. Fear and sorrow make it differ from madness. Without a cause is lastly inserted to specify it from all other ordinary passions of fear and sorrow. We properly call that dotage, as Laurentius interprets it, when some one principal faculty of the mind, as imagination or reason, is corrupted, as all melancholy persons have. It is without a fever, because the humour is most part cold and dry, contrary to putrefaction. Fear and sorrow are the true characters and inseparable companions of most melancholy, not all, as Hercules de Saxonia, Tractatus de Posthumo de Melancholia, Chapter 2, well accepts, for to some it is most pleasant, as to such as laugh most part. Some are bold again, and free from all manner of fear and grief, as hereafter shall be declared. Subsection 2. Of the part affected. Affection. Parties affected. Some difference I find amongst writers about the principal part affected in this disease, whether it be the brain or heart or some other member. Most are of the opinion that it is the brain, for being a kind of dotage, it cannot otherwise be but that the brain must be affected, as a similar part, be it by consent or essence, not in his ventricles, or any obstructions in them, for then it would be an apoplexy or epilepsy, as Laurentius well observes, but in a cold, dry distemperature of it in his substance, which is corrupt, and become too cold, or too dry, or else too hot, as in madmen, and such as are inclined to it. And this Hippocrates confirms, Galen, the Arabians, and most of our new writers. Marcus de Oddis, in a consultation of his, quoted by Hildesheim, and 5 others there cited, are of the contrary part, because fear and sorrow, which are passions, be seated in the heart. But this objection is sufficiently answered by Montaltus, who doth not deny that the heart is affected, as Melanelius proves out of Galen, by reason of his vicinity, and so is the midriff and many other parts. They do compati, and have a fellow feeling by the law of nature. But forasmuch as this malady is caused by precedent imagination, with the appetite, to whom spirits obey, and are subject to those principal parts, the brain must needs primarily be misaffected, as the seat of reason, and then the heart, as the seat of affection. Capivaccius and Mercurialis have copiously discussed this question, and both conclude the subject is the inner brain, and from thence it is communicated to the heart and other inferior parts, which sympathize and are much troubled, especially when it comes by consent, and is caused by reason of the stomach, or mirach, as the Arabians term it, whole body, liver or spleen, which are seldom free, pylorus, mesariac veins, etc. For our body is like a clock, if one wheel be amiss, all the rest are disordered, the whole fabric suffers, with such admirable art and harmony is a man composed, such excellent proportion, as Ludovicus Vives in his Fable of Man hath elegantly declared. As many doubts almost arise about the affection, whether it be imagination or reason alone, or both, Hercules de Saxonia proves it out of Galen, Aetius and Altomarus, that the sole fault is in imagination. Bruel is of the same mind. Montaltus in his 2nd chapter of Melancholy confutes this tenet of theirs, and illustrates the contrary by many examples. As of him that thought himself a shellfish, of a nun, and of a desperate monk that would not be persuaded but that he was damned. Reason was in fault as well as imagination, which did not correct this error. They make away themselves oftentimes, and suppose many absurd and ridiculous things. Why doth not reason detect the fallacy, settle and persuade, if she be free? Avicenna therefore holds both corrupt, to whom most Arabians subscribe. The same is maintained by Aretus, Gorgonius, Guianerius, etc. To end the controversy, no man doubts of imagination, but that it is hurt and misaffected here. For the other I determine with Albertinus Bottonus, a doctor of Padua, that it is first in imagination, and afterwards in reason, if the disease be inveterate, or as it is more or less of continuance, but by accident, as Hercules de Saxonia adds, faith, opinion, discourse, ratiocination, are all accidentally depraved by the default of the imagination. Parties affected. To the part affected, I may here add the parties, which shall be more opportunely spoken of elsewhere, now only signified. Such as have the moon, Saturn, Mercury, misaffected in their genitures, such as live in over cold or over hot climes, such as are born of melancholy parents, as offend in those 6 non-natural things, are black, or of a high sanguine complexion, that have little heads, that have a hot heart, moist brain, hot liver, and cold stomach, have been long sick, such as are solitary by nature, great students, given to much contemplation, lead a life out of action, are most subject to melancholy. Of sexes both, but men more often, yet women misaffected are far more violent and grievously troubled. Of seasons of the year, the autumn is most melancholy, of peculiar times, old age, from which natural melancholy is almost an inseparable accident. But this artificial malady is more frequent in such as are of a middle age. Some assign 40 years, Gario Pontus 30. Dubertus accepts neither young nor old from this adventitious. Daniel Sennertus involves all of all sorts, out of common experience, in omnibus omnino corporibus, cujuscunque constitutionis dominator. Aetius and Aretius ascribe into the number not only discontented, passionate, and miserable persons, swarthy, black, but such as are most merry and pleasant, scoffers, and high coloured. Generally, saith Rhasis, the finest wits and most generous spirits are before other obnoxious to it. I cannot accept any complexion, any condition, sex, or age, but fools and stoics, which, according to Synesius, are never troubled with any manner of passion, but as Anacreon Cicada, sine sanguine et dolore, similes fere diis sunt. Erasmus vindicates fools from this melancholy catalogue, because they have most part moist brains and light hearts, they are free from ambition, envy, shame, and fear. They are neither troubled in conscience, nor macerated with cares, to which our whole life is most subject. Subsection 3. Of the matter of melancholy. Of the matter of melancholy there is much question betwixt Avicen and Galen, as you may read in Cardan's Contradictions, Valesius' Controversies, Montanus, Prosper Calenus, Capivaccius, Bright, Ficinus, that have written either whole tracts or copiously of it, in their several treatises of this subject. What this humour is, or whence it proceeds, how it is engendered in the body, neither Galen nor any old writer hath sufficiently discussed, as Jacchinus thinks. The Neoterics cannot agree. Montanus in his Consultations holds melancholy to be material or immaterial, and so doth Arculanus. The material is one of the four humours before mentioned, and natural. The immaterial or adventitious, acquisite, redundant, unnatural, artificial, which Hercules de Saxonia will have reside in the spirits alone, and to proceed from a hot, cold, dry, moist distemperature, which, without matter, alter the brain and functions of it. Paracelsus wholly rejects and derides this division of four humours and complexions, but our Galenists generally approve of it, subscribing to this opinion of Montanus. This material melancholy is either simple or mixed, offending in quantity or quality, varying according to his place, where it settleth, as in brain, spleen, mesaraic veins, heart, womb, and stomach, or differing according to the mixture of those natural humours amongst themselves, or four unnatural adust humours, as they are diversely tempered and mingled. If natural melancholy abound in the body, which is cold and dry, so that it be more than the body is well able to bear, it must needs be distempered, saith Paventius, and diseased, and so the other, if it be depraved, whether it arise from that other melancholy of choler adust, or from blood, produceth the like effects, and is, as Montaltus contends, if it come by adustion of humours, most part hot and dry. Some difference I find, whether this melancholy matter be engendered of all four humours, about the colour and temper of it. Galen holds it may be engendered of three alone, excluding phlegm, or pituita, whose true assertion Valesius and Menardus stiffly maintain, and so doth Fuchsius, Montaltus, Montanus. How, say they, can white become black? But Hercules de Saxonia and Cardan are of the opposite part. It may be engendered of phlegm, et si raro contingat, though it seldom come to pass. So is Guianerius and Laurentius, with Melanctius in his book De Anima, and chapter of humours, he calls it asininum, dull, swinish melancholy, and saith that he was an eyewitness of it. So is Wecker. From melancholy adust ariseth one kind, from choler another, which is most brutish, another from phlegm, which is dull, and the last from blood, which is best. Of these some are cold and dry, others hot and dry, varying according to their mixtures, as they are intended and remitted. And indeed, as Rodericus a Fonseca determines, ichors and those serous matters being thickened become phlegm, and phlegm degenerates into choler. Choler adust becomes eruginosa melancholia, as vinegar out of purest wine putrefied, or by exhalation of purer spirits, is so made, and becomes sour and sharp. And from the sharpness of this humour proceeds much waking, troublesome thoughts and dreams, etc., so that I conclude as before. If the humour be cold, it is, saith Paventinus, a cause of dotage, and produceth milder symptoms. If hot, they are rash, raving mad, or inclining to it. If the brain be hot, the animal spirits are hot, much madness follows with violent actions. If cold, fatuity and sottishness, capivatius. The colour of this mixture varies likewise according to the mixture, be it hot or cold, 'tis sometimes black, sometimes not, Altomarus. The same Melanelius proves out of Galen, and Hippocrates in his book of melancholy, if at least it be his, giving instance of a burning coal, which, when it is hot, shines, when it is cold, looks black, and so doth the humour. This diversity of melancholy matter produceth diversity of effects. If it be within the body and not putrefied, it causeth black jaundice; if putrefied, a quartan ague; if it breaks out to the skin, leprosy; if to parts, several maladies, as scurvy, etc. If it trouble the mind, as it is diversely mixed, it produceth several kinds of madness and dotage, of which in their place. SUBSECT. IV.—Of the Species or Kinds of Melancholy. When the matter is diverse and confused, how should it otherwise be, but that the species should be diverse and confused? Many new and old writers have spoken confusedly of it, confounding melancholy and madness, as Heurnius, Guianerius, Gordonius, Sallustius, Salvianus, Jason Pratensis, Savanarola, that will have madness no other than melancholy in extent, differing, as I have said, in degrees. Some make two distinct species, as Rufus Ephesius, an old writer, Constantinus Africanus, Areteus, Aurelianus, Paulus Aegineta, otherwise acknowledge a multitude of kinds, and leave them indefinite, as Aetius in his Tetrabiblios, Avicenna, Arculanus, Montanus. If natural melancholy be adust, it maketh one kind, if blood, another, if choler, a third, differing from the first, and so many several opinions there are about the kinds, as there be men themselves. Hercules de Saxonia sets down two kinds, material and immaterial, one from spirits alone, the other from humours and spirits. Savanarola, de aegritudinibus capitis, will have the kinds to be infinite, one from the mirach, called mirachialis of the Arabians, another stomachalis, from the stomach, another from the liver, heart, womb, haemorrhoids, one beginning, another consummate. Melancthon seconds him, as the humour is diversely adust and mixed, so are the species diverse. But what these men speak of species, I think ought to be understood of symptoms, and so doth Arculanus interpret himself. Infinite species, id est, symptoms, and in that sense, as Gorius acknowledgeth in his medical definitions, the species are infinite, but they may be reduced to three kinds by reason of their seat, head, body, and hypochondries. This threefold division is approved by Hippocrates in his book of melancholy, if it be his which some suspect, by Galen, Book 3, De Locus Affectis, Chapter 6, by Alexander, Book 1, Chapter 16, Rhasis, Avicenna, and most of our new writers. Thomas Erastus makes two kinds, one perpetual, which is head melancholy, the other interrupt, which comes and goes by fits, which he subdivides into the other two kinds, so that all comes to the same pass. Some again make 4 or 5 kinds, with Rodericus a Castro, de morbis mulierum, Book 2, Chapter 3, and Lodovicus Mercatus, who will have that melancholy of nuns, widows, and more ancient maids, to be a peculiar species of melancholy differing from the rest. Some will reduce enthusiasts, ecstatical and demoniacal persons to this rank, adding love melancholy to the first, and lycanthropia. The most received division is into 3 kinds. The first proceeds from the sole fault of the brain, and is called head melancholy. The second sympathetically proceeds from the whole body, when the whole temperature is melancholy. The third ariseth from the bowels, liver, spleen, or membrane, called mesenterium, named hypochondriacal or windy melancholy, which Laurentius subdivides into 3 parts, from those 3 members, hepatic, splenetic, mesaraic. Love melancholy, which Avicenna calls Elishi, and lycanthropia, which he calls cucubuthae, are commonly included in head melancholy, but of this last, which Gerardus de Solo calls amoreus, and most night melancholy, with that of religious melancholy, virginum et viduarum, maintained by Rodericus a Castro and Mercatus, and other kinds of love melancholy, I will speak of apart by themselves in my third partition. The three precedent species are the subject of my present discourse, which I will anatomise and treat of through all their causes, symptoms, cures, together and apart, that every man that is in any measure affected with this malady may know how to examine it in himself, and apply remedies unto it. It is a hard matter, I confess, to distinguish these three species one from the other, to express their several causes, symptoms, cures, being that they are so often confounded amongst themselves, having such affinity that they can scarce be discerned by the most accurate physicians, and so often intermixed with other diseases, that the best experienced have been plunged. Montanus names a patient that had this disease of melancholy and caninus appetitus both together, and with vertigo. Julius Caesar Claudinus with stone, gout, jaundice. Trincavellius with an ague, jaundice, caninus appetitus, etc. Paulus Regoline, a great doctor in his time, consulted in this case, was so confounded with the confusion of symptoms, that he knew not to what kind of melancholy to refer it. Trincavellius, Fallopius, and Francanzanus, famous doctors in Italy, all three conferred with about one party at the same time, gave three different opinions. And in another place, Trincavellius being demanded what he thought of a melancholy young man to whom he was sent for, ingeniously confessed that he was indeed melancholy, but he knew not what kind to reduce it. In his 17th consultation there is the like disagreement about a melancholy monk. Those symptoms which others ascribe to misaffected parts and humours, Hercules de Saxonia attributes wholly to distempered spirits, and those immaterial, as I have said. Sometimes they cannot well discern this disease from others. In Wynerius Solenander's counsels, he and Dr. Brander both agreed that the patient's disease was hypochondriacal melancholy. Dr. Methodus said it was asthma, and nothing else. Solenander and Guarionius, lately sent for to the melancholy Duke of Cleve, with others, could not define what species it was, or agree amongst themselves. The species are so confounded, as in Caesar Claudinus his 44th consultation for a Polonian count, in his judgment he laboured of head melancholy, and that which proceeds from the whole temperature both at once. I could give instance of some that have had all three kinds, semel et simul, and some successively. So that I conclude of our melancholy species, as many politicians do of their pure forms of commonwealths, monarchies, aristocracies, democracies, are most famous in contemplation, but in practice they are temperate and usually mixed. So Polybius informeth us, as the Lacedaemonian, the Roman of old, German now, and many others. What physicians say of distinct species in their books, it much matters not, since that in their patients' bodies they are commonly mixed. In such obscurity, therefore, variety and confused mixture of symptoms, causes, how difficult a thing is it to treat of several kinds apart, to make any certainty or distinction among so many casualties, distractions, when seldom two men shall be like affected per omnia? 'Tis hard, I confess, yet nevertheless I will adventure through the midst of these perplexities, and, led by the clue or thread of the best writers, extricate myself out of a labyrinth of doubts and errors, and so proceed to the causes. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 22. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 1, Subsections 1 and 2, Part 1. Subsection 1. Causes of Melancholy. God, a cause. It is vain to speak of cures, or think of remedies, until such time as we have considered of the causes. So Galen prescribes Glauco, and the common experience of others confirms that those cures must be imperfect, lame, and to no purpose, wherein the causes have not first been searched, as Prosper Calenius well observes in his tract De Atra Bile to Cardinal Casius. Insomuch that Fernelius puts a kind of necessity in the knowledge of the causes, and without which it is impossible to cure or prevent any manner of disease. Empirics may ease, and sometimes help, but not thoroughly root out. Sublata causa tollitur effectus, as the saying is. If the cause be removed, the effect is likewise vanquished. It is a most difficult thing, I confess, to be able to discern these causes whence they are, and in such variety to say what the beginning was. He is happy that can perform it aright. I will adventure to guess as near as I can, and rip them all up, from the first to the last, general and particular, to every species, that so they may the better be described. General causes are either supernatural or natural. Supernatural are from God and his angels, or by God's permission from the devil and his ministers. That God himself is a cause for the punishment of sin, and satisfaction of his justice, many examples and testimonies of Holy Scriptures make evident unto us. Psalm 108:17. Foolish men are plagued for their offence, and by reason of their wickedness. Gehazi was stricken with leprosy, 2 Kings verse 27. Jehoram with dysentery and flux, and great diseases of the bowels, 2 Chronicles 21:15. David plagued for numbering his people, 1 Chronicles 21. Sodom and Gomorrah swallowed up. And this disease is peculiarly specified. Psalm 127:12. He brought down their heart through heaviness. Deuteronomy 28:28. He struck them with madness, blindness, and astonishment of heart. An evil spirit was sent by the Lord upon Saul, to vex him. Nebuchadnezzar did eat grass like an ox, and his heart was made like the beasts of the field. Heathen stories are full of such punishments. Lycurgus, because he cut down the vines in the country, was by Bacchus driven to madness. So was Pentheus and his mother Agave for neglecting their sacrifice. Censor Fulvius ran mad for untiling Juno's temple, to cover a new one of his own, which he had dedicated to Fortune, and was confounded to death with grief and sorrow of heart. When Xerxes would have spoiled Apollo's temple at Delphos of those infinite riches it possessed, a terrible thunder came from heaven and struck 4,000 men dead, the rest ran mad. A little after, the like happened to Brennus, lightning, thunder, earthquakes, upon such a sacrilegious occasion. If we may believe our pontifical writers, they will relate unto us many strange and prodigious punishments in this kind, inflicted by their saints. How Clodoveus, sometime king of France, the son of Dagobert, lost his wits for uncovering the body of Saint Denis, and how a sacrilegious Frenchman, that would have stolen a silver image of St. John, at Bergburger, became frantic on a sudden, raging and tyrannizing over his own flesh. Of a lord of Radnor, that coming from hunting late at night, put his dogs into St. Alvan's church, Llan Alvan as they called it, and rising betimes next morning, as hunters used to do, found all his dogs mad, himself being suddenly stricken blind. Of Tiridates, an Armenian king, for violating some holy nuns, that was punished in like sort, with loss of his wits. But poets and papists may go together for fabulous tales. Let them free their own credits, howsoever they feign of their nemesis, and of their saints, or by the devil's means may be deluded, we find it true, that ulto atergo Deus, he is God the Avenger, as David styles him, and that it is our crying sins that pull this and many other maladies on our own heads. That he can by his angels, which are his ministers, strike and heal, saith Dionysius, whom he will, that he can plague us by his creatures, sun, moon, and stars, which he useth as his instruments. As a husbandman, says Zanchius, doth a hatchet, hail, snow, winds, etc. Et conjurati veniut in classica venti, as in Joshua's time, as in Pharaoh's reign in Egypt, they are but as so many executioners of his justice. he can make the proudest spirit stoop, and cry out with Julian the apostate, Vicisti Galilei, or with Apollo's priest in Chrysostom, O coelum, O terror, unde hostus hic? What an enemy is this? And pray with David, acknowledging his power, I am weakened and sore broken, I roar for the grief of mine heart panteth, etc. Psalm 38, 8. O Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chastise me in thy wrath. Psalm 38, 1. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Psalm 51, 8, and verse 12. Restore to me the joy of thy salvation, and stabilize me with thy free spirit. For these causes belike Hippocrates would have a physician take special notice whether the disease come not from a divine supernatural cause, or whether it follow the course of nature. But this is farther discussed by Franciscus Valesius, de Sacra Philosophia, cap. 8, Fernelius, and Julius Caesar Claudinus, to whom I refer you, how this place of Hippocrates is to be understood. Paracelsus is of opinion that such spiritual diseases, for so he calls them, are spiritually to be cured and not otherwise. Ordinary means in such cases will not avail. Non est reluctandum cum Deo. We must not struggle with God. When that monster taming Hercules overcame all in the Olympics, Jupiter at last in an unknown shape wrestled with him. The victory was uncertain, till at length Jupiter descried himself, and Hercules yielded. No striving with supreme powers. Nil juvat immensos cratero promittere montes. Physicians and physic can do no good. We must submit ourselves unto the mighty hand of God, acknowledge our offences, call to him for mercy. If he strike us una idemque manus vulnus opernque feret, as it is with him that are wounded with the spear of Achilles, he alone must help, otherwise our diseases are incurable, and we not to be relieved. Subsection 2, part 1. A digression of the nature of spirits, bad angels or devils, and how they cause melancholy. How far the power of spirits and devils doth extend, and whether they can cause this or any other disease, is a serious question, and worthy to be considered. For the better understanding of which, I will make a brief digression of the nature of spirits. And although the question be very obscure, according to Postellus, full of controversy and ambiguity, beyond the reach of human capacity, fatior excedere vires intentionis meae, saith Austin, I confess I am not able to understand it. Finitum de infinito non potest statuere, we can sooner determine with Tully, de natura deorum, quid non sint, quam quid sint. Our subtle schoolmen, Cardans, Scaligers, profound Thomists, Fracastoriana and Ferneliana Acies, are weak, dry, obscure, defective in these mysteries, and all our quickest wits, as an owl's eyes at the sun's light, wax dull, and are not sufficient to apprehend them. Yet, as in the rest, I will adventure to say something to this point. In former times, as we read, Acts 23, the Sadducees denied that there were any such spirits, devils, or angels. So did Galen the physician, the Peripatetics, even Aristotle himself, as Pomponatius stoutly maintains, and Scaliger in some sort grants. Though Dandinus the Jesuit, commentary on Book 2 of De Anima, stiffly denies it, substantiae separatiae and intelligences are the same which Christians call angels and Platonists devils, for they name all the spirits daemones, be they good or bad angels, as Julius Pollux Onomasticon, Book 1, Chapter 1 observes. Epicures and atheists are of the same mind in general, because they never saw them. Plato, Plotinus, Porphyrius, Jamblichus, Proclus, insisting in the steps of Trismegistus, Pythagoras and Socrates make no doubt of it, nor Stoics, but that there are such spirits, though much erring from the truth. Concerning the first beginning of them, the Talmudists say that Adam had a wife called Lilis before he married Eve, and of her he begat nothing but devils. The Turk's Alcoran is altogether as absurd and ridiculous in this point. But the Scripture informs us Christians how Lucifer, the chief of them, with his associates, fell from heaven for his pride and ambition, created of God, placed in heaven, and sometimes an angel of light, now cast down into the lower aerial sublunary parts, or into hell, and delivered into chains of darkness, 2 Peter 2:4, to be kept unto damnation. Nature of devils. There is a foolish opinion which some hold, that they are the souls of men departed, good and more noble were deified, the baser grovelled on the ground, or in the lower parts, and were devils: the which with Tertullian, Porphyrius the philosopher, M. Tyrius maintains. These spirits, he saith, which we call angels and devils, are naught but souls of men departed, which either through love and pity of their friends yet living, help and assist them, or else persecute their enemies whom they hated, as Dido threatens to persecute Aeneas. Omnibus umbra locis adero, dabis improbe poenus. My angry ghost arising from the deep, shall haunt thee waking, and disturb thy sleep. At least my shade thy punishment shall know, and fame shall spread the pleasing news below. They are, as others suppose, appointed by those higher powers to keep men from their nativity, and to protect or punish them as they see cause, and are called boni et mali genii by the Romans, heroes, lares if good, lemures or larvae if bad, by the Stoics, governors of countries, men, cities, saith Apuleius. Deus appellant qui ex hominum numero juste ac prudenta vitae curriculo gubernato, pro numine postea ab homnibus praediti fanis et ceremoniis vulgo admittuntur, ut in Egypto Osiris, etc. Praestites, Capella calls them, which protected particular men as well as princes. Socrates had his daemonium Saturninum et Ignium, which of all spirits is best, ad sublimes cogitationes animum erigentem, as the Platonists supposed. Plotinus his, and we Christians our assisting angel, as Andreas Victorellus, a copious writer of the subject, Lodovicus de la Cerda the Jesuit, in his voluminous tract De Angelo Custode, Zanchius, and some divines think. But this absurd tenet of Tyreus Proclus confutes at large in his book De Anima et Daemone. Psellus, a Christian, and sometimes tutor, saith Cuspinian, to Michael Parapinatius, Emperor of Greece, a great observer of the nature of devils, holds they are corporeal, and have aerial bodies, that they are mortal, live and die, which Martianus Capella likewise maintains, but our Christian philosophers explode, that they are nourished and have excrements, they feel pain if they be hurt, which Cardan confirms, and Scaliger justly laughs him to scorn for. Si pascantur aere, cur non pugnant obpruriorum aera, etc., or stroken, and if their bodies be cut, with admirable celerity they come together again. Austin approves as much. Mutata casu corpora in deteriorem qualitatem aeris specioris. So doth Hierome, commentarium in Epistula ad Ephesios chapter 3, Origen, Tertullian, Lactantius, and many ancient fathers of the church, that in their fall their bodies were changed into a more aerial and gross substance. Bodine, Book 4, Theatri Naturae, and David Crusius, Hermeticae Philosophiae, Book 1, chapter 4, by several arguments proves angels and spirits to be corporeal. Quicquid continentur in loco corporeum est, at spiritus continetur in loco. Ergo, si spiritus sunt quanti, erunt corporei, at sunt quanti, ergo sunt finiti, ergo quanti, etc. Bodine goes farther yet, and will have these animae separatae genii, spirits, angels, devils, and so likewise souls of men departed, if corporeal, which he most eagerly contends, to be of some shape, and that absolutely round, like sun and moon, because that is the most perfect form. Quae nihil habet asperitatis, nihil angulis incaesum, nihil anfractibus involutum, nihil eminens, sed inter corpora perfecta est perfectissimum. Therefore all spirits are corporeal, he concludes, and in their proper shapes round. That they can assume other aerial bodies, all manner of shapes at their pleasures, appear in what likeness they will themselves, that they are most swift in motion, can pass many miles in an instant, and so likewise transform bodies of others into what shape they please, and with admirable celerity remove them from place to place, as the angel did Habakkuk to Daniel, and as Philip the deacon was carried away by the Spirit when he had baptized the eunuch. So did Pythagoras and Apollonius remove themselves and others, with many such feats, that they can represent castles in the air, palaces, armies, spectrums, prodigies, and such strange objects to mortal men's eyes, cause smells, savours, etc., deceive all the senses, most writers of this subject credibly believe. And that they can foretell future events, and do many strange miracles. Juno's image spake to Camillus, and Fortune's statue to the Roman matrons, with many such. Zanchius, Bodine, Spondanus, and others, are of opinion that they cause a true metamorphosis, as Nebuchadnezzar was really translated into a beast, Lot's wife into a pillar of salt, Ulysses' companions into hogs and dogs by Circe's charms, turn themselves and others, as they do witches into cats, dogs, hares, crows, etc. Strozius Cicogna hath many examples which he there confutes, as Austin likewise doth, De Civitate Dei, Book 28, that they can be seen when and in what shape, and to whom they will, saith Psellus, Tametsi nil tale viderim, nec optem videri, though he himself never saw them nor desired it, and sometimes carnal copulation, as elsewhere I shall prove more at large, with women and men. Many will not believe they can be seen, and if any man shall say, swear, and stiffly maintain, though he be discreet and wise, judicious and learned, that he hath seen them, they account him a timorous fool, a melancholy dizzard, a weak fellow, a dreamer, a sick or a madman, they contemn him, laugh him to scorn, and yet Marcus of his credit told Psellus that he had often seen them. And Leo Suavius, a Frenchman, chapter 8, in Commentari Libri Primi Paracelsi de Vita Longa, out of some Platonists, will have the air to be as full of them as snow falling in the skies, and that they may be seen, and withal sets down the means how men may see them. Si irreverberatus oculi sole splendente, versus caelum continuaverint obtutus, etc. And saith moreover he tried it, praemissorum feci experimentum, and it was true that the Platonists said. Paracelsus confesseth that he saw them divers times, and conferred with them, and so doth Alexander ab Alexandro, that he so found it by experience, when as before he doubted of it. Many deny it, saith Levata, De Spectris, part 1, chapter 2, and part 2, chapter 11, because they never saw them themselves. But as he reports at large all over his book, especially chapter 19, part 1, they are often seen and heard, and familiarly converse with men, as Ludovicus Vives assureth us, innumerable records, histories, and testimonies evince in all ages, times, places, and all travellers besides, in the West Indies and our northern climes. Nihil familiarius quam in agris et urbibus spiritus videre, audire qui vetent, jubiant, etc. Hieronymus Vita Pauli, Basil, Nicephorus, Eusebius, Socrates, Sozomenus, Jacobus Boissardus in his tract De Spirituum Apparitionibus, Petrus Loyerus Liber de Spectris, Wierus Liber 1, have infinite variety of such examples of apparitions of spirits for him to read that farther doubts, to his ample satisfaction. One alone I will briefly insert. A nobleman in Germany was sent ambassador to the King of Sweden. For his name, the time, and such circumstances, I refer you to Boissardus, mine author. After he had done his business, he sailed to Livonia, on set purpose to see those familiar spirits, which are there said to be conversant with men, and do their drudgery works. Amongst other matters, one of them told him where his wife was, in what room, in what clothes, what doing, and brought him a ring from her, which at his return, non sine omnium admiratione, he found to be true, and so believed that ever after, which before he doubted of. Cardan relates of his father, Facius Cardan, that after the accustomed solemnities, anno 1491, 13th of August, he conjured up 7 devils, in Greek apparel, about 40 years of age, some ruddy of complexion, and some pale. As he thought, he asked them many questions, and they made ready answer, that they were aerial devils, that they lived and died as men did, save that they were far longer lived, 700 or 800 years. They did as much excel men in dignity as we do juments, and were as far excelled again of those that were above them. Our governors and keepers are they moreover, which Plato and Critias delivered of old, and subordinate to one another, ut enim homo homini sic daemonum daemoni dominator. They rule themselves as well as us, and the spirits of the meaner sort had commonly such offices, as we make horse keepers, neatherds, and the basest of us overseers of our cattle, and that we can no more apprehend their natures and functions than a horse a man's. They knew all things, but might not reveal them to men, and ruled and domineered over us, as we do over our horses. The best kings among us, and the most generous spirits, were not comparable to the basest of them. Sometimes they did instruct men, and communicate their skill, reward and cherish, and sometimes, again, terrify and punish, to keep them in awe, as they thought fit. Nihil megus cupientis, saith Lysius, quam adorationem hominum. The same author, Cardan, in his Hypercon, out of the doctrine of Stoics, will have some of these genii, for so he calls them, to be desirous of men's company, very affable and familiar with them, as dogs are; others again, to abhor as serpents, and care not for them. The same belike Tritemius calls ignios et sublunares, qui nunquam demergunt ad inferiora, ad vix ullum habent in terris commercium. Generally they far excel men in worth, as man the meanest worm, though some of them are inferior to those of their own rank in worth, as the blackguard in a prince's court, and to men again, as some degenerate, base, rational creatures are excelled of brute beasts. That they are mortal, besides these testimonies of Cardan, Martianus, etc., many other divines and philosophers hold. Post prolixum tempus moriuntur omnes. The Platonists and some rabbins, Porphyrius and Plutarch, as appears by that relation of Thamus, the great god Pan is dead, Apollo Pythius seized, and so the rest. St. Jerome, in the life of Paul the Hermit, tells a story, how one of them appeared to St. Anthony in the wilderness, and told him as much. Paracelsus of our late writers stiffly maintains that they are mortal, live and die as other creatures do. Zosimus, lib. 2, farther adds that religion and policy dies and alters with them. The Gentiles' gods, he saith, were expelled by Constantine, and together with them. Imperii Romani majestus, et fortuna interiit, et profligata est. The fortune and majesty of the Roman Empire decayed and vanished, as that heathen in Minutius formerly bragged, when the Jews were overcome by the Romans. The Jews' God was likewise captivated by that of Rome, and Rabsakeh to the Israelites. No God should deliver them out of the hands of the Assyrians. But these paradoxes of their power, corporeity, mortality, taking of shapes, transposing bodies, and carnal copulations, are sufficiently confuted by Pererius in his comment, and Tostatus questions on the 6th of Genesis. Thomas Aquinas, St. Austin, Wierus, Thomas Erastus, Del Rio, Sebastian Michaelis, chapter 2 de Spiritibus, Reynolds. They may deceive the eyes of men, yet not take true bodies, or make a real metamorphosis. But as Cicogna proves at large, they are illusoriae et prestigiatrices transformationes, mere illusions and cozenings, like that tale of Pasetis Obulus in Suidas, or that of Autolycus, Mercury's son, that dwelt in Parnassus, who got so much treasure by cozenage and stealth. His father Mercury, because he could leave him no wealth, taught him many fine tricks to get means, for he could drive away men's cattle, and if any pursued him, turn them into what shapes he would, and so did mightily enrich himself, hoc astu maximam praedam est adsecutus. This, no doubt, is as true as the rest, yet thus much in general, Thomas, Durand, and others, grant that they have understanding far beyond men, can probably conjecture and foretell many things, they can cause and cure most diseases, deceive our senses. They have excellent skill in all arts and sciences, and that the most illiterate devil is quovis homini scientur, more knowing than any man, as Cicogna maintains out of others. They know the virtues of herbs, plants, stones, minerals, etc., of all creatures, birds, beasts, the four elements, stars, planets, can aptly apply and make use of them as they see good, perceiving the causes of all meteors, and the like. Dant se coloribus, as Austin hath it, accommodant se figuris, adhaerent sonis, subjiciunt se odoribus, infundunt se saporibus, omnes sensus etiam ipsam intelligentiam daemones fallunt. They deceive all our senses, even our understanding itself at once. They can produce miraculous alterations in the air, and most wonderful effects, conquer armies, give victories, help, further, hurt, cross, and alter human attempts and projects, Dei permissu, as they see good themselves. When Charles the Great intended to make a channel betwixt the Rhine and the Danube, look what his workmen did in the day, these spirits flung down in the night, ut cunatu rex desisteret, pervicere. Such feats can they do. But that which Bodine, Book 4, Theatrum Naturae, thinks, following Tyrius belike, and the Platonists, they can tell the secrets of a man's heart, aut cogitationes hominum, is most false, his reasons are weak, and sufficiently confuted by Zanchius, Book 4, Chapter 9, Hierome, Book 2, Commentatorium in Evangelium Matthai, Chapter 15, Athanasius, Quaestio 27 ad Antiochum Principem, and others. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 23. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 2. A digression of the nature of spirits, bad angels, or devils, and how they cause melancholy, continued. Orders. As for those orders of good and bad devils, which the Platonists hold, is altogether erroneous, and those ethics boni et mali genii are to be exploded. These heathen writers agree not in this point among themselves, as Andinus notes, and sint mali non conveniunt. Some will have all spirits good or bad to us by a mistake, as if an ox or horse could discourse. He would say the butcher was his enemy because he killed him, the grazier his friend because he fed him. A hunter preserves and yet kills his game, and is hated nevertheless of his game. Nec piscatorum piscis amare potest, etc. But Jamblichus, Psellus, Plutarch, and most Platonists acknowledge bad, et ab eorum maleficiis cavendum, and we should beware of their wickedness, for they are enemies of mankind. And this Plato learned in Egypt, that they quarrelled with Jupiter and were driven by him down to hell. That which Apuleius, Xenophon, and Plato contend of Socrates' daemonium is most absurd. That which Plotinus of his, that he had likewise deum pro daemonio, and that which Porphyry concludes of them all in general, if they be neglected in their sacrifice, they are angry. Nay more, as Cardan in his Hippercon will, they feed on men's souls. Elementa sunt plantis elementum, animalibus plantae, homines animalia, erunt et homines aliis, non autem diis, nimis enim remota est, eorum natura a nostra, qua propter daemonibus. And so belike that we have so many battles fought in all ages, countries, is to make them a feast, and their sole delight. But to return to that I said before, if displeased they fret and chafe, for they feed belike on the souls of beasts, as we do on their bodies, and send many plagues amongst us, but pleased, then they do much good, is as vain as the rest, and confuted by Augustine, Book 9, Chapter 8, De Civitate Dei, Eusebius, Book 4, Praeparatio Evangelica, Chapter 6, and others. Yet this much I find, that our schoolmen and other divines make 9 kinds of bad spirits, as Dionysius hath done of angels. In the first rank are those false gods of the Gentiles, which were adored heretofore in several idols, and gave oracles at Delphos, and elsewhere, whose prince is Beelzebub. The second rank is of liars and equivocators, as Apollo, Pythias, and the like. The third of those vessels of anger, inventors of all mischief, as that Theutus in Plato. Ise calls them vessels of fury, their prince is Belial. The fourth are malicious revenging devils, and their prince is Asmodeus. The fifth kind are cozeners, such as belong to magicians and witches, their prince is Satan. The sixth are those aerial devils that corrupt the air and cause plagues, thunders, fires, etc., spoken of in the Apocalypse, and Paul to the Ephesians names them the princes of the air. Meresin is their prince. The seventh is a destroyer, captain of the Furies, causing wars, tumults, combustions, uproars, mentioned in the Apocalypse, and called Abaddon. The eighth is that accusing or calumniating devil, whom the Greeks call Diabolus, that drives men to despair. The ninth are those tempters in several kinds, and their prince is Mammon. Psellus makes 6 kinds, yet none above the moon. Wierus in his Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonis, out of an old book, makes many more divisions and subordinations, with their several names, numbers, offices, etc. But Gazaeus, cited by Lipsius, will have all places full of angels, spirits, and devils, above and beneath the moon, ethereal and aerial, which Augustine cites out of Varro, Book 7, De Civitate Dei, Chapter 6. The celestial devils above, and aerial beneath, or as some will, gods above, semi-dei or half-gods beneath, lares, heroes, genii, which climb higher if they lived well, as the Stoics held, but grovel on the ground as they were baser in their lives, nearer to the earth, and are manes, lemures, lamiae, etc. They will have no place, but all full of spirits, devils, or some other inhabitants. Plenum caelum, air, aqua, terra, et omnia sub terra, saith Gazaeus, though Anthony Rusca in his book De Inferno, Book 5, Chapter 7, would confine them to the middle region, yet they will have them everywhere. Not so much as a hair's breadth empty in heaven, earth, or waters, above or under the earth. The air is not so full of flies in summer, as it is at all times of invisible devils, this Paracelsus stiffly maintains, and that they have every one their several chaos, others will have infinite worlds, and each world his peculiar spirits, gods, angels, and devils, to govern and punish it. Singula nonnuli credunt quoque sidera posse dici orbes, terramque appellant sidus opacum, qui minimus divum praesit. Some persons believe each star to be a world, and this earth an opaque star, over which the least of the gods presides. Gregorius Tholsanus makes 7 kinds of ethereal spirits or angels, according to the number of the 7 planets. Saturnine, jovial, martial, of which Cardan discourseth, Book 20, de subtilitate rerum, he calls them subtantius primus, Olympicus daemones tritemius, qui praesent zodiaco, etc., and will have them to be good angels above, devils beneath the moon. Their several names and offices he there sets down, and which Dionysius of angels will have several spirits for several countries, men, offices, etc., which live about them, and as so many assisting powers cause their operations, will have in a word innumerable, as many of them as there be stars in the skies. Marcilius Ficinus seems to second this opinion, out of Plato or for himself I know not, still ruling their inferiors, as they do those under them again, all subordinate, and the nearest to the earth rule us, whom we subdivide into good and bad angels, call gods or devils, as they help or hurt us, and so adore, love, or hate. But it is most likely from Plato, for he, relying wholly on Socrates, quem mori potius quam mentiri voluisse scribit, whom he says would rather die than tell a falsehood, out of Socrates' authority alone, made 9 kinds of them, which opinion belike Socrates took from Pythagoras, and he from Trismegistus, he from Zoroastes, first God, second idea, 3 intelligences, 4 archangels, 5 angels, 6 devils, 7 heroes, 8 principalities, 9 princes, of which some were absolutely good, as gods, some bad, some indifferent inter deos et homines, as heroes and demons, which ruled men, and were called genii. Or as Proclus and Jamblichus will, the middle betwixt God and men. Principalities and princes, which commanded and swayed kings and countries, and had several places in the spheres perhaps, for as every sphere is higher, so hath it more excellent inhabitants, which belike is that Galilaeus a Galileo and Kepler aims at in his Nuncio Siderio, when he will have Saturnine and Jovial inhabitants, and which Tycho Brahe doth in some sort touch or insinuate in one of his epistles. But these things Zanchius justly explodes, chapter 3, book 4. So that according to these men the number of ethereal spirits must needs be infinite. For if it be true that some of our mathematicians say, if a stone could fall from the starry heaven, or 8th sphere, and should pass every hour 100 miles, it would be 65 years or more before it would come to ground, by reason of the great distance of heaven from earth, which contains, as some say, 170,800,000 miles, besides those other heavens, whether they be crystalline or watery, which Maginus adds, which peradventure holds as much more. How many such spirits may it contain? And yet for all this, Thomas Albertus, and most, hold that there be far more angels than devils. Sublunary devils and their kinds. But be they more or less, quod supra nos nihil ad nos, what is beyond our comprehension does not concern us. However, as Martianus foolishly supposeth, aetheriae daemones non curant res humanus, they care not for us, do not attend our actions, or look for us. Those ethereal spirits have other words to reign in belike, or business to follow. We are only now to speak in brief of these sublunary spirits or devils. For the rest our divines determine that the devil had no power over stars or heavens. Carminibus coelo possunt deducere lunam, etc. By their charms, verses, they can seduce the moon from the heavens. Those are poetical fictions, and that they can sistere aquam fluviis, et vertere sidera retro, etc., stop rivers and turn the stars backward in their courses, as Canadia in Horace, 'tis all false. They are confined until the day of judgment to this sublunary world, and can work no farther than the 4 elements, and as God permits them. Wherefore of these sublunary devils, though others divide them otherwise according to their several places and offices, Psellus makes 6 kinds, fiery, aerial, terrestrial, watery, and subterranean devils, besides those fairies, satyrs, nymphs, etc. Fiery spirits or devils are such as commonly work by blazing stars, fire drakes, or ignes fatui, which lead men often in flumina aut praecipita, saith Bodine, Book 2, Theatrum Naturae, folium 221. Quos inquit arceri si volunt viatores, clara voce Deum appellare, aut pronam facie terram contingente adorare or potet, et hoc amuletum majoribus nostris acceptum fere debemus, etc. Whom if travellers wish to keep off, they must pronounce the name of God with a clear voice, or adore him with their faces in contact with the ground, etc. Likewise they counterfeit suns and moons, stars oftentimes, and sit on ship masts. In navigiorum summitatibus visuntur, and are called Dioscuri, as Eusebius Liber contra Philosophos, chapter 48 informeth us, out of the authority of Xenophanes, or little clouds, ad motum nescio quem volantes, which never appear, saith Cardan, but they signify some mischief or other to come unto men, though some again will have them to pretend good, and victory to that side they come towards in sea fights. St. Elmo's fires they commonly call them, and they do likely appear after a sea storm. Radzivillius, the Polonian duke, calls this apparition Sancti Germani Sidus, and saith moreover that he saw the same after in a storm, as he was sailing, 1582, from Alexandria to Rhodes. Our stories are full of such apparitions in all kinds. Some think they keep their residence in that Hecla, a mountain in Iceland, Etna in Sicily, Lipari, Vesuvius, etc. These devils were worshipped heretofore by that superstitious Pyromanteia, and the like. Aerial spirits or devils are such as keep quarter most part in the air, cause many tempests, thunders, and lightnings, tear oaks, fire steeples, houses, strike men and beasts, make it rain stones, as in Livy's time, wool, frogs, etc. Counterfeit armies in the air, strange noises, swords, etc., as at Vienna before the coming of the Turks, and many times in Rome, as Scheretzius, Lavater, Julius Obsequens, an old Roman, in his Book of Prodigies, ab urbe condita, 505. Machiavel hath illustrated by many examples, and Josephus, in his book De Bello Judaico, before the destruction of Jerusalem. All which Postellus, in his first book, chapter 7, De Orbis Concordia, useth as an effectual argument, as indeed it is, to persuade them that will not believe there be spirits or devils. They cause whirlwinds on a sudden, and tempestuous storms, which though our meteorologists generally refer to natural causes, yet I am of Bodine's mind, Theatrum Naturae, Book 2, they are more often caused by those aerial devils, in their several quarters. For tempestatibus si ingerunt, saith Richard Argentine, as when a desperate man makes away with himself, which by hanging or drowning they frequently do, as Commanus observes, tripudium agentes, dancing and rejoicing at the death of a sinner. These can corrupt the air and cause plagues, sickness, storms, shipwrecks, fires, inundations. At Mons Draconis in Italy there is a most memorable example in Jovianus Pontanus, and nothing so familiar, if we may believe those relations of Saxo Grammaticus, Olaus Magnus, Damianus a Goes, as for witches and sorcerers, in Lapland, Lithuania, and all over Scandia, to sell winds to mariners, and cause tempests, which Marcus Paulus the Venetian relates likewise of the Tartars. These kind of devils are much delighted in sacrifices, saith Porphyry, held all the world in awe, and had several names, idols, sacrifices, in Rome, Greece, Egypt, and at this day tyrannies over and deceive those ethnics and Indians, being adored and worshipped for gods. For the Gentiles' gods were devils, as Trismegistus confesseth in his Asclepius, and he himself could make them come to their images by magic spells, and are now as much respected by our papists, saith Pictorius, under the name of saints. These are they which Cardan thinks desires so much carnal copulation with witches, incubi and succubi, transform bodies, and are so very cold if they be touched, and that serve magicians. His father had one of them, as he is not ashamed to relate, an aerial devil, bound to him for 28 years. As Agrippa's dog had a devil tied to his collar, some think that Paracelsus, or else Erastus belies him, had one confined to his sword pummel, others wear them in rings, etc. Janus and Jambres did many things of old by their help. Simon Magus, Cinops, Apollonius Tyaneus, Jamblichus, and Tritemius of late, that showed Maximilian the emperor his wife, after she was dead. Et berucum in collo aegis, saith Godolman, so much as the wart in her neck. Del Rio, Book 2, hath diverse examples of their feats. Cicogna, Book 3, Chapter 3, and Wierus in his book De Prestigiis Daemonum, Boissardus de Magis et Beneficis. Water devils are those naiads or water nymphs which have been heretofore conversant about waters and rivers. The water, as Paracelsus thinks, is their chaos, wherein they live. Some call them fairies, and say that Habundia is their queen. These cause inundations, many times shipwrecks, and deceive men divers ways, as succuba or otherwise, appearing most part, saith Tritemius, in women's shapes. Paracelsus hath several stories of them that have lived and been married to mortal men, and so continued for certain years with them, and after, upon some dislike, have forsaken them. Such a one as Egeria, with whom Numa was so familiar, Diana, Ceres, etc. Olaus Magnus hath a long narration of one Hotherus, a king of Sweden, that having lost his company, as he was hunting one day, met with these water nymphs or fairies, and was feasted by them. And Hector Boethius, or Macbeth, and Banquo, two Scottish lords, that as they were wandering in the woods, had their fortunes told them by three strange women. To these heretofore they did use to sacrifice, by that hydromanteia, or divination by waters. Terrestrial devils are those lares, genii, fauns, satyrs, wood nymphs, foliots, fairies, Robin Goodfellows, trulli, etc., which as they are most conversant with men, so they do them most harm. Some think it was they alone that kept the heathen people in awe of old, and had so many idols and temples erected to them. Of this range was Dagon amongst the Philistines, Bel amongst the Babylonians, Astartes amongst the Sidonians, Baal amongst the Samaritans, Isis and Osiris amongst the Egyptians, etc. Some put our fairies into this rank, which have been in former times adored with much superstition, with sweeping their houses, and setting of a pail of clean water, good victuals, and the like, and then they should not be pinched, but find money in their shoes, and be fortunate in their enterprises. These are they that dance on heaths and greens, as Lavater thinks with Tritemius, and as Olaus Magnus adds, leave that green circle, which was commonly found in plain fields, which others hold to proceed from a meteor falling, or some accidental rankness of the ground, so nature sports herself. They are sometimes seen by old women and children. Hierom Pauli, in his description of the city of Bercino in Spain, relates how they have been familiarly seen near that town, about fountains and hills. Nonunquam, saith Tritemius, in sua latibula montium simpliciores, homines ducant, stupenda mirantibus ostentes miracula, nolarum sonitus, spectacula, etc. Giraldus Cambrensis gives instance in a monk of Wales that was so deluded. Paracelsus reckons up many places in Germany, where they do usually walk in little coats, some 2 feet long. A bigger kind there is of them called with us hobgoblins, and Robin Goodfellows, that would in those superstitious times grind corn for a mess of milk, cut wood, or do any manner of drudgery work. They would mend old irons in those Aeolian islands of Lipari in former ages, and have been often seen and heard. Tholosanus calls them trullos and getulos, and saith, that in his days they were common in many places of France. Dithmarus Bleskenius, in his description of Iceland, reports for a certainty that almost in every family they have yet some such familiar spirits, and Felix Malleolus, in his book De Credulitate Daemonibus adhibenda, affirms as much, that these trolli or telkines are very common in Norway, and seen to do drudgery work, to draw water, saith Wierus, book 1, chapter 22, dress meat, or any such thing. Another sort of these there are, which frequent forlorn houses, which the Italians call foliots. Most part innoxious Cardan holds. They will make strange noises in the night, howl sometimes pitifully, and then laugh again, cause great flame and sudden lights, fling stones, rattle chains, shave men, open doors and shut them, fling down platters, stools, chests, sometimes appear in the likeness of hares, crows, black dogs, etc., of which read Petrus Thyreus the Jesuit in his tract De Locus Infestis, part 1, chapter 4, who will have them to be devils, or the souls of damned men that seek revenge, or else souls out of purgatory that seek ease. For such examples, peruse Sigismundus Scheretzius, Liber de Spectres, part 1, chapter 1, which he saith he took out of Luther most part. There be many instances. Plinius Secundus remembers such a house at Athens, which Athenodorus the philosopher hired, which no man durst inhabit for fear of devils. Augustine de Civitate Dei, Book 22, Chapter 1, relates as much of Hesperius the tribune's house at Zubeda, near their city of Hippos, vexed with evil spirits, to his great hindrance. Cum afflictione animalium et servorum suorum. Many such instances are to be read in Niderius Formica, Book 5, Chapter 12, 3, etc. Whether I may call these Zim and Ochim, which Isaiah, chapter 13, 21 speaks of, I make a doubt. See more of these in the said Scheretzius Liber de Spectris, Book 1, Chapter 4, he is full of examples. These kinds of devils many times appear to men, and affright them out of their wits, sometimes walking at noonday, sometimes at nights, counterfeiting dead men's ghosts, as that of Caligula, which, saith Suetonius, was seen to walk in Lavinia's garden, where his body was buried, spirits haunted, and the house where he died, nulla nox sine terrora transacta, donec incendio consumpta. Every night this happened, there was no quietness till the house was burned. About Hecla in Iceland, ghosts commonly walk, animas mortuorum simulantes, saith Johannes Ananias, Book 3, de natura daemonium, Olaus, Book 2, Chapter 2, Natal libet apparitionibus spirituum, Kornmannus de miraculis mortuorum, Part 1, Chapter 44. Such sights are frequently seen circa sepulchra et monasteria, saith Lavater, Book 1, Chapter 19, in monasteries and about churchyards. Loca paludinosa, ampla edificia, solitaria, et caede hominum notata, etc. Marshes, great buildings, solitary places, all remarkable as the scene of some murder. Thareus adds, ubi gravius peccatum est commissum, impii, pauperum, oppressores et nequitur insignes habitant. Where some very heinous crime was committed, there the impious and infamous generally dwell. These spirits often foretell men's death by several signs, as knockings, groanings, etc. Though Richard Argentine, chapter 18, de prestigiis daemonum, will ascribe these predictions to good angels, out of the authority of Ficinus and others. Prodigia in obitu principum Cyprus contingunt, etc. Prodigies frequently occur at the deaths of illustrious men, as in the Lateran Church in Rome, the Pope's death are foretold by Sylvester's tomb. Near Rupes Nova in Finland, in the kingdom of Sweden, there is a lake, in which, before the governor of the castle dies, a spectrum, in the habit of Arion with his harp, appears and makes excellent music. Like those blocks in Cheshire, which, they say, presage death to the master of the family, or that oak in Lanthadran Park in Cornwall, which foreshows as much. Many families in Europe are so put in mind of their last by such predictions, and many men are forewarned, if we may believe Paracelsus, by familiar spirits in divers shapes, as cocks, crows, owls, which often hover about sick men's chambers. Vel quia morientium foeditatum sentiunt, as Baracellus conjectures, et ideo supertectum infirmorum crocitant, because they smell a corse, or for that, as Bernardinus de Bustis thinketh, God permits the devil to appear in the form of crows, and such like creatures, to scare such as live wickedly here on earth. A little before Tully's death, saith Plutarch, the crows made a mighty noise about him, tumultuose per strepentes, they pulled the pillow from under his head. Robertus Gaguinus, Historia Francorum, Book 8, telleth such another wonderful story at the death of Johannes de Monteforte, a French lord, anno 1345, tanta corvorum multitudo aedibus morientis insedit, quantum esse in Gallia nemo judicasset. A multitude of crows alighted on the house of the dying man, such as no one imagined existed in France. Such prodigies are very frequent in authors. See more of these in the said Lavater, the Reis de Locus Infestis, Part 3, Chapter 58, Pictorius del Rio, Cicogna, Book 3, Chapter 9. Necromancers take upon them to raise and lay them at their pleasures, and so likewise those which Mizaldus calls ambulones, that walk about midnight on great heaths and desert places, which, saith Lavater, draw men out of the way, and lead them all night a byway, or quite bar them out of their way. These have several names in several places. We commonly call them pucks. In the deserts of Lop in Asia, such illusions of walking spirits are often perceived, as you may read in M. Paulus the Venetian his travels. If one lose his company by chance, these devils will call him by his name, and counterfeit voices of his companions to seduce him. Hieronymus Pauli, in his book of the hills of Spain, relates of a great mount in Cantabria, where such spectrums are to be seen. Lavater and Cicogna have variety of examples of spirits, and walking devils in this kind. Sometimes they sit by the highway side, to give men falls, and make their horses stumble and start as they ride, if you will believe the relation of that holy man Catullus in Nubrigensis, that had an especial grace to see devils, gratiam divinitas collatum, and talk with them, et impervidius cum spiritibus sermonum miscere, without offence, and if a man curse or spur his horse for stumbling, they do heartily rejoice at it, with many such pretty feats. Subterranean devils are as common as the rest, and do as much harm. Olaus Magnus, Book 6, Chapter 19, makes 6 kinds of them, some bigger, some less. These, saith Munster, are commonly seen about mines of metals, and are some of them noxious, some again do no harm. The metal men in many places account it good luck, a sign of treasure and rich ore when they see them. Georgius Agricola, in his book De Subterraneis Eminentibus, chapter 37, reckons 2 more notable kinds of them, which he calls Getuli and Cobali. Both are clothed after the manner of metal men, and will many times imitate their works. Their office, as Pictorius and Paracelsus think, is to keep treasure in the earth, that it be not all at once revealed. And besides, Cicogna avers that they are the frequent causes of those horrible earthquakes which often swallow up, not only houses, but whole islands and cities. In his 3rd book, chapter 11, he gives many instances. The last are conversant about the centre of the earth, to torture the souls of damned men to the day of judgment. Their egress and regress some suppose to be about Etna, Lipari, Mons Hecla in Iceland, Vesuvius, Terra del Fuego, etc., because many shrieks and fearful cries are continually heard thereabouts, and familiar apparitions of dead men, ghosts and goblins. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 24. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 3, Subsection 3. Subsection 2, Part 3. A digression of the nature of spirits, bad angels, or devils, and how they cause melancholy. Continued. Their offices, operations, study. Thus the devil reigns, and in 1,000 several shapes, as a roaring lion still seeks whom he may devour. 1 Peter 5. By sea, land, air, as yet unconfined, though some will have his proper place in the air. All that space between us and the moon for them that transgressed least, and hell for the wickedest of them. Hic velut in carcere ad finem mundi, tunc in locum funestiorum trudendi, as Augustine holds, De Civitate Dei, chapter 22, book 14, chapters 3 and 23. But, be where he will, he rageth while he may to comfort himself, as Lactantius thinks, with other men's faults. He labours all he can to bring them into the same pit of perdition with him. For men's miseries, calamities, and ruins are the devil's banqueting dishes. By many temptations and several engines he seeks to captivate our souls. The Lord of Lies, saith Augustine, as he was deceived himself, he seeks to deceive others. The ringleader to all naughtiness, as he did by Eve and Cain, Sodom and Gomorrah, so would he do by all the world. Sometimes he tempts by covetousness, drunkenness, pleasure, pride, etc., errs, dejects, saves, kills, protects, and rides some men, as they do their horses. He studies our overthrow, and generally seeks our destruction. And although he pretend many times human good, and vindicate himself for a god by curing of several diseases, aegris sanitatem et caecus luminis usum restituendo, as Augustine declares, Book 10, De Civitate Dei, chapter 6, as Apollo, Aesculapius, Isis of old have done, divert plagues, assist them in wars, pretend their happiness, yet nihil his impurius, scelestius, nihil humano generi infestius. Nothing so impure, nothing so pernicious, as may well appear by their tyrannical and bloody sacrifices of men to Saturn and Moloch, which are still in use among those barbarous Indians, their several deceits and cozenings to keep men in obedience, their false oracles, sacrifices, their superstitious impositions of fasts, penury, etc., heresies, superstitious observations of meats, times, etc., by which they crucify the souls of mortal men, as shall be showed in our treatise of religious melancholy, Modico ad hoc tempore, sinitur malignari, as Bernard expresseth it, by God's permission he rageth a while, hereafter to be confined to hell and darkness, which is prepared for him and his angels. Matthew 25. How far their power doth extend, it is hard to determine. What the ancients held of their effects, force, and operations, I will briefly show you. Plato in Critias, and after him his followers, gave out that these spirits or devils were men's governors and keepers, our lords and masters, as we are of our cattle. They govern provinces and kingdoms by oracles, auguries, dreams, rewards and punishments, prophecies, inspirations, sacrifices, and religious superstitions, varied in as many forms as there be diversity of spirits. They send wars, plagues, peace, sickness, health, dearth, plenty, ad stantes hic jam nobis, spectantes et arbitrantes, etc., as appears by those histories of Thucydides, Livius, Dionysius Halicarnassus, with many others that are full of their wonderful stratagems, and were therefore by those Roman and Greek commonwealths adored and worshipped for gods with prayers and sacrifices, etc. In a word, nihil magis quaerunt quam metum et admirationem hominum, and as another hath it, dici non potest, quam impotenti ardore in hominis dominum, et divinus cultus maligni spiritus affectent. Tritemius in his book De Septem Secundis assigns names to such angels as are governors of particular provinces, by what authority I know not, and gives them several jurisdictions. Asclepiades a Grecian, Rabbi Akiba the Jew, Abraham Avenezra and Rabbi Azariel, Arabians, as I find them cited by Cicogna, farther add, that they are not our governors only, sed ex eorum concordium et discordia, boni et mali affectus promanant, but as they agree, so do we and our princes, or disagree, stand or fall. Juno was a bitter enemy to Troy, Apollo a good friend, Jupiter indifferent, aequa Venus tuquis, Pallas iniquia fuit. Some are for us still, some against us. Prementi Deo, ved Deus alter opum. Religion, policy, public and private quarrels, wars are procured by them, and they are delighted perhaps to see men fight, as men are with cocks, bulls, and dogs, bears, etc. Plagues, deaths depend on them, or bene and male esse, and almost all our other peculiar actions. For as Anthony Rusea contends, Book 5, chapter 18, every man hath a good and a bad angel attending on him in particular, all his life long, which Jamblichus calls daemonum, preferments, losses, weddings, deaths, rewards, and punishments, and as Proclus will, all offices whatsoever, alii genetricem, alii opificem potestatem habent, etc. And several names they will give them according to their offices, as lares, indegites, praestites, etc. When the Arcades in that battle at Cheronae, which was fought against King Philip for the liberty of Greece, had deceitfully carried themselves, long after, in the very same place, diis Graeciae ultoribus, saith mine author, they were miserably slain by Metellus the Roman. So likewise in smaller matters they will have things fall out, as these boni and mali genii favour or dislike us. Saturni non conveniunt jovialibus, etc. He that is Saturninus shall never likely be preferred. That base fellows are often advanced, undeserving Gnathos and vicious parasites, whereas discreet, wise, virtuous, and worthy men are neglected and unrewarded, they refer to those domineering spirits, or subordinate genii, as they are inclined, or favour men, so they thrive, are ruled and overcome. For as Libanius supposeth in our ordinary conflicts and contentions, genius genio cedit et obtemperat, one genius yields and is overcome by another. All particular events almost they refer to these private spirits, and as Paracelsus adds, they direct, teach, inspire, and instruct men. Never was any man extraordinary famous in any art, action, or great commander, that had not familiarem daemonum to inform him, as Numa, Socrates, and many such, as Cardan illustrates, cap. 128. Arcanis prudentiae civilis, speciali siquidem, gratia. Se a Deo donari asserunt magi, a geniis caelestibus instrui, ab iis doceri. But these are most erroneous paradoxes, ineptae et fabulosae nugae, rejected by our divines and Christian churches. 'Tis true they have by God's permission power over us, and we find by experience that they can hurt not our fields only, cattle, goods, but our bodies and minds. At Hamel in Saxony, anno 1484, 20 Junii, the devil, in likeness of a Pied Piper, carried away 130 children that were never after seen. Many times men are affrighted out of their wits, carried away quite, as Scheretzius illustrates, Book 1, Chapter 4, and severally molested by his means. Plotinus the Platonist, Book 14, laughs them to scorn, that hold the devil or spirits can cause any such diseases. Many think he can work upon the body, but not upon the mind. But experience pronounceth otherwise, that he can work both upon body and mind. Tertullian is of this opinion, that he can cause both sickness and health, and that secretly. Taurellus adds by clancular poisons he can affect the bodies, and hinder the operations of the bowels, though we perceive it not, closely creeping into them, saith Lipsius, and so crucify our souls. Et nociva melancholia furiosos efficit. For being a spiritual body, he struggles with our spirits, saith Rogers, and suggests, according to Cardan, verba sine voce, spicies sine visu, envy, lust, anger, etc., as he sees men inclined. The manner how he performs it, Biarmannus in his oration against Bodine, sufficiently declares. He begins first with the phantasy, and moves that so strongly, that no reason is able to resist. Now the phantasy he moves by mediation of humours, although many physicians are of opinion, that the devil can alter the mind, and produce this disease of himself. Quibusdam medicorum visum, saith Avicenna, quod melancholia contingat a demonio. Of the same mind is Sellus and Rhasis the Arab. That this disease proceeds especially from the devil, and from him alone. Arculanus, Aelianus Montaltus, Daniel Sennertus confirm as much, that the devil can cause this disease, by reason many times that the parties affected prophecy, speak strange language, but non sine interventu humoris, not without the humour, as he interprets himself. No more doth Avicenna, si contingat e demonio, sufficit nobis ut convertat complexionem ad choleram nigram, et sid causa ejus propinqua cholera nigra. The immediate cause is choler adust, which Pomponatius likewise labours to make good. Galgerandus of Mantua, the famous physician, so cured a demoniacal woman in his time, that spake all languages, by purging black choler, and thereupon belike this humour of melancholy is called balneum diaboli, the devil's bath. The devil, spying his opportunity of such humours, drives them many times to despair, fury, rage, etc., mingling himself among these humours. This is that which Tertullian avers. Corporibus infligunt acerbos casus, animaeque repentinos, membra distorquent, occulte repentes, etc. and which Lemnius goes about to prove, immiscent se mali genii pravis humoribus, atque atre bili, etc. And Jason Pratensis, that the devil, being a slender incomprehensible spirit, can easily insinuate and wind himself into human bodies, and cunningly couched in our bowels, vitiate our healths, terrify our souls with fearful dreams, and shake our minds with furies. And in another place, these unclean spirits settled in our bodies, and now mixed with our melancholy humours, do triumph as it were, and sport themselves as in another heaven. Thus he argues, and that they go in and out of our bodies, as bees do in a hive, and so provoke and tempt us as they perceive our temperature inclined of itself, and most apt to be deluded. Agrippa and Lavater are persuaded that this humour invites the devil to it, wheresoever it is in extremity, and of all other, melancholy persons are most subject to diabolical temptations and illusions, and most apt to entertain them, and the devil best able to work upon them. But whether by obsession, or possession, or otherwise, I will not determine, 'tis a difficult question. Del Rio the Jesuit, Springer and his colleague, Malleus Maleficarum, Petrus Thyreus the Jesuit, Liber de Daemoniacis, de locis infestis, de terrificationibus nocturnis, Hieronymus Mengus Flagellus Daemonium, and others of that rank of pontifical writers, it seems by their exorcisms and conjurations approve of it, having forged many stories to that purpose. A nun did eat lettuce without grace, or signing it with the sign of the cross, and was instantly possessed. Durandus, Book 6, Rationali Divinorum Officiorum, chapter 86, number 8, relates that he saw a wench possessed in Bononia with 2 devils, by eating an unhallowed pomegranate, as she did afterwards confess when she was cured by exorcisms. And therefore our papists do sign themselves so often with the sign of the cross, ni daemon ingredi ausit, and exorcise all manner of meats, as being unclean or accursed otherwise, as Bellarmine defends. Many such stories I find amongst pontifical writers, to prove their assertions, let them free their own credits. Some few I will recite in this kind out of most approved physicians. Cornelius Gemma, Book 2, De Naturae Divinis Characterismis, chapter 4, relates of a young maid, called Catharine Gualter, a cooper's daughter, anno 1571, that had such strange passions and convulsions, 3 men could not sometimes hold her. She purged a live eel, which he saw, 1.5 foot long, and touched it himself, but the eel afterwards vanished. She vomited some 24 pounds of fulsome stuff of all colours, twice a day for 14 days, and after that she voided great balls of hair, pieces of wood, pigeon's dung, parchment, goose dung, coals, and after them 2 pounds of pure blood, and then again coals and stones, of which some had inscriptions bigger than a walnut, some of them pieces of glass, brass, etc., besides paroxysms of laughing, weeping, and ecstasies, etc. Et hoc inquit cum horrore vidi, this I saw with horror. They could do no good on her by physic, but left her to the clergy. Marcellus Donatus, Book 2, chapter 1, Medica Historia Mirabilis, hath such another story of a country fellow, that had 4 knives in his belly, insta sere dentatus, indented like a saw, every one a span long, and a wreath of hair like a globe, with much baggage of like sort, wonderful to behold. How it should come into his guts, he conclude, certe non alio quam daemonis astutia et dolo, could assuredly only have been through the artifice of the devil. Langius hath many relations to this effect, and so hath Christophorus a Vega, Wierus, Skenkius, Scribanius. All agree that they are done by the subtlety and delusion of the devil. If you shall ask a reason of this, 'tis to exercise our patience, for as Tertullian holds, virtus non est virtus, nisi comparem habet aliquem, in quo superando vim suam ostendat. 'Tis to try us and our faith. 'Tis for our offences and for the punishment of our sins, by God's permission they do it. Carnifices vindictae justae Dei, as Tolosanus styles them, executioners of his will, or rather as David, Psalm 78, verse 49, he cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, indignation, wrath, and vexation, by sending out of evil angels. So did he afflict Job, Saul, the lunatics and demoniacal persons whom Christ cured, Matt. 4:8, Luke 4:11, Luke 13, Mark 9, etc. This, I say, happeneth for a punishment of sin, for their want of faith, incredulity, weakness, distrust, etc. SUBSECT. III.—Of Witches and Magicians, how they cause melancholy. You have heard what the devil can do of himself, now you shall hear what he can perform by his instruments, who are many times worse, if it be possible, than he himself, and to satisfy their revenge and lust cause more mischief. Multa enim mala non egisset daemon, nisi provocatus a sagis, as Erastus thinks. Much harm had never been done, had he not been provoked by witches to it. He had not appeared in Samuel's shape, if the witch of Endor had let him alone, or represented those serpents in Pharaoh's presence, had not the magicians urged him unto it. Nec morbos vel hominibus vel brutis infligeret, Erastus maintains, si sagae quiescerent. Men and cattle might go free, if the witches would let him alone. Many deny witches at all, or if there be any, they can do no harm. Of this opinion is Wierus, Book 3, Chapter 53, de prestigiis daemonum et incantationibus ac beneficiis. Austin Lerchemer, a Dutch writer, Biamanus, Erwicius, Uwaldus, our countryman Scot, with him in Horace. Somnia terrores magicos, miracula sagas, nocturnas lemures, portentaque Thessala risu excipiunt. Say, can you laugh indignant at the schemes of magic terrors, visionary dreams, portentous wonders, witching imps of hell, the nightly goblin and enchanting spell? They laugh at all such stories, but on the contrary are most lawyers, divines, physicians, philosophers. Austin, Hemingius, Danaeus, Chytraeus, Zanchius, Aretius, etc., Del Rio, Springer, Niderius, Quiatius, Bartolus, Bodine, Godelman, Damhoderius, etc., Paracelsus, Erastus, Scribanius, Camerarius, etc. The parties by whom the devil deals may be reduced to these two, such as command him in show at least, as conjurers and magicians, whose detestable and horrid mysteries are contained in their book called Arbatel. Demonis enim advocati praesto sunt, seque exorcismis et conjurationibus quasi cogi patiuntur, ut miserum magorum genus in impietate detineant, or such as are commanded, as witches, that deal ex parte implicite or explicite, as the king hath well defined. Many subdivisions there are, and many several species of sorcerers, witches, enchanters, charmers, etc. They have been tolerated heretofore, some of them, and magic hath been publicly professed in former times, in Salamanca, Cracow, and other places, though after censured by several universities, and now generally contradicted, though practised by some still, maintained and excused. Tanquam res sequita quae non nisi viris magnis, et peculiari beneficio de coelo instructis communicatur. I use Bursatus his words, and so far approved by some princes, ut nihil ausi aggredi in politicis, in sacris, in conciliis, sine eorum arbitrio. They consult still with them, and dare indeed do nothing without their advice. Nero and Heliogabalus, Maxentius, and Julianus Apostata were never so much addicted to magic of old, as some of our modern princes and popes themselves are nowadays. Ericus, king of Sweden, had an enchanted cap, by virtue of which, and some magical murmur or whispering terms, he could command spirits, trouble the air, and make the wind stand which way he could, insomuch that when there was any great wind or storm, the common people were wont to say, the king now had on his conjuring cap. But such examples are infinite. That which they can do is as much almost as the devil himself, who is still ready to satisfy their desires, to oblige them the more unto him. They can cause tempests, storms, which is familiarly practised by witches in Norway, Iceland, as I have proved. They can make friends enemies, and enemies friends by philters, turpes amores conciliare, enforce love, tell any man where his friends are, about what employed, though in the most remote places, and if they will, bring their sweethearts to them by night, upon a goat's back flying in the air. Sigismund Scheretzius, part 1, chapter 9, de Spectris, reports confidently that he conferred with sundry such, that have been so carried many miles, and that he heard witches themselves confess as much, hurt and infect men and beasts, vines, corn, cattle, plants, make women abortive, not to conceive, barren, men and women unapt and unable, married and unmarried, 50 several ways, saith Bodine, book 2, chapter 2, fly in the air, meet when and where they will, as Cicogna proves, and Lavater de Spectris, part 2, chapter 17, steal young children out of their cradles, ministerio daemonum, and put deformed in their rooms, which we call changelings, saith Scheretzius, part 1, chapter 6. Make men victorious, fortunate, eloquent, and therefore in those ancient monomachies and combats they were searched of old, they had no magical charms. They can make stick freeze, such as shall endure a rapier's point, musket shot, and never be wounded. Of which read more in Boissardus, chapter 6, de magia, the manner of the adjuration, and by whom 'tis made, where and how to be used, in expeditionibus bellicis, praeliis, duelliis, etc., with many peculiar instances and examples. They can walk in fiery furnaces, make men feel no pain on the rack, aut alias tortura sentire. They can stanch blood, represent dead men's shapes, alter and turn themselves and others into several forms at their pleasures. Agaberta, a famous witch in Lapland, would do as much publicly to all spectators. Modo Pusilla, modo anus, modo procera ut quercus, modo vacca, avis, coluber, etc. Now young, now old, high, low, like a cow, like a bird, a snake, and what not. She could represent to others what forms they most desired to see, show them friends absent, reveal secrets, maxima omnium admiratione, etc. And yet, for all this subtlety of theirs, as Lipsius well observes, De Physiologica Stoicorum, book 1, chapter 17, neither these magicians nor devils themselves can take away gold or letters out of mine or Crassus' chest, et clientelis suis largiri, for they are base, poor, contemptible fellows most part, as Bodine notes. They can do nothing, in judicum decreta aut poenus, in regnum concilia vel arcana, nihil in nem numarium aut thesaurus. They cannot give money to their clients, alter judges' decrees, or counsels of kings, these minuti genii cannot do it. Altiores genii aux sibi adserverant. The higher powers reserve these things to themselves. Now and then, peradventure, there may be some more famous magicians, like Simon Magus, Apollonius Tinaeus, Pasetes, Jamblichus, Odo de Stellis, that for a time can build castles in the air, represent armies, etc., as they are said to have done, command wealth and treasure, feed thousands with all variety of meats upon a sudden, protect themselves and their followers from all princes' persecutions, by removing from place to place in an instant, reveal secrets, future events, tell what is done in far countries, make them appear that died long since, and do many such miracles, to the world's terror, admiration, and opinion of deity to themselves. Yet the devil forsakes them at last, they come to wicked ends, and raro aut nunquam such impostors are to be found. The vulgar sort of them can work no such feats, but to my purpose they can, last of all, cure and cause most diseases to such as they love or hate, and of this melancholy amongst the rest. Paracelsus, tome 4 de morbis arnentium, in express words affirms, multi fascinantur in melancholiam, many are bewitched into melancholy, out of his experience. The same saith Danaeus, book 3, de sortiariis vidi, inquit, qui melancholicos morbos gravissimos induxerunt. I have seen those that have caused melancholy in the most grievous manner, dried up women's paps, cured gout, palsy, this and apoplexy, falling sickness, which no physic could help, solu tactu, by touch alone. Ruland in his third Centuria Curationem Empiricarum 91 gives an instance of one David Helder, a young man, who by eating cakes which a witch gave him, mox delirare coepit, began to dote on a sudden, and was instantly mad. F.H.D. in Hildesheim, consulted about a melancholy man, thought his disease was partly magical, and partly natural, because he vomited pieces of iron and lead, and spake such languages as he had never been taught. But such examples are common in Scribanius, Hercules de Saxonia, and others. The means by which they work are usually charms, images, as that in Hector Boethius of King Dufa, characters stamped of sundry metals, and at such and such constellations, knots, amulets, words, philters, etc., which generally make the parties affected, melancholy, as Monavius discourseth at large in an epistle of his to Acolsius, giving instance in a Bohemian baron, that was so troubled by a philter taken. Not that there is any power at all in those spells, charms, characters, and barbarous words, but that the devil doth use such means to delude them. Ut fideles inde magus, saith Libanius, in officio retiniat, tum in consortium malefactorum vocet. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 25. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 1, subsections 4 through 6. Subsection 4. Stars, a cause. Signs from physiognomy, metoposcopy, chiromancy. Natural causes are either primary and universal, or secondary and more particular. Primary causes are the heavens, planets, stars, etc., by their influence, as our astrologers hold. Producing this and such like effects, I will not here stand to discuss obiter, whether stars be causes or signs, or to apologize for judicial astrology. If either Sextus Empiricus, Picus Mirandula, Sextus ab Hermingia, Perarius, Erastus, Chambers, etc., have so far prevailed with any man, that he will attribute no virtue at all to the heavens, or to sun or moon more than he doth to their signs at an innkeeper's post, or tradesman's shop, or generally condemn all such astrological aphorisms, approved by experience. I refer him to Belleantus Paravanus, Marascalerus, Goclenius, Sir Christopher Haydn, etc. If thou shalt ask me what I think, I must answer, nam et doctis hisce erubulus versatus sum, for I am conversant with these learned errors. They do incline, but not compel, so no necessity at all. Agunt non congut, and so gently incline, that a wise man may resist them. Sapiens dominabitur astris, they rule us, but God rules them. All this, methinks, Johannes de Indagine hath comprised in brief, quarius in me a quantum, and they do but incline, and that so gently, that if we will be ruled by reason, they have no power over us. But if we follow our own nature, and be led by sense, they do as much in us as in brute beasts, and we are no better, so that I hope I may justly conclude with Cogtan, Colium est vehiculum divinae virtutis, etc., that the heaven is God's instrument, by meditation of which he governs and disposeth these elementary bodies, or a great book, whose letters are the stars, as one calls it, wherein are written many strange things for such as can read, or an excellent harp made by an eminent workman, on which he sat he that can but play, will make most admirable music, but to the purpose. Paracelsus is of opinion that a physician without the knowledge of stars can neither understand the cause or cure of any disease, either of this or gout, not so much as toothache, except he see the peculiar geniture and scheme of the party affected. And for this proper malady, he will have the principal and primary cause of it proceeded from the heaven, ascribed more to the stars than humours, and that the constellation alone many times produceth melancholy, all other causes set apart. He gives instance in lunatic persons that are deprived of their wits by the moon's motion, and in another place refers all to the ascendant, and will have the true and chief cause of it to be sought from the stars. Neither is it his opinion only, but of many Galenists and philosophers, though they do not so peremptorily maintain as much. This variety of melancholy symptoms proceeds from the stars, saith Melancthon. The most generous melancholy, as that of Augustus, comes from the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in Libra; the bad, as that of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, from the meeting of Saturn and the moon in Scorpio. Jovianus Pontanus, in his 10th book and 13th chapter de rebus coelestibus, discourseth to this purpose at large, ex altra bile vari generantur morbi, etc. Many diseases proceed from black choler, as it shall be hot or cold, and through it be cold in its own nature, yet it is apt to be heated, as water may be made to boil, and burn as bad as fire, or made cold as ice, and thence proceed such variety of symptoms, some mad, some solitary, some laugh, some rage, etc. The cause of all which intemperance he will have chiefly and primarily proceed from the heavens, from the position of Mars, Saturn, and Mercury. His aphorisms be these: Mercury in any geniture, if he shall be found in Virgo or Pisces, his opposite sign, and that in the horoscope, irritated by those quartile aspects of Saturn or Mars, the child shall be mad or melancholy. Again, he that shall have Saturn and Mars, the one culminating the other in the 4th house, and when he shall be born, shall be melancholy, of which he shall be cured in time. If Mercury behold them, if the moon be in conjunction or opposition at the birth time with the sun, Saturn or Mars, or in a quartile aspect with them, e malo coeli loco. Leovitius adds, many diseases are signified, especially the head and brain is like to be misaffected with pernicious humours, to be melancholy, lunatic, or mad. Cardan adds, quarta luna natus eclipses, earthquakes. Garceus and Leovitius will have the chief judgment to be taken from the lord of the geniture, or where there is an aspect between the moon and Mercury, and neither behold the horoscope, or Saturn and Mars shall be lord of the present conjunction or opposition in Sagittarius or Pisces of the sun or moon. Such persons are commonly epileptic, dote, demoniacal, melancholy. But see more of these aphorisms in the above named Pontanus, Garceus, Schoner, which he hath gathered out of Ptolemy, Abulbiter, and some other Arabians, Junctine, Razvoius, and therefore partial judges. Then hear the testimony of physicians, Galenists themselves. Carto confesseth the influence of stars to have a great hand to this peculiar disease. So doth Jason Pratensis, Lochinarius, Prefantium, the universal cause, the particular from parents, and the use of the 6 non-natural examples, to evince the truth of those aphorisms, are common amongst those astrologian treatises. Cardan, in his 37th Geniture, gives instance in Matthias Bolognius, Daniel Gare, and others, but see Garceus, Lucas Garicus, etc. The time of this melancholy is, when the significators of any geniture are directed according to art, as the whore, moon, hylek, etc., to the hostile beams or terms of Saturn and Mars, especially, or any fixed star of their nature, or if Saturn, by his revolution or transitus, shall offend any of those radical promissors in the geniture. Other signs there are taken from physiognomy, metaposcopy, chiromancy, which because Johannes de Indagine and Rotman and Landgrave of Hesse, his mathematician, not long since his chiromancy, Baptista Porta, in his celestial physiognomy, have proved to hold great affinity with astrology. To satisfy the curious, I am more willing to insert the general notions the physiognomers give be these: black colour argues natural melancholy, so doth leanness, hirsuteness, broad veins, much hair on the brows, said Gratanarolus, cap. 7, and a little head out of Aristotle, high sanguine, red colour, shows head melancholy. They that stutter and are bald will be soonest melancholy, as Avicenna supposeth, by reason of the dryness of their brains. But he that will know more of the several signs of humour and wits out of physiognomy, let him consult with old Adamantus and Polemus, that comment, or rather paraphrase, upon Aristotle's physiognomy, Baptista Porta's 4 pleasant books, Michael Scott, De Secretis Naturae, John de Indagine, Montaltus, Antony Zara, Anatomia Ingeniorum, Section 1, Member 13, and Book 4. Chiromancy hath these aphorisms to foretell melancholy. Hasnier, Book 5, Chapter 2, who hath comprehended the sum of John de Indagine, Tricassus, Corvinus, and others in the book, thus hath it: the Saturnine line going from the Rescheta through the hand to Saturn's mount, and there intersected by certain little lines, argues melancholy. So if the vital and natural make an acute angle, aphorism 100, the Saturnine hepatic and natural lines, making a gross triangle in the hand, argue as much, which Goclenius, chapter 5, Chiroscopia, repeats verbatim out of him. In general, they conclude all, that if Saturn's mount be full of many small lines and intersections, such men are most part melancholy, miserable, and full of disquietness, care and trouble, continually vexed with anxious and bitter thoughts, always sorrowful, fearful, suspicious. They delight in husbandry, buildings, pools, marshes, springs, woods, walks, etc. Thaddeus Hagesius, in his Metaposcopia, hath certain aphorisms derived from Saturn's lines in the forehead, by which he collects a melancholy disposition, and Baptista Porta makes observations from those other parts of the body, as if a spot be over the spleen, or in the nails, if it appear black, this signifieth much care, grief, contention, and melancholy. The reason he prefers to the humours, and gives instance in himself, that for 7 years' space he had such black spots in his nails, and all that while was in perpetual lawsuits, controversies for his inheritance, fear, loss of honour, banishment, grief, care, etc. And when his miseries ended, the black spots vanished. Cardan, in his book De Libris Proprius, tells such a story of his own person, that a little before his son's death, he had a black spot which appeared in one of his nails, and dilated itself as he came nearer to his end. But I am over tedious in these toys, which howsoever in some men's to severe censures they may be held absurd and ridiculous, I am the border to insert as not borrowed from circumforanean rogues and gipsies, but out of the writings of worthy philosophers and physicians, yet living some of them, and religious professors in famous universities, who are able to patronize that which they have said, and vindicate themselves from all cavaliers and ignorant persons. Subsection 5. Old age, a cause. Secondary peculiar causes efficient, so called in respect of the other precedent, are either congenite, internae, innate, as they term them, inward, innate, inbred, or else outward and adventitious, which happen to us after we are born. Congenite, or born with us, are either natural as old age, or praeter naturam, as Fernelius calls it, that distemperature, which we have from our parents' need, it being a hereditary disease. The first of these, which is natural to all, and which no man living can avoid, is old age, which being cold and dry, and of the same quality as melancholy is, much needs cause it, by diminution of spirits and substance, and increasing of adust humours. Therefore Melanchthon avers out of Aristotle, and in undoubted truth, sinus plerunque dolerasse insenecta, that old men familiarly dote ob atrumbilem for black choler, which is then superabundant in them. And Rhasis, that Arabian physician, in his Continuus Liber 1, chapter 9, calls it a necessary and inseparable accident to all old and disrepute persons after 70 years, as the Psalmist saith, all is trouble and sorrow, and common experience confirms the truth of it in weak and old persons, especially such as have lived in action all their lives, had great employment, much business, much command, and many servants to oversee, and leave off ex abrupto, as Charles V did to King Philip, resign up all on a sudden. They are overcome with melancholy in an instant, or if they do continue in such courses, they dote at last, senex bis puer, and are not able to manage their estates through common infirmities incident in their age, full of ache, sorrow, and grief. Children again, dizzards, they carle many times as they sit, and talk to themselves. They are angry, waspish, displeased with everything, suspicious of all, wayward, convictuous, hard, saith Tully, self-willed, superstitious, self-conceited, braggers and admirers of themselves, as Balthazar Castillo hath truly noted of them. This natural infirmity is most eminent in old women, and such as are poor solitary, live in most base esteem and beggary, or such as are witches, insomuch that Virus Baptista, Portra, Ulricus, Molitor, Edwicus, do refer all that witches are said to do, to imagination alone, and this humour of melancholy, and whereas it is controverted, whether they can bewitch cattle to death, ride in the air upon a cowl-staff out of a chimney-top, transform themselves into cats, dogs, etc., translate bodies from place to place, meet in companies and dance as they do, or have carnal copulation with the devil, they ascribe all to this redundant melancholy which domineers in them, to somniferous potions and natural causes, the devil's policy. Non landet omnio saith virus, aut quid Miriam faciunt. De Lamis, Book 3, chapter 36, ut putatur salam vitiatam, habeant fatasiam. They do no such wonders at all, only their brains are crazed. They think they are witches, and can do hurt, but do not. But this opinion, Bodine Erastus Danaeus, Scribanius, Sebastian Michaelis, Campanella, De Sensu Rerum, Book 4, chapter 9, Dandinus, the Jesuit, Book 2, De Anime explode. Cicogna confutes at large, that witches are melancholy, they deny not, but not out of corrupt fantasy alone, so do delude themselves and others, or to produce such effects. Subsection 6. Parents, a cause by propagation. That other inward inbred cause of melancholy is our temperature, in whole or part, which we receive from our parents, which Fernelius calls praeter naratum, or unnatural, it being a hereditary disease. For as he justifies, quale parentum maxime patris semen obterigret, tales evandunt, similares spermagetaque paris, quinconque etiam morbo patre, quum generat tenitur cum semine transfert in prolem, such as the temperature of the father is, such is the son's, and look what disease the father had when he begot him, his son will have after him, and is as well inheritor of his infirmities as of his lands. And where the complexion and constitution of the father is corrupt, there, saith Roger Bacon, the complexion and constitution of the son must needs be corrupt, and so the corruption is derived from the father to the son. Now this doth not so much appear in the composition of the body according to that of Hippocrates, in habit, proportion, scars, and other lineaments, but in manners and conditions of the mind. Et patrum in natus abanut, cum semen moris. Seleucus had an anchor on his thigh, so had his posterity, as Tragus records. Book 15, Lepidus in Pliny, Book 7, Chapter 17, was pure blind, so was his son. That famous family Aenobarabi were known of old, and so surnamed from their red beards. The Australian lip and those Indian flat noses are propagated. The Bavarian chin and goggle eyes amongst the Jews, as Buxtorifus observes. Their voice, pace, gesture, looks are likewise derived with all the rest of their conditions and infirmities. Such a mother, such a daughter, their very affectuous lemnus, contends to follow their seed, and the malice and bad conditions of children are many times wholly to be imputed to their parents. I need not, therefore, make any doubt of melancholy, but that is an hereditary disease. Paracelsus in express words affirms it. Liber de morbis amentium, tome 4, tract 1. So doth Creto in an epistle of his Monavius. So doth Bruno Sidelius in his book De Morbo Incurabile. Montaltus proves, chapter 11, out of Hippocrates and Plutarch, that such hereditary dispositions are frequent. Et hanc inquit feri ror ob participatam melancholicam intemperatem. Speaking of a patient, I think he became so by participation of melancholy. Daniel Sennertus, Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 9, will have his melancholy constitution derived not only from the father to the son, but to the whole family sometimes. Quandoque totus familias hereditativam Forestus, in his medicinal observations, illustrates this point with an example of a merchant, his patient, that had this infirmity by inheritance. So doth Rodericus of Fonseca, Tome 1, Consultation 69, by an instance of a young man that was so affected, ex matre melancholica, had a melancholy mother, et vectu melancholico, and bad diet together. Ludovicus Mercatus, a Spanish physician, in that excellent tract which he hath likely written of hereditary diseases, Tome 2, Book 5, reckons up leprosy, as those Galbots in Gascony, hereditary lepers, pox, stone, gout, epilepsy, etc. Among the rest, this and madness are a set time comes to many, which he calls a miraculous thing in nature, and sticks forever to them as an incurable habit. And that which is more to be wondered at, it skips in some families the father, and goes to the son, or takes every other, and sometimes every third in a lineal descent, and doth not always produce the same, but some like, and a symbolizing disease. These secondary causes hence derived, and commonly so powerful, that, as Wolfus holds, saepe mutant discretus siderum, they do often alter the primary causes and decrees of the heavens. For these reasons, be like the hereditary diseases, forbidding such marriages as are any whit allied, and as Mercatus adviseth all families to take such. Si feriae possit quae maxime distant natura, and to make choice of those that are most differing in complexion from them, if they love their own, and respect the common good. And sure, I think it hath been ordered by God's especial providence, that all in ages there should be, as usually there is, once in 600 years, a transmigration of nations, to amend and purify their blood, as we alter seed upon our land, and that there should be as it were inundation of those northern Goths and Vandals, and many such like people which came out of that continent of Scandia and Sarmatia, as some suppose, and overran as a deluge most part of Europe and Africa, to alter for our good. our complexions, which were much defaced with hereditary infirmities, which by our lust and intemperance we had contracted. A sound generation of strong and able men were sent among us, as those northern men usually are, innocuous, free from riot, and free from diseases, to qualify and make us as those poor naked Indians are generally at this day, and those about Brazil, as the late writer observes, in the isle of Maragnan, free thorn all hereditary diseases, or other contagion, whereas without help of physic they live commonly 120 years or more, as in the Orcades and many other places. Such are the common effects of temperance and the intemperance, but I will descend to particular, and show by what means, and by whom especially, his infirmity is derived unto us. Filii ex senibus nati raro sunt firmi temperamenti. Old men's children are seldom of a good temperament, as Galzius supposeth, and therefore most apt to this disease, and as Livinus Lemnius farther adds, old men beget most part wayward, peevish, sad, melancholy sons, and seldom merry. He that begets a child on a full stomach will either have a sick child or crazed son, as Cardan thinks. Or if the parents be sick, or have any great pain of the head, or megrim, headache, Hieronymus Wolfius doth instance in the child of Sebastian Castellius, if a drunken man get a child, it will never likely have a good brain, as Gellius argues, Book 12, Chapter 1. Ebrae gignut ebrius, one drunkard begets another, saith Plutarch, whose sentence Lemnius approves. Asarius, Crutius, Macrobius, Avicenna, and Aristotle himself, foolish, drunken, or hare-brained woman, most part being forth children like unto themselves, morosos et languidios, and so likewise he that lies with a menstruous woman, intemperantia veneris quam in nautis praesertium insectator lemnius, qui ixoris inut nulla menstruae decarusus ratoin habita nec observato interlunio precipua causa est noxia pernitosia concubitum hunc exitalem ido et pesterfrium vocat Rodericus a castro lucanatus detestent ad unum omnes medicae tum et quarta luna conceptae infelices plumque et amites delere stolidi morbosi impuri invalidi tetra lu sordidi minime vitale omnibus bonis corporis atque animi destituti ad laborem nate se seniores inquit Estuthathius et Hercules et alae Judae maxime insectantur fodum hunc et immunandum apud Christianas concebitum ut elicium abhorrent et apud suos prohibient et quod Christiani totis leprosi alementes tot morbili impedidinis alfi pessore cutis et facili decolораtionis tam multi morbi epidemici acerbi et venesgnosi sint in hunc emidium concubitum rejicunt et crudelis in pignora vocant qui quarta luna profluente hac mensium ilviue concubitum hunc non prehorescunt damnavit olim divina lex et morte multavit fungia modi homnis Leviticus 18:20 et inde nadi sique deformis ad multe pater dilapidatus quod non quaterneret ab immunda mulere Gregorius Magnus petenti Augustu nundred apud Britianos Hugius mori concambutium tolerare severare prohibiut virus sus tu mexere fominas inconsutis sus menstruus, etc. I spare to English this which I have said. Another cause some give, inordinate diet, as if a man eat garlic, onions, fat overmuch, study too hard, be over sorrowful, dull, heavy, dejected in mind, perplexed in his thoughts, fearful, etc. Their children, saith Cardan de subtiliante rerum, Book 18, will be much subject to madness and melancholy. For if the spirits of the brain be fuzzled or misaffected by such means at such a time, their children will be fuzzled in the brain. They will be dull, heavy, timorous, contented, all their lives. Some are of opinion, and maintain that of paradox or problem, that wise men beget commonly fools. Suidius gives instance in Aristarchus the grammarian, Dous reliquit filius Aristarchum et Aristochorum, ambos stultos, and which Erasmus urgeth in his Moria. Fools beget wise men. Cardan de subtilitate rerum, Book 12, gives this cause. Quoniam spiritus stadium resolvantur, et in cerebrum ventur accorde, because their natural spirits are resolved by study, and turned into animal, drawn from the heart and those other parts of the brain. Lemnius subscribes to that of Cardan, and assigns this reason: quod persolvant diabetum languide et abscintantir, unde foetus apparentum generositate decessit. They pay their debt, as Paul calls it, to their wives remissly, by which means their children are weaklings, and many idiots and fools. Some other causes are given, which properly pertain, and do proceed from the mother. If she be over dull, heavy, angry, peevish, discontented, and melancholy, not only at the same time of conception, but even all the while she carries the child in her womb, saith Fernelius, her son will be so likewise affected, and worse, as Lemnius adds, Book 4, Chapter 7. If she grieve overmuch, be disquieted, or by any casualty be affrighted and terrified by some fearful object, heard or seen, she endangers her child, and spoils the temperature of it. For the strange imagination of a woman works effectually upon her infant, that as Baptista Porta approves. Physiognomone Solestius, Book 5, Chapter 2. She leaves a mark upon it, which is most especially seen in such as prodigiously long for such and such meats. The child will love those meats, saith Fernelius, and be addicted to like humours. If a great-bellied woman see a hare, her child will often have a harelip, as we call it. Garcaeus de Judiciis Geniturarum, Chapter 33, hath a memorable example of one Thomas Nicol, born in the city of Bradburg, 1551, that went reeling and staggering all the days of his life, as if he would fall to the ground, because his mother, being great with child, saw a drunken man reeling in the street. Such another I find in Martin, when Riccius, Commentarius de Ortu Monstrorum, Chapter 17. I saw, saith he, at Wittenberg in Germany, a citizen that looked like a carcass. I asked him the chance. He replied, his mother, when she bore him in her womb, saw a carcass by chance, and was so sore affrighted with it, that ex eo foetus e assimilatus, from a ghastly impression, the child was like it. So many several ways are we plagued and punished for our fathers' defaults, insomuch that, as Fernelius truly saith, it is the greatest part of our felicity to be well born, and it were happy for humankind if only such parents as are sound of body and mind should be suffered to marry. An husbandman will sow none but the best and choicest seed upon his land. He will not rear a bull or a horse, except he be right shapen in all parts. or permit him to cover a mare, except he be well assured of his breed. We make choice of the best rams for our sheep, rear the neatest kine, and keep the best dogs. Quanto id diligentius in procrandis liberis observandum? And how careful then should we be in begetting of our children? In former times some countries have been so chary in this behalf, so stern, that if a child were crooked, or deformed in body or mind, they made him away. So did the Indians of old, by a relation of Curtius, and many other well-governed commonwealths, according to the discipline of those times. Heretofore in Scotland, said Boethius, if any were visited with the falling sickness, madness, gout, leprosy, or any such dangerous disease, which was likely to be propagated from the father to the son, he was instantly guided, a woman kept from all company of men, and if by chance having some such disease, he were found to be with child, she be with her brood, were buried alive, and this was done for the common good, lest the whole nation should be injured or corrupted. A severe doom, you will say, and not to be used amongst Christians, yet more to be looked into than it is. For now, by our too much facility in this kind, in giving way for all to marry that will, too much liberty and indulgence, in tolerating all sorts, there is a vast confusion of hereditary diseases, no family secure, no man almost free from some grievous infirmity or other, when no choice is had, but still the eldest must marry, as so many stallions of the race, or if rich, be they fools or dizzards, lame or maimed, unable, intemperate, dissolute, exhaust through riot, as he said, jura hereditario, saphir jobentur. They must be wise and able by inheritance. It comes to pass that our generation is corrupt. We have many weak persons, both in body and mind, many feral diseases raging among us, crazed families, parentis peremptoris, our fathers bad, and we are like to be worse. End of section 25. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Section 26 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 26. Partition 1, Section 2. Member 2, Subsection 1. Bad diet a cause. Substance, quality of meats. According to my proposed method, having opened hitherto these secondary causes, which are inbred with us, I must now proceed to the outward and adventitious, which happen unto us after we are born. And those are either evident, remote, or inward, antecedent, and the nearest. Continent causes, some call them. These outward, remote, precedent causes are subdivided again into necessary and not necessary. Necessary, because we cannot avoid them, but they will alter us as they are used or abused, are those 6 non-natural things, so much spoken of amongst physicians, which are principal causes of this disease. For almost in every consultation, whereas they shall come to speak of the causes, the fault is found, and this most part objected to the patient. Peccavit circa res 6 non naturales. He hath still offended in one of those 6. Montanus, consulted about a melancholy Jew, gives that sentence. So did Frisa Melica in the same place, and in his 244th counsel, censuring a melancholy soldier, assigns that reason of his malady. He offended in all those 6 non-natural things, which were the outward causes, from which came those inward obstructions, and so in the rest. These 6 non-natural things are diet, retention and evacuation, which are more material than the other, because they make new matter, or else are conversant in keeping or expelling it. The other 4 are air, exercise, sleeping, waking, and perturbations of the mind, which only alter the matter. The first of these is diet, which consists in meat and drink, and causeth melancholy, as it offends in substance or accidents, that is, quantity, quality, or the like. And well it may be called a material cause, since that, as Fernelius holds, it hath such a power in begetting of diseases, and yields the matter and sustenance of them, for neither air, nor perturbations, nor any of those other evident causes take place, or work this effect, except the constitution of body, and preparation of humours, do concur. That a man may say, this diet is the mother of diseases, let the father be what he will, and from this alone melancholy and frequent other maladies arise. Many physicians, I confess, have written copious volumes of this one subject, of the nature and qualities of all manner of meats, as, namely, Galen, Isaac the Jew, Haliabus, Avicenna, Mesue, also 4 Arabians, Gordonius, Villanovanus, Wecker, Johannes Bruerinus, Cytologia de Esculentis et Poculentis, Michael Savanarola, Anthony Fumanellus, Liber de Regimen Senum, Curio in his comment on Schola Salerna, Godefridus Stecius, Marsilius Cognatus, Ficinus, Ranzovius, Fonseca, Lessius, Magninus, Fritagius, Hugo Fridevalius, etc., besides many other in English, and almost every peculiar physician discourseth at large of all peculiar meats in his chapter of melancholy. Yet because these books are not at hand to every man, I will briefly touch what kind of meats engender this humour, through their several species, and which are to be avoided. How they alter and change the matter, spirits first, and after humours, by which we are preserved, and the constitution of our body, Fernelius and others will show you. I hasten to the thing itself, and first of such diet as offends in substance. Beef. Beef, a strong and hearty meat, cold in the first degree, dry in the second, saith Galen, Book 3, Chapter 1, de alimentorum facultatibus, is condemned by him and all succeeding authors, to breed gross melancholy blood. Good for such as are sound and of a strong constitution, for labouring men if ordered aright, corned, young, of an ox, for all gelded meats in every species are held best. Or if old, such as have been tired out with labour are preferred. Urbanus and Sabellicus commend Portugal beef to be the most savoury, best and easiest of digestion. We commend ours, but all is rejected, and unfit for such as lead a resty life, any ways inclined to melancholy, or dry of complexion. Tales, Galen thinks, de facile melancholicis eguitudinibus capiuntur. Pork. Pork of all meats is most nutritive in its own nature, but altogether unfit for such as live at ease, are any ways unsound of body or mind, too moist, full of humours, and therefore noxia delicatis, saith Savanarola, ex earum usu ut dubitetur, and febris quartana generetur. Naught for queasy stomachs, insomuch that frequent use of it may breed a quartan ague. Goat. Savanarola discommends goat's flesh, and so doth Bruerinus, Book 13, Chapter 19, calling it a filthy beast and rammish, and therefore supposeth it will breed rank and filthy substance. Yet kid, such as are young and tender, Isaac accepts. Bruerinus and Galen, Book 1, Chapter 1, de alimentorum facultatibus. Hart. Hart and red deer hath an evil name, it yields gross nutriment, a strong and great-grained meat next unto a horse, which altogether some countries eat, as Tartars, and they of China, yet Galen condemns. Young foals are as commonly eaten in Spain as red deer, and to furnish their navies, about Malaga especially, often used, but such meats ask for long baking or seething to qualify them, and yet all will not serve. Venison, fallow deer. All venison is melancholy and begets bad blood, a pleasant meat, in great esteem with us, for we have more parks in England than there are in all Europe besides, in our solemn feasts. 'Tis somewhat better hunted than otherwise, and well prepared by cookery, but generally bad and seldom to be used. Hare. Hare, a black meat, melancholy, and hard of digestion, it breeds incubus often eaten, and causeth fearful dreams. So doth all venison, and is condemned by a jury of physicians. Mizaldus and some others say, that hare is a merry meat, and that it will make one fair, as Martial's epigram testifies to Gellia. But this is per accidens, because of the good sport it makes, merry company and good discourse that is commonly at the eating of it, and not otherwise to be understood. Conies. Conies are of the nature of hares. Magninus compares them to beef, pig, and goat, yet young rabbits by all men are approved to be good. Generally all such meats as are hard of digestion breed melancholy. Aretius, lib. 7, chap. 5, reckons up heads and feet, bowels, brains, entrails, marrow, fat, blood, skins, and those inward parts, as hearts, lungs, liver, spleen, etc. They are rejected by Isaac, lib. 2, part 3, Magninus, part 3, chap. 17, Bruerinus, lib. 12, Savanarola. Milk. Milk and all that comes of milk, as butter and cheese, curds, etc., increase melancholy, whey only excepted, which is most wholesome. Some except asses' milk. The rest, to such as are sound, is nutritive and good, especially for young children, but because soon turned to corruption, not good for those that have unclean stomachs, are subject to headache, or have green wounds, stone, etc. Of all cheeses, I take that kind which we call Banbury cheese to be the best, ex vetustis pessimus, the older, stronger, and harder, the worst, as Langius discourseth in his epistle to Melancthon, cited by Mizaldus, Isaac, Galen 3, de cibis boni succi, etc. Fowl. Amongst fowl, peacocks and pigeons, all fenny fowl are forbidden, as ducks, geese, swans, herons, cranes, coots, didappers, water hens, with all those teals, curs, sheldrakes, and peckled fowls, that come hither in winter out of Scandia, Muscovy, Greenland, Friesland, which half the year are covered all over with snow and frozen up. Though these be fair in feathers, pleasant in taste, and have a good outside, like hypocrites, white in plumes and soft, their flesh is hard, black, unwholesome, dangerous, melancholy meat. Gravant et putrefaciant stomachum, saith Isaac. Their young ones are more tolerable, but young pigeons he quite disapproves. Fishes. Rhasis and Magninus discommend all fish, and say they breed viscosities, slimy nutriment, little and humorous nourishment. Savanarola adds, cold, moist, and phlegmatic. Isaac, and therefore unwholesome for all cold and melancholy complexions. Others making a difference, rejecting only amongst freshwater fish, eel, tench, lamprey, crawfish, which Bright approves, chap. 6, and such as are bred in muddy and standing waters, and have a taste of mud, as Franciscus Bonsuetus poetically defines, liber de aquatilibus. Nam pisces omnes, qui stagna, lacusque frequentant, semper plus succi deterioris habent. All fish that standing pools and lakes frequent, do ever yield bad juice and nourishment. Lampreys, Paulus Jovius, chap. 34, de piscibus fluvialibus, highly magnifies and saith, none speak against them, but inepte et scrupulosi, some scrupulous persons. But eels, chap. 33, he abhorreth in all places, at all times. All physicians detest them, especially about the solstice. Gomesius, lib. 1, chap. 22, de sale, doth immoderately extol sea fish, which others as much vilify, and above the rest, dried, soused, indurate fish, as ling, fumadas, red herrings, sprats, stockfish, haberdine, poor John, all shellfish. Timothy Bright accepts lobster and crab. Messarius commends salmon, which Bruerinus contradicts, lib. 22, chap. 17. Magninus rejects conger, sturgeon, turbot, mackerel, skate. Carp is a fish of which I know not what to determine. Franciscus Bonsuetus accounts it a muddy fish. Hippolytus Salvianus, in his book De Piscium Natura et Preparatione, which was printed at Rome in folio 1554, with most elegant pictures, esteems carp no better than a slimy, watery meat. Paulus Jovius, on the other side, disallowing tench, approves of it. So doth Dubravius in his books of fish ponds. Fritagius extols it for an excellent wholesome meat, and puts it among the fishes of the best rank, and so do most of our country gentlemen, that store their ponds almost with no other fish. But this controversy is easily decided in my judgment by Bruerinus, lib. 22, cap. 13. The difference riseth from the site and nature of pools, sometimes muddy, sometimes sweet. They are in taste as the place is from whence they be taken. In like matter almost we may conclude of other fresh fish. But see more in Rondoletius, Bellonius, Oribasius, lib. 7, cap. 22, Isaac, lib. 1, especially Hippolytus Salvianus, who is instar omnium solus, etc. Howsoever they may be wholesome and approved, much use of them is not good. Forestus, in his medicinal observations, relates that Carthusian friars, whose living is most part fish, are more subject to melancholy than any other order, and that he found by experience, being sometimes their physician ordinary at Delft in Holland. He exemplifies it with an instance of one Buscotnese, a Carthusian of a ruddy colour, and well liking, that by solitary living and fish eating became so misaffected. Herbs. Among herbs to be eaten I find gourds, cucumbers, coleworts, melons disallowed, but especially cabbage. It causeth troublesome dreams, and sends up black vapours to the brain. Galen de locus affectis, lib. 3, cap. 6, of all herbs condemns cabbage, and Isaac, lib. 2, cap. 1, animae gravitatem facit, it brings heaviness to the soul. Some are of the opinion that all raw herbs and salads breed melancholy blood, except bugloss and lettuce. Crato speaks against all herbs and worts, except borage, bugloss, fennel, parsley, dill, balm, succory. Magninus, omnes herbae simpliciter malae via cibi, all herbs are simply evil to feed on, as he thinks. So did that scoffing cook in Plautus hold. Non ego cornum condio ut alii coqui solent, qui mihi condita prata in pratinis proferunt, boves qui convivas faciunt, herbasque agerunt. Like other cooks, I do not suffer dress, that put whole meadows into a platter, and make no better of their guests than beeves, with herbs and grass to feed them fatter. Our Italians and Spaniards do make a whole dinner of herbs and salads, which are said Plautus calls coenas terrestras, Horace coenas sine sanguine, by which means, as he follows it, hic homines tam brevem vitam colunt, qui herbas hujus modi in alvum suum congerunt, formidolosum dictu, non esum modo, quas herbas pecudes non edunt, homines edunt. Their lives that eat such herbs must needs be short, and 'tis a fearful thing for to report, that men should feed on such a kind of meat, which very juments would refuse to eat. They are windy, and not fit therefore to be eaten of all men raw, though qualified with oil but in broths or otherwise. See more of these in every husbandman and herbalist. Roots. Roots etsi quorundam gentium opes sint, saith Bruerinus. The wealth of some countries, and sole food, are windy and bad, or troublesome to the head, as onions, garlic, scallions, turnip, carrots, radishes, parsnips. Crato disallows all roots, though some approve of parsnips and potatoes. Magninus is of Crato's opinion. They trouble the mind, sending gross fumes to the brain, make men mad, especially garlic, onions, if a man liberally feed on them a year together. Guianerius complains of all manner of roots, and so doth Bruerinus, even parsnips themselves, which are the best. Lib. 9, cap. 14. Fruits. Pastinacarum usus succus gignit improbos. Crato utterly forbids all manner of fruits, as pears, apples, plums, cherries, strawberries, nuts, medlars, cerves, etc. Sanguinum inficiunt, saith Villanovanus. They infect the blood and putrefy it, Magninus holds, and must not therefore be taken via cibi aut quantitate magna, not to make a meal of, or in any great quantity. Cardan makes that a cause of their continual sickness at Fessa in Africa, because they live so much on fruits, eating them thrice a day. Laurentius approves of many fruits, in his tract of melancholy, which others disallow, and amongst the rest apples, which some likewise commend, sweetings, pearmains, pippins, as good against melancholy. But to him that is any way inclined to or touched with this malady, Nicholas Piso in his Practics forbids all fruits as windy, or to be sparingly eaten at least, and not raw. Amongst other fruits, Bruerinus out of Galen excepts grapes and figs, but I find them likewise rejected. Pulse. All pulse are naught, beans, peas, vetches, etc. They fill the brain, saith Isaac, with gross fumes, breed black thick blood, and cause troublesome dreams. And therefore that which Pythagoras said to his scholars of old may be for ever applied to melancholy men, a fabis abstinete. Eat no peas nor beans, yet to such as will needs eat them, I would give this counsel, to prepare them according to those rules that Arnoldus Villanovanus and Freytagius prescribe, for eating and dressing, fruits, herbs, roots, pulse, etc. Spices. Spices cause hot and head melancholy, and are for that cause forbidden by our physicians to such men as are inclined to this malady, as pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, mace, dates, etc., honey and sugar. Some except honey. To those that are cold it may be tolerable, but dulcia se in bilem vertunt, sweets turn into bile, they are obstructive. Crato therefore forbids all spice in a consultation of his, for a melancholy schoolmaster. Omnia aromatica et quicquid sanguinem adurit. So doth Fernelius, Guianerius, Mercurialis. To these I may add all sharp and sour things, luscious and over-sweet, or fat, as oil, vinegar, verjuice, mustard, salt. As sweet things are obstructive, so these are corrosive. Gomesius in his books de Sale, Book 1, chapter 21, highly commends salt. So doth Codroncus in his tract de Sale Absinthii. Lemnius Book 3, chapter 9, de occultis naturae miraculous. Yet common experience finds salt and salt meats to be great procurers of this disease, and for that cause belike those Egyptian priests abstained from salt, even so much as in their bread. Ut sine perturbatione anima esset, saith mine author, that their souls might be free from perturbations. Bread. Bread that is made of baser grain, as peas, beans, oats, rye, or over hard baked, crusty and black, is often spoken against, as causing melancholy juice and wind. Joe Mayer, in the first book of his History of Scotland, contends much for the wholesomeness of oaten bread. It was objected to him then living in Paris in France, that his countrymen fed on oats and base grain, as a disgrace. But he doth ingeniously confess, Scotland, Wales, and a third part of England did most part use that kind of bread, that it was as wholesome as any grain, and yielded as good nourishment. And yet Wecker out of Galen calls it horse meat, and fitter for juments than men to feed on. But read Galen himself, Book 1 de Cibis Boni et Mali Succi, more largely discoursing of corn and bread. Wine. All black wines, over hot, compound, strong, thick drinks, as muscadine, malmsey, alicant, rumney, brown bastard, metheglin, and the like, of which they have 30 several kinds in Muscovy, all such made drinks are hurtful in this case, to such as are hot, or of a sanguine, choleric complexion, young, or inclined to head melancholy. For many times the drinking of wine alone causeth it. Arculanus, chapter 16 in 9 Rhasis, puts in wine for a great cause, especially if it be immoderately used. Guianerius tells a story of 2 Dutchmen, to whom he gave entertainment in his house, that in 1 month's space were both melancholy by drinking of wine. One did naught but sing, the other sigh. Galen de causis morborum, chapter 3, Matthiolus on Dioscorides, and above all other Andreas Bacchius, Book 3, 18, 19, 20, have reckoned upon those inconveniences that come by wine. Yet notwithstanding all this, to such as are cold or sluggish melancholy, a cup of wine is good physic, and so doth Mercurialis grant, in that case, if the temperature be cold, as to most melancholy men it is, wine is much commended, if it be moderately used. Cider, perry. Cider and perry are both cold and windy drinks, and for that cause to be neglected, and so are all those hot spiced strong drinks. Beer. Beer, if it be over new or over stale, over strong or not sodden, smell of the cask, sharp or sour, is most unwholesome, frets and galls, etc. Henricus Ayrerus, in a consultation of his, for one that laboured of hypochondriacal melancholy, discommends beer. So doth Crato in that excellent counsel of his, as too windy, because of the hop. But he means belike that thick black Bohemian beer used in some other parts of Germany. Nil specius illa, dum bibitur, nil clarius est dum mingitur, unde constat, quod multas facis in corpore linquet. Nothing comes in so thick, nothing goes out so thin, it must needs follow then, the dregs are left within. As that old poet scoffed, calling it Stygiae monstrum conforme paludi, a monstrous drink, like the river Styx. But let them say as they list, to such as are accustomed unto it, 'tis a most wholesome, so Polydore Virgil calleth it, and a pleasant drink. It is more subtle and better, for the hop that rarefies it hath an especial virtue against melancholy, as our herbalists confess, Fuchsius approves, and many others. Waters. Standing waters, thick and ill-coloured, such as come forth of pools and moats, where hemp hath been steeped, or slimy fishes live, are most unwholesome, putrefied, and full of mites, creepers, slimy, muddy, unclean, corrupt, impure, by reason of the sun's heat, and still standing. They cause foul distemperatures in the body and mind of man, are unfit to make drink of, to dress meat with, or to be used about men inwardly or outwardly. They are good for many domestic uses, to wash horses, water cattle, etc., or in time of necessity, but not otherwise. Some are of the opinion that such fat standing waters make the best beer, and that seething doth defecate it, as Cardan holds, Book 13 de subtilitate rerum. It mends the substance and savour of it, but it is a paradox. Such beer may be stronger, but not so wholesome as the other, as Jobertus truly justifieth out of Galen, that the seething of such impure waters doth not purge or purify them. Pliny, Book 31, chap. 3, is of the same tenet, and Petrus Crescentius, de omnibus agriculturae partibus, Book 1 and Book 4, chap. 11 and chap. 45. Pamphilius Herilacus, such waters are naught, not to be used, and by the testimony of Galen, breed agues, dropsies, pleurisy, splenetic and melancholy passions, hurt the eyes, cause a bad temperature, and ill disposition the whole body, with bad colour. This Jobertus stiffly maintains, that it causeth blear eyes, bad colour, and many loathsome diseases to such as use it. This which they say, stands with good reason, for as geographers relate, the water of Astrakhan breeds worms in such as drink it. Axius, or as now called Verduri, the fairest river in Macedonia, makes all cattle black that taste of it. Aleacman, now Peleca, another stream in Thessaly, turns cattle most part white. See Polui Ducas. L. Urbanus Rohemus refers that struma or poke of the Bavarians and Styrians to the nature of their waters, as Munster doth that of Valesians in the Alps, and Bodine supposeth the stuttering of some families in Aquitania about Labden to proceed from the same cause, and that the filth is derived from the water to their bodies. So that they that use filthy, standing, ill-coloured, thick, muddy water, must needs have muddy, ill-coloured, impure, and infirm bodies, and because the body works upon the mind, they shall have grosser understandings, dull, foggy, melancholy spirits, and be really subject to all manner of infirmities. To these noxious simples we may reduce an infinite number of compound, artificial, made dishes, of which our cooks afford us a great variety, as tailors do fashions in our apparel. Such are puddings stuffed with blood, or otherwise composed, baked meats, soused indurate meats, fried and broiled buttered meats, condite, powdered and over-dried, all cakes, simnels, buns, cracknels made with butter, spice, etc., fritters, pancakes, pies, sausages, and those several sauces, sharp or over-sweet, of which Scientia Popinae, as Seneca calls it, hath served those Apician tricks, and perfumed dishes, which Adrian the sixth Pope so much admired in the accounts of his predecessor Leo Decimus, and which prodigious riot and prodigality have invented in this age. These do generally engender gross humours, fill the stomach with crudities, and all those inward parts with obstructions. Montanus gives instance, in a melancholy Jew, that by eating such tart sauces, made dishes, and salt meats, with which he was overmuch delighted, became melancholy, and was evil affected. Such examples are familiar and common. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 27. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2. Quantity of diet a cause. There is not so much harm proceeding from the substance itself of meat, and quality of it, in ill dressing and preparing, as there is from the quantity, disorder of time and place, unseasonable use of it, intemperance, overmuch or over little taking of it. A true saying is, plures crapula quam gladius. This gluttony kills more than the sword, the omnivorantia et homicidea gula, this all-devouring and murdering gut. And that of Pliny is truer. Simple diet is the best. Heaping up of several meats is pernicious, and sauces worse. Many dishes bring many diseases. Avicen cries out, that nothing is worse than to feed on many dishes, or to protract the time of meats longer than ordinary. From thence proceed our infirmities, and 'tis the fountain of all diseases, which arise out of the repugnancy of gross humours. Thence, saith Fernelius, come crudities, wind, oppilations, cacochymia, plethora, cachexia, bradiopepsia, hinc subitae, mortes, atque intestata senectus, sudden death, etc., and what not. As a lamp is choked with a multitude of oil, or a little fire with overmuch wood quite extinguished, so is the natural heat with immoderate eating strangled in the body. Pernitiosa sentina est abdomen insaturabili, one saith. An insatiable paunch is a pernicious sink, and the fountain of all diseases, both of body and mind. Mercurialis will have it a peculiar cause of this private disease. Solenander illustrates this of Mercurialis, with an example of one so melancholy, ab intempestivis commessatianibus, unseasonable feasting. Crato confirms as much, in that often cited counsel, 21, Book 2, putting superfluous eating for a main cause. But what need I seek farther for proofs? Hear Hippocrates himself, Book 2, Aphorism 10. Impure bodies, the more they are nourished, the more they are hurt, for the nourishment is putrefied with vicious humours. And yet for all this harm, which apparently follows surfeiting and drunkenness, see how we luxuriate and rage in this kind. Read what Johannes Stuckius hath written lately of this subject, in his great volume De Antiquorum Conviviis, and of our present age, quam portentosae coenae, prodigious suppers, quidam invitant ad coenam efferent ad sepulchrum, what Phagos, Epicures, Apatios, Heliogabalus our times afford. Lucullus's ghost walks still, and every man desires to sup in Apollo. Aesop's costly dish is ordinarily served up. Magis illa juvant, quae pluris ementur. The dearest cakes are best, and 'tis an ordinary thing to bestow 20 or 30 pounds on a dish, some 1,000 crowns upon a dinner. Mully Hamet, king of Fez and Morocco, spent 3 pounds on the sauce of a capon. It is nothing in our times. We scorn all that is cheap. We loathe the very light, some of us, as Seneca notes, because it comes free, and we are offended with the sun's heat, and those cool blasts, because we buy them not. This air we breathe is so common, we care not for it. Nothing pleaseth but what is dear. And if we be witty in anything, it is ad gulam. If we study at all, it is erudito luxu, to please the palate, and to satisfy the gut. A cook of old was a base knave, as Livy complains, but now a great man in request. Cookery is become an art, a noble science. Cooks are gentlemen, venter deus. They wear their brains in their bellies, and their guts in their heads, as Agrippa taxed some parasites of his time, rushing on their own destruction, as if a man should run upon the point of a sword, usque dum rupantur comedunt. They eat till they burst. All day, all night, let the physician say what he will, imminent danger and feral diseases are now ready to seize upon them, that will eat till they vomit. Edunt ut vomant, vomit ut edant, saith Seneca, which Dion relates of Vitellius. Solo transitu ciborum nutriri judicatus. His meat did pass through and away, or till they burst again. Strage animantium ventrem honorant, and rake over all the world, as so many slaves, belly gods, and land serpents. Et totus orbis ventri nimis angustus. The whole world cannot satisfy their appetite. Sea, land, rivers, lakes, etc., may not give content to their raging guts. To make up the mess, what immoderate drinking in every place! Senum potum pota trahebunt anus, how they flock to the tavern, as if they were fruges consumere natae, born to no other end but to eat and drink, like Ophelius Bibulus, that famous Roman parasite, quidem vixit, aut bibit, aut minxit, as so many casks to hold wine, yea worse than a cask, that mars wine, and itself is not marred by it. Yet these are brave men. Silenus Ebrius was no braver. Et quae fuerant vitia, mores sunt. 'Tis now the fashion of our times, an honour. Nunc vero res ista eo rediit, as Chrysostomo, Sermo 30 in 5 Ephesios comments. Ut effeminatae ridendaequae ignaviae loco habeatur, nole inebriari. 'Tis now come to pass that he is no gentleman, a very milksop, a clown of no bringing up, that will not drink, fit for no company. He is your only gallant that plays it off finest. No disparagement now to stagger in the streets, reel, rave, etc., but much to his fame and renown, as in like case Epidicus told Thesprio his fellow servant, in the Poet, Aedipol facinus improbum. One urged, the other replied, Ad jam alii fecere idem, erit illa res honori. 'Tis now no fault, there be so many brave examples to bear one out. 'Tis a credit to have a strong brain, and carry his liquor well, the sole contention who can drink most, and fox his fellow the soonest. 'Tis the summum bonum of our tradesmen, their felicity, life and soul. Tanta dulcedine affectant, saith Pliny, Book 14, Chapter 12. Ut magna pars non aliud vitae premium intelligat. Their chief comfort, to be merry together in an alehouse or tavern, as our modern Muscovites do in their mead inns, and Turks in their coffee houses, which much resemble our taverns. They will labour hard all day long to be drunk at night, and spend totius anni labores, as St. Ambrose adds, in a tippling feast, convert day into night, as Seneca taxes some in his times, pervertunt officia a noctis et lucis. When we rise, they commonly go to bed, like our antipodes. Nosque ubi primus equis oriens afflavit anhelis, illis sera rubens ascendit lumina vesper. So did Petronius in Tacitus, Heliogabalus in Lampridius. Noctes vigilibat ad ipsum, mane diem totum stertebat. He drank the night away till rising dawn, then snored out all the day. Snymdiris the Sybarite never saw the sun rise or set so much as once in 20 years. Verus, against whom Tully so much inveighs, in winter he never was extra tectum vix extra lectum, never almost out of bed, still wenching and drinking, so did he spend his time, and so do myriads in our days. They have gymnasia bibonum, schools and rendezvous. These centaurs and Lapithae toss pots and bowls as so many balls, invent new tricks, as sausages, anchovies, tobacco, caviar, pickled oysters, herrings, fumados, etc., innumerable salt meats to increase their appetite, and study how to hurt themselves by taking antidotes to carry their drink the better. and when nought else serves, they will go forth, or be conveyed out, to empty their gorge, that they may return to drink afresh. They make laws, insanas leges, contra bibendi fallacias, and brag of it when they have done, crowning that man that is soonest gone, as their drunken predecessors have done, quid ego video, viscam corona pseudolum, ebrium tuum. And when they are dead, will have a can of wine with Maron's old woman to be engraven on their tombs. So they triumph in villainy, and justify their wickedness. With Rabelais, that French Lucian, drunkenness is better for the body than physic, because there be more old drunkards than old physicians. Many such frothy arguments they have, inviting and encouraging others to do as they do, and love them dearly for it. No glue like to that of good fellowship. So did Alcibiades in Greece, Nero, Bonosus, Heliogabalus in Rome, or Allegabalus rather, as he was styled of old, as Ignatius proves out of some old coins. So do many great men still, as Herasbachius observes, when a prince drinks till his eyes stare, like Bitius in the poet, Ille impiger hausit, spumantem vino paterum, a thirsty soul, he took challenge and embraced the bowl, with pleasure swilled the gold, nor ceased to draw till he the bottom of the brimmer saw. And comes off clearly. Sound trumpets, fife and drums, the spectators will applaud him. The bishop himself, if he belie them not, with his chaplain will stand by and do as much. O dignum principe haustum, 'twas done like a prince. Our Dutchmen invite all comers with a pail and a dish. Velet infundibula integras obas exhorient, et in monstrosis poculis, ipsi monstrosi monstrosius epotant, making barrels of their bellies, incredibili dictu, as one of their own countrymen complains, quantum liquoris immodestissima gens capiet, etc. How they love a man that will be drunk, crown him and honour him for it, hate him that will not pledge him, stab him, kill him, a most intolerable offence, and not be forgiven. He is a mortal enemy that will not drink with him, as Munster relates of the Saxons. So in Poland he is the best servitor, and the honestest fellow, as Alexander Gaguinus, that drinketh most healths to the honour of his master, he shall be rewarded as a good servant, and held the bravest fellow that carries his liquor best, when a brewer's horse will bear much more than any sturdy drinker. Yet for his noble exploits in this kind, he shall be accounted a most valiant man. For tam inter epillas fortis vir esse potest ac in bello. As much valour is to be found in feasting as in fighting, and some of our city captains and carpet knights will make this good and prove it. Thus they many times wilfully pervert the good temperature of their bodies, stifle their wits, strangle nature, and degenerate into beasts. Some again are in the other extreme, and draw this mischief on their heads by too ceremonious and strict diet, being over precise, cockney like, and curious in their observation of meats, times, as that Medicina Statica prescribes, just so many ounces at dinner, which Lessius enjoins, so much at supper, not a little more, nor a little less, of such meat, and at such hours, a diet drink in the morning, cock broth, china broth at dinner, plum broth, a chicken, a rabbit, rib of a rack of mutton, wing of a capon, the merry thought of a hen, etc. To sounder bodies this is too nice, and most absurd. Others offend in overmuch fasting, pining a days, says Guianerius, and waking a nights, as many Moors and Turks in these our times do. Anchorites, monks, and the rest of that superstitious rank, as the same Guianerius witnesseth, that he hath often seen to have happened in his time, through immoderate fasting, have been frequently mad. Of such men belike Hippocrates speaks, when as he saith, they more offend in too sparing diet, and are worse damnified, than they that feed liberally, and are ready to surfeit. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 28. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsections 3 and 4. Subsection 3. Custom of diet, delight, appetite, necessity, how they cause or hinder. No rule is so general which admits not some exception. To this, therefore, which hath been hitherto said, for I shall otherwise put most men out of commons, and those inconveniences which proceed from the substance of meats, an intemperate or unseasonable use of them, custom somewhat detracts and qualifies, according to that of Hippocrates too, Aphorisms 50. Such things as we have been long accustomed to, though they be evil in their own nature, yet they are less offensive. Otherwise it might well be objected that it were a mere tyranny to live after those strict rules of physic, for custom doth alter nature itself, and to such as are used to them it makes bad meats wholesome, and unseasonable times to cause no disorder. Cider and perry are windy drinks, so are all fruits windy in themselves, cold most part, yet in some shires of England, Normandy in France, Guipuscoa in Spain, 'tis their common drink, and they are no whit offended with it. In Spain, Italy, and Africa, they live most on roots, raw herbs, camel's milk, and it agrees well with them, which to a stranger will cause much grievance. In Wales, lacticinis vescuntur, as Humphrey Lloyd confesseth, a Cambro Briton himself, in his elegant epistle to Abraham Ortelius, they live most on white meats. In Holland on fish, roots, butter, and so at this day in Greece, as Bellonius observes, they had much rather feed on fish than flesh. With us, maxima pars victus in carne consistit, we feed on flesh most part, saith Polydore Virgil, as all northern countries do, and it would be very offensive to us to live after their diet, or they to live after ours. We drink beer, they wine, they use oil, we butter. We in the north are great eaters, they most sparing in those hotter countries, and yet they and we, following our own customs, are well pleased. An Ethiopian of old, seeing an European eat bread, wondered, quommodus de coribus vescentes viverimus, how we could eat such kind of meats. So much differed his countrymen from ours in diet, that as mine author infers, si quis illorum victum apud nos aeonulari velet. If any man should so feed with us, it would be all one to nourish, as Cicuta, Aconitum, or Hellebore itself. At this day in China the common people live in a manner altogether on roots and herbs, and to the wealthiest, horse, ass, mule, dogs, cat flesh is as delightsome as the rest. So Matthias Riccius the Jesuit relates, who lived many years amongst them. The Tartars eat raw meat, and most commonly horse flesh, drink milk and blood, as the Nomades of old, et lac concretum cum sanguine potat equino. They scoff at our Europeans for eating bread, which they call tops of weeds, and horse meat not fit for men, and yet Scaliger accounts them a sound and witty nation, living 100 years. Even in the civilest country of them they do thus, as Benedict the Jesuit observed in his travels, from the great Mogul's court by land to Pekin, which Riccius contends to be the same with Cambalu in Cataia. In Scandia their bread is usually dried fish, and so likewise in the Shetland Isles, and their other fare, as in Iceland, saith Dithmarus Bleskenius, butter, cheese, and fish, their drink water, their lodging on the ground. In America in many places their bread is roots, their meat palmettos, peanuts, potatoes, etc., and such fruits. There be of them too that familiarly drink salt sea water all their lives, eat raw meat, grass, and that with delight. With some, fish, serpents, spiders, and in divers places they eat man's flesh, raw and roasted, even the Emperor Montezuma himself. In some coasts again, one tree yields them coconuts, meat and drink, fire, fuel, apparel, with his leaves, oil, vinegar, cover for houses, etc., and yet these men going naked, feeding coarse, live commonly 100 years, are seldom or never sick, all which diet our physicians forbid. In Westphalia they feed most part on fat meats and worts, knuckle deep, and call it cerebrum Iovis. in the Low Countries with roots, in Italy frogs and snails are used. The Turks, saith Busbequius, delight most in fried meats. In Muscovy, garlic and onions are ordinary meat and sauce, which would be pernicious to such as are unaccustomed to them, delightsome to others, and all is because they have been brought up unto it. Husbandmen, and such as labour, can eat fat bacon, salt gross meat, hard cheese, etc., o dura messorum illa, coarse bread at all times, go to bed and labour upon a full stomach, which to some idle persons would be present death, and is against the rules of physic, so that custom is all in all. Our travellers find this by common experience when they come in far countries, and use their diet, they are suddenly offended, as are Hollanders and Englishmen when they touch upon the coasts of Africa, those Indian capes and islands, are commonly molested with calentures, fluxes, and much distempered by reason of their fruits. Peregrina esti suavius solunt, vescentibus perturbationes insignes adferre. Strange meats, though pleasant, cause notable alterations and distempers. On the other side, use or custom mitigates or makes all good again. Mithridates by often use, which Pliny wonders at, was able to drink poison, and a maid, as Curtius records, sent to Alexander from King Porus, was brought up with poison from her infancy. The Turks, saith Bolognius, lib. 3, cap. 15, eat opium familiarly, a dram at once, which we dare not take in grains. Garcias ab Horto writes of one whom he saw at Goa in the East Indies, that took 10 drams of opium in 3 days, and yet, consulto loquebatur, spake understandingly, so much custom can do. Theophrastus speaks of a shepherd that could eat hellebore in substance, and therefore Cardan concludes out of Galen, consuetudinem ut cumque ferendam, nisi valde malam. Custom is, however, to be kept, except it be extremely bad. He adviseth all men to keep their old customs, and that by the authority of Hippocrates himself. Dandum aliquid tempori, aetati regione, consuetudini, and therefore to continue as they began, be it diet, bath, exercise, etc., or whatsoever else. Another exception is delight or appetite to such and such meats, though they be hard of digestion, melancholy, yet as Fuchsius excepts, the stomach doth readily digest and willingly entertain such meats we love most, and are pleasing to us. Abhors on the other side such as we distaste, which Hippocrates confirms, Aphorisms 2:38. Some cannot endure cheese, out of a secret antipathy, or to see a roasted duck, which to others is a delightsome meat. The last exception is necessity, poverty, want, hunger, which drives men many times to do that which otherwise they are loath, cannot endure, and thankfully to accept of it, as beverage in ships and in sieges of great cities, to feed on dogs, cats, rats, and men themselves. 3 outlaws in Hector Boethius, being driven to their shifts, did eat raw flesh, and flesh of such fowl as they could catch, in one of the Hebrides for some few months. These things do mitigate or disannul that which hath been said of melancholy meats, and make it more tolerable, but to such as are wealthy, live plenteously, at ease, may take their choice, and refrain if they will. These viands are to be forborne, if they be inclined to, or suspect melancholy, as they tender their healths. Otherwise, if they be intemperate or disordered in their diet, at their peril be it, qui monet amat, ave et cave. He who advises is your friend. Farewell, and to your health attend. Subsection 4. Retention and evacuation, a cause and how. Of retention and evacuation there be divers kinds, which are either concomitant, assisting, or sole causes many times of melancholy. Galen reduceth defect and abundance to this head, others, all that is separated or remains. Costiveness. In the first rank of these I may well reckon up costiveness, and keeping in of our ordinary excrements, which as it often causeth other diseases, so this of melancholy in particular. Celsus lib. 1, cap. 3 saith, it produceth inflammation of the head, dullness, cloudiness, headache, etc. Prosper Calenus, lib. de atra bile, will have it distemper not the organ only, but the mind itself by troubling of it, and sometimes it is a sole cause of madness, as you may read in the first book of Sckenkius' Medicinal Observations. A young merchant going to Norderling fair in Germany, for 10 days' space never went to stool. At his return he was grievously melancholy, thinking that he was robbed, and would not be persuaded but that all his money was gone. His friends thought he had some philtrum given him, but ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, a physician, being sent for, found his costiveness alone to be the cause, and thereupon gave him a clyster, by which he was speedily recovered. Trincavellius saith as much of a melancholy lawyer, to whom he administered physic, and Rodericus a Fonseca, of a patient of his, that for 8 days was bound, and therefore melancholy affected. Other retentions and evacuations there are, not simply necessary, but at some times, as Fernelius accounts them, as suppression of haemorrhoids, monthly issue in women, bleeding at nose, immoderate or no use at all of venous or any other ordinary issues. Detention of haemorrhoids or monthly issues, Villanovanus, Arculanus, cap. 16 in 9, Rhasis, Vittorius Faventinus, Bruel, etc., put for ordinary causes. Fuchsius, Book 2, Section 5, Chap. 30, goes farther and saith, that many men unseasonably cured of the haemorrhoids have been corrupted with melancholy, seeking to avoid Scylla, they fall into Charybdis. Galen illustrates this by example of Lucius Martius, whom he cured of madness, contracted by this means. And Sckenkius hath 2 other instances of 2 melancholy and mad women, so caused from the suppression of their months. The same may be said of bleeding at the nose, if it be suddenly stopped, and have been formerly used, as Villanovanus urgeth, and Fuchsius, Book 2, Section 5, Chap. 33, stiffly maintains, that without great danger such an issue may not be stayed. Venus omitted produceth like effects. Matholius avoucheth of his knowledge, that some through bashfulness abstained from venery, and thereupon became very heavy and dull, and some others that were very timorous, melancholy, and beyond all measure sad. Oribasius speaks of some, that if they do not use carnal copulation, are continually troubled with heaviness and headache, and some in the same case by intermission of it. Not use of it hurts many, Arculanus, cap. 6 in 9 Rhasis, et Magninus, part 3, chap. 5, think, because it sends up poisoned vapours to the brain and heart. And so doth Galen himself hold, that if this natural seed be overlong kept, in some parties, it turns to poison. Hieronymus Mercurialis, in his chapter of melancholy, cites it for an especial cause of this malady, priapismus, satyriasis, etc. Haliabus reckons up this and many other diseases. Villanovanus saith, he knew many monks and widows grievously troubled with melancholy, and that from this sole cause. Ludovicus Mercatus, Book 2, De Mulierum Affectionibus, Chap. 4, and Rodericus a Castro, De Morbis Mulierum, Book 2, Chap. 3, treat largely of this subject, and will have it produce a peculiar kind of melancholy in stale maids, nuns, and widows. Ob suppressionem mensium et venerem ombissam, timidae, moestae anxiae, verecundae, suspiciosae, languentes, consilii inopes, cum summa vitae et rerum meliorum desperatione, etc. They are melancholy in the highest degree, and all for want of husbands. Aelianus Montaltus, cap. 37 de Melanchol, confirms as much out of Galen, so doth Wierus. Christophorus a Vega de Art, med. lib. 3, c. 14, relates many such examples of men and women, that he had seen so melancholy. Felix Plater in the first book of his Observations tells a story of an ancient gentleman in Alsatia, that married a young wife, and was not able to pay his debts in that kind for a long time together, by reason of his several infirmities. But she, because of this inhibition of Venus, fell into a horrible fury, and desired every one that came to see her by words, looks, and gestures to have to do with her, etc. Bernardus Paternus, a physician, saith, he knew a good honest godly priest, that because he would neither willingly marry, nor make use of the stews, fell into grievous melancholy fits. Hildesheim hath such another example of an Italian melancholy priest, in a consultation had anno 1580. Jason Pratensis gives instance in a married man, that from his wife's death abstaining, after marriage, became exceedingly melancholy. Rodericus a Fonseca in a young man so misaffected. To these you may add, if you please, that conceited tale of a Jew, so visited in like sort, and so cured, out of Poggius Florentinus. Intemperate Venus is all but as bad in the other extreme. Galen reckons up melancholy amongst those diseases which are exasperated by venery. So doth Avicenna, 2-3, cap. 11. Oribasius, quoted by Ficinus, lib. 2 de sanitate tuenda, Marsilius Cognatus, Montaltus, cap. 27, Guianerius Magninus, cap. 5, part 3, gives the reason, because it infrigidates and dries up the body, consumes the spirits, and would therefore have all such as are cold and dry to take heed of it and to avoid it as a mortal enemy. Jacchinus in 9 Rhasis, cap. 15, ascribes the same cause, and instanceth in a patient of his, that married a young wife in a hot summer, and so dried himself with chamber work, that he became in short space from melancholy mad. He cured him by a moistening remedies. The like example I find in Laelius a Fonte Eugubinus, of a gentleman of Venice, that upon the same occasion was first melancholy, afterwards mad. Read in him the story at large. Any other evacuation stopped will cause it, as well as these above named, be it bile, ulcer, issue, etc. Hercules de Saxonia, Book 1, chapter 16, and Gordonius verify this out of their experience. They saw one wounded in the head, who as long as the sore was open, lucida habuit mentis intervalla, was well, but when it was stopped, rediit melancholia, his melancholy fit seized on him again. Artificial evacuations are much like in effect, as hot houses, baths, bloodletting, purging, unseasonably and immoderately used. Baths dry too much, if used in excess, be they natural or artificial, and offend extreme hot or cold, one dries, the other refrigerates overmuch. Montanus saith, they overheat the liver. Johannes Struthius contends, that if one stay longer than ordinary at the bath, go in too oft, or at unseasonable times, he putrefies the humours in his body. To this purpose writes Magninus, Book 3, chapter 5. Guianerius, Tract 15, chapter 21, utterly disallows all hot baths in melancholy adust. I saw, saith he, a man that laboured of the gout, who to be freed of this malady came to the bath, and was instantly cured of his disease, but got another worse, and that was madness. But this judgment varies as the humour doth, in hot or cold. Baths may be good for one melancholy man, bad for another. That which will cure it in this party may cause it in a second. Phlebotomy. Phlebotomy, many times neglected, may do much harm to the body, when there is a manifest redundance of bad humours and melancholy blood, and when these humours heat and boil, if this be not used in time, the parties affected, so inflamed, are in great danger to be mad. But if it be unadvisedly, importunely, immoderately used, it doth as much harm by refrigerating the body, dulling the spirits, and consuming them. As Johannes Curio in his 10th chapter well reprehends, such kind of letting blood doth more hurt than good. The humours rage much more when they did before, and is so far from avoiding melancholy, that it increaseth it, and weakeneth the sight. Prosper Calenus observes as much of all phlebotomy, except they keep a very good diet after it. Yea, and as Leonatus Jacchinus speaks out of his own experience, the blood is much blacker to many men after their letting of blood than it was at first. For this cause belike Sallustius Salvinianus, Book 2, chapter 1, will admit or hear of no bloodletting at all in this disease, except it be manifest it proceed from blood. He was, it appears, by his own words in that place, master of an hospital of madmen, and found by long experience that this kind of evacuation, either in head, arm, or any other part, did more harm than good. To this opinion of his, Felix Plater is quite opposite, though some wink at, disallow, and quite contradict all phlebotomy in melancholy, yet by long experience I have found innumerable so saved, after they had been 20, nay 60 times let blood, and to live happily after it. It was an ordinary thing of old, in Galem's time, to take at once from such men 6 pounds of blood, which now we dare scarce take in ounces. Sed viderunt medici, great books are written of this subject. Purging upward and downward, in abundance of bad humours omitted, may be for the worst. So likewise as in the precedent, if overmuch, too frequent or violent, it weakeneth their strength, saith Fuchsius, or if they be strong or able to endure physic, yet it brings them to an ill habit. They make their bodies no better than apothecaries' shops. This and such like infirmities must needs follow. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 29. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 5. Bad air a cause of melancholy. Air is a cause of great moment in producing this or any other disease, being that it is still taken into our bodies by respiration, and our more inner parts. If it be impure and foggy, it dejects the spirits, and causeth diseases by infection of the heart, as Paulus hath it, Book 1, chapter 49, of Avicenna, Book 1, Galen, de sanitate tuenda, Mercurialis, Montaltus, etc. Fernelius saith, a thick air thickeneth the blood, and humours. Lemnius reckons up 2 main things most profitable, and most pernicious to our bodies, air and diet. And this peculiar disease, nothing sooner causeth, Gilbertus holds, than the air wherein we breathe and live. Such as is the air, such be our spirits, and as our spirits, such are our humours. It offends commonly if it be too hot and dry, thick, fuliginous, cloudy, blustering, or a tempestuous air. Bodine in his 5th book of his Method of History proves that hot countries are most troubled with melancholy, and that there are therefore in Spain, Africa, and Asia Minor, great numbers of madmen, insomuch that they are compelled in all cities of note to build peculiar hospitals for them. Leo Afer, Book 3, de Fessa Urbe, Ortelius and Zwinger confirm as much. They are ordinarily so choleric in their speeches, that scarce 2 words pass without railing or chiding in common talk, and often quarrelling in their streets. Gordonius will have every man take notice of it. Note this, saith he, that in hot countries it is far more familiar than in cold. Although this we have now said be not continually so, for as Acosta truly saith, under the equator itself is a most temperate habitation, wholesome air, a paradise of pleasure, the leaves ever green, cooling showers. But it holds in such as are intemperately hot, as Johannes a Megan found in Cyprus, others in Malta, Apulia, and the Holy Land, where at some seasons of the air is nothing but dust, their rivers dried up, their air scorching hot, and earth inflamed, insomuch that many pilgrims going barefoot for devotion's sake, from Joppa to Jerusalem upon the hot sands, often run mad, or else quite overwhelmed with sand, profundis arenis, as in many parts of Africa, Arabia Deserta, Bactriana, now Kharasan, when the west wind blows, involuti arenis transuntes necantur. Hercules de Saxonia, a professor in Venice, gives this cause why so many Venetian women are melancholy, quod Deus sub sole degant, they tarry too long in the sun. Montanus amongst other causes assigns this, why that Jew his patient was mad, quod tam multum exposuit si calori et frigore, he exposed himself so much to heat and cold, and for that reason in Venice there is little stirring in those brick paved streets in summer about noon, they are most part then asleep, as they are likewise in the great Moguls' countries, and all over the East Indies. At Aden in Arabia, as Lodovicus Vertomannus relates in his travels, they keep their markets in the night, to avoid extremity of heat; and in Ormus, like cattle in a pasture, people of all sorts lie up to the chin in water all day long. At Braga in Portugal, Burgos in Castile, Messina in Sicily, all over Spain and Italy, their streets are most part narrow to avoid the sunbeams. The Turks wear great turbans ad fugandos solis radios, to refract the sunbeams; and much inconvenience that hot air of Bantam in Java yields to our men that sojourn there for traffic, where it is so hot, that they that are sick of the pox lie commonly bleaching in the sun, to dry up their sores. Such a complaint I read of those isles of Cape Verde, 14 degrees from the equator, they do male audire. One calls them the unhealthiest clime of the world, for fluxes, fevers, frenzies, calentures, which commonly seize on seafaring men that touch at them, and all by reason of a hot distemperature of the air. The hardiest men are offended with this heat, and the stiffest clowns cannot resist it, as Constantine affirms. They that are naturally born in such air, may not endure it, as Niger records of some parts of Mesopotamia, now called Diabeca. Cribustum in locus saevienti aistui adeo subjecta est, ut pleraque animalia fervore solis et coeli extinguantur. 'Tis so hot there in some places, that men of the country and cattle are killed with it, and Adracomius of Arabia Felix, by reason of myrrh, frankincense, and hot spices there growing, the air is so obnoxious to their brains, that the very inhabitants at some times cannot abide it, much less weaklings and strangers. Amatus Lusitanus reports of a young maid, that was one Vincent a currier's daughter, some 13 years of age, that would wash her hair in the heat of the day, in July, and so let it dry in the sun, to make it yellow, but by that means, tarrying too long in the heat, she inflamed her head, and made herself mad. Cold air, in the other extreme, is almost as bad as hot, and so doth Montaltus esteem of it, cap. 11, if it be dry withal. In those northern countries, the people are therefore generally dull, heavy, and many witches, which, as I have before quoted, Saxo Grammaticus, Olaus, Baptista Porta ascribed to melancholy. But these cold climes are more subject to natural melancholy, not this artificial, which is cold and dry, for which cause Mercurius Britannicus belike puts melancholy men to inhabit just under the pole. The worst of the three is a thick, cloudy, misty, foggy air, or such as come from fens, moorish grounds, lake, muck hills, draughts, sinks, where any carcasses or carrion lies, or from whence any stinking, fulsome smell comes. Galen, Avicenna, Mercurialis, new and old physicians hold that such air is unwholesome, and engenders melancholy, plagues, and what not. Alexandretta, an haven town in the Mediterranean Sea, St. John de Ulloa, an haven in Nova Hispania, are much condemned for a bad air. So are Durazzo in Albania, Lithuania, Dithmarsh, Pomptinae Paludes in Italy, the territories about Pisa, Ferrara, etc., Romney Marsh with us, the hundreds in Essex, the fens in Lincolnshire. Cardan, de rerum varietate, book 17, chapter 96, finds fault with the site of those rich and most populous cities in the Low Countries, as Bruges, Ghent, Amsterdam, Leyden, Utrecht, etc. The air is bad, and so at Stockholm in Sweden, Regium in Italy, Salisbury with us, Hull and Lynn. They may be commodious for navigation, this new kind of fortification, and many other good necessary uses, but are they so wholesome? Old Rome hath descended from the hills to the valley. 'Tis the site of most of our new cities, and held best to build in plains, to take the opportunity of rivers. Leander Albertus pleads hard for the air and site of Venice, though the black moorish lands appear at every low water. The sea, fire, and smoke, as he thinks, qualify the air, and some suppose that a thick foggy air helps the memory, as in them of Pisa in Italy, and our Camden, out of Plato, commends the site of Cambridge, because it is so near the fens. But let the site of such places be as it may, how can they be excused that have a delicious seat, a pleasant air, and all that nature can afford, and yet through their own meanness and sluttishness, immonde and sordid manner of life, suffer their air to putrefy, and themselves to be chocked up, Many cities in Turkey do male audire in this kind, Constantinople itself, where commonly carrion lies in the street. Some find the same fault in Spain, even in Madrid, the king's seat, a most excellent air, a pleasant sight, but the inhabitants are slovens, and the streets uncleanly kept. A troublesome tempestuous air is as bad as impure, rough, and foul weather, impetuous winds, cloudy dark days, as it is commonly with us, coelum viso fedum, Polydore calls it a filthy sky, et in quo facile generantur nubes, as Tully's brother Quintus wrote to him in Rome, being then quaestor in Britain. In a thick and cloudy air, saith Lemnius, men are tetric, sad and peevish. And if the western winds blow, and that there be a calm or a fair sunshine day, there is a kind of alacrity in men's minds, it cheers up men and beasts. But if it be a turbulent, rough, cloudy, stormy weather, men are sad, lumpish, and much dejected, angry, waspish, dull, and melancholy. This was Virgil's experiment of old. Verum ubi tempestus, et coeli mobilis humor, mutavere vices, et Jupiter humidus astro, vertuntur species animorum, et pectore motus, concipiunt alios. But when the face of heaven changed is, to tempests rain from season fair, our minds are altered, and in our breasts forthwith some new conceits appear. And who is not weatherwise against such and such conjunctions of planets, moved in foul weather, dull and heavy in such tempestuous seasons? Gelidum contristat Aquarius annum, the time requires, and the autumn breeds it. Winter is like unto it, ugly, foul, squalid. The air works on all men more or less, but especially on such as are melancholy or inclined to it, as Lemnius holds. They are most moved with it, and those which are already mad rave downright, either in or against a tempest. Besides, the devil many times takes his opportunity of such storms, and when the humours by the air be stirred, he goes in with them, exagitates our spirits, and vexeth our souls. As the sea waves, so are the spirits and humours in our bodies tossed with tempestuous winds and storms. To such as are melancholy, therefore, Montanus will have tempestuous and rough air to be avoided, and all night air, and would not have them to walk abroad, but in a pleasant day. Lemnius, lib. 3, chap. 3, discommends the south and eastern winds, commends the north. Montanus will not any windows to be opened in the night. He discommends especially the south wind and nocturnal air. So doth Plutarch. The night and darkness makes men sad, the like do all subterranean vaults, dark houses in caves and rocks, desert places cause melancholy in an instant, especially such as have not been used to it, or otherwise accustomed. Read more of air in Hippocrates, Aetius, Oribasius, Avicenna, etc. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 30. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsections 6 and 7. Subsection 6. Immoderate exercise, a cause, and how. Solitariness, idleness. Nothing so good but it may be abused. Nothing better than exercise, if opportunely used, for the preservation of the body. Nothing so bad, if it be unseasonable, violent, or overmuch. Fernelius out of Galen saith, that much exercise and weariness consumes the spirits and substance, refrigerates the body, and such humours which nature would have otherwise concocted and expelled, it stirs up and makes them rage, which being so enraged, diversely affect and trouble the body and mind. So doth it, if it be unseasonably used, upon a full stomach, or when the body is full of crudities, which Fuchsius so much inveighs against, giving that for a cause, why schoolboys in Germany are so often scabbed. because they use exercise presently after meats. Byerus puts in a caveat against such exercise, because it corrupts the meat in the stomach, and carries the same juice raw, and as yet undigested, into the veins, saith Lemnius, which there putrefies and confounds the animal spirits. Crato protests against all such exercise after meat, as being the greatest enemy to concoction that may be, and cause of corruption of humours, which produce this and many other diseases. Not without good reason then doth Sallustius Silvianus and Leonardus Jaconas, in 9 Races Mercurialis, Arcubanus, and many others, set down immoderate exercise as a most forcible cause of melancholy. Opposite to exercise is idleness, the badge of gentry, or want of exercise, the bane of body and mind, the nurse of naughtiness, stepmother of discipline, the chief author of all mischief, one of the 7 deadly sins, and a sole cause of this and many other maladies, the devil's cushion, as Gualter calls it, his pillow and chief reposal. For the mind can never rest, but still meditates on one thing or other, except it be occupied about some honest business. Of his own accord it rusheth into melancholy. As too much and violent exercise offends on the one side, so doth an idle life on the other, saith Crato. It fills the body full of phlegm, gross humours, and all manner of obstructions, rheums, catarrhs, etc. Rhasis accounts of it as the greatest cause of melancholy. I have often seen, saith he, that idleness begets this humour more than anything else. Montaltus chapter 1 seconds him out of his experience. They that are idle are far more subject to melancholy than such as are conversant or employed about any office or business. Plutarch reckons up idleness for a sole cause of the sickness of the soul. There are they, saith he, troubled in mind, that have no other cause but this. Homer, Iliad 1, brings in Achilles eating of his own heart in his idleness, because he might not fight. Mercurialis, for a melancholy young man, urgeth it as a chief cause. Why was he melancholy? Because idle. Nothing begets it sooner, increaseth and continueth it oftener than idleness. A disease familiar to all idle persons, an inseparable companion to such as live at ease. Pinguiotio desidiose agentis, a life out of action, and have no calling or ordinary employment to busy themselves about, that have small occasions, and though they have, such is their laziness, dullness, they will not compose themselves to do aught. They cannot abide work, though it be necessary, easy as to dress themselves, write a letter, or the like. Yet as he that is benumbed with cold sits still shaking, that might relieve himself with a little exercise or stirring, do they complain, but will not use the facile and ready means to do themselves good, and so are still tormented with melancholy, especially if they have been formerly brought up to business, or to keep much company, and upon a sudden come to lead a sedentary life. It crucifies their souls, and seizeth on them in an instant. For whilst they are any ways employed, in action, discourse, about any business, sport, or recreation, or in company to their liking, they are very well. But if alone or idle, tormented instantly again. One day's solitariness, 1 hour's sometimes, doth them more harm than a week's physic, labour, and company can do good. Melancholy seizeth on them forthwith, being alone, and is such a torture, that, as wise Seneca well saith, malo mihi male quam maliter esse, I had rather be sick than idle. This idleness is either of body or mind. That of body is nothing but a kind of benumbing laziness. intermitting exercise, which, if we may believe Fernelius, causeth crudities, obstructions, excremental humours, quencheth the natural heat, dulls the spirits, and makes them unapt to do anything whatsoever. Neglectus orrenda felix innascitur agris, for a neglected field shall for the fire its thorns and thistles yield. As fern grows in untilled grounds, and all manner of weeds, so do gross humours in an idle body. Ignavum corrumpunt otia corpus. A horse in a stable that never travels, a hawk and a mew that seldom flies, are both subject to diseases, which left unto themselves are most free from any such encumbrances. An idle dog will be mangy, and how shall an idle person think to escape? Idleness of the mind is much worse than this of the body. Wit without employment is a disease, aerugo animi, rubigo ingenii, the rust of the soul, a plague, a hell itself. Maximum animi nocumentum, Galen calls it. As in a standing pool, worms and filthy creepers increase, et vitium capiunt, ni moveantur aquae. The water itself putrefies, the air likewise, if it be not continually stirred by the wind. So do evil and corrupt thoughts in an idle person. The soul is contaminated. In a commonwealth, where is no public enemy, there is likely civil wars, and they rage upon themselves. This body of ours, when it is idle, and knows not how to bestow itself, macerates and vexeth itself with cares, griefs, false fears, discontents, and suspicions. It tortures and preys upon his own bowels, and is never at rest. Thus much I dare boldly say, he or she that is idle, be they of what condition they will, never so rich, so well allied, fortunate, happy, let them have all things in abundance, and felicity that heart can wish and desire, all contentment, so long as he or she or they are idle, they shall never be pleased, never well in body and mind, but weary still, sickly still, vexed still, loathing still, weeping, sighing, grieving, suspecting, offended with the world, with every object, wishing themselves gone or dead, or else earned away with some foolish fantasy or other. And this is the true cause that so many great men, ladies, and gentlewomen labour of this disease in country and city. For idleness is an appendix to nobility. They count it a disgrace to work, and spend all their days in sports, recreations, and pastimes, and will therefore take no pains, be of no vocation. They feed liberally, fare well, want exercise, action, employment. For to work, I say, they may not abide, and company to their desires, and thence their bodies, become full of gross humours, wind, crudities, their minds disquieted, dull, heavy, etc., care, jealousy, fear of some diseases, sullen fits, weeping fits, seize too familiarly on them. For what will not fear and fantasy work in an idle body? What distempers will they not cause? When the children of Israel murmured against Pharaoh in Egypt, he commanded his officers to double their task, and let them get straw themselves, and yet make their full number of bricks. For the sole cause why they mutiny, and are evil at ease, is, they are idle. When you shall hear and see so many discontented persons in all places where you come, so many several grievances, unnecessary complaints, fears, suspicions, the best means to redress it is to set them a work, so to busy their minds, for the truth is, they are idle. Well they may build castles in the air for a time, and soothe up themselves with fantastical and pleasant humours, but in the end they will prove as bitter as gall. They shall be still, I say, discontent, suspicious, fearful, jealous, sad, fretting, and vexing of themselves. So long as they be idle, it is impossible to please them. Otio qui nesciruti plus habet negotii, quam qui negotium in negotio, as that Agellius could observe. He that knows not how to spend his time hath more business, care, grief, anguish of mind, than he that is most busy in the midst of all his business. Otiosus animus nescit quid volet. An idle person, as he follows it, knows not, when he is well, what he would have, or whither he would go. Cum illoquentum est, illinglubet. He is tired out with everything, displeased with all, weary of his life. Nec benidomi, nec militiae, neither at home nor abroad. Erat et praetor vitam viviter. He wanders and lives besides himself. In a word, what the mischievous effects of laziness and idleness are, I do not find anywhere more accurately expressed than in these verses of Philolaches in the Comical Poet, which for their elegancy I will in part insert. Novarum aetium esse arbitor similem ego hominem, quando hignatus est, aere argumentum dicam. Aedis quando sunt ad amusum expolitae, quisque laudet fabrum, atque exemplum expetit, etc. Ad ubi illo migrat nequam homo indiligensque, etc. Tempestis venit, confringit degolas imbricesque, putrefacit aer operam fabri, etc. Dicam ad homines similis esse, aedium arbitremini. Fabri parentis fundamentum substruent liberorum, expoliunt docen litteras, nec parcunt sumptui, ego altum sub fabrorum potestate frugiqui. Post quam autem migravi in ingenium meum, perditi operam fabrorum illico opido, venit ignavia, e mihi tempestas vid. Adventuque suo grandinum et imbram atulit, illa mihi virtutum deturbavit, etc. A young man is like a fair new house. A carpenter leaves it well built, in good repair, of solid stuff, but a bad tenant lets it rain in, and for want of reparation fall to decay, etc. Our parents, tutors, friends, spare no cost to bring us up in our youth in all manner of virtuous education, but when we are left to ourselves, idleness, as a tempest, drives all virtuous motions out of our minds, et nihili sumus, on a sudden, by sloth and such bad ways, we come to naught. Cousin german to idleness, and a concomitant cause, which goes hand in hand with it, is nimia solitudo, too much solitariness, by the testimony of all physicians, cause and symptom both. But as it is here put for a cause, it is either coact, enforced, or else voluntary. Enforced solitariness is commonly seen in students, monks, friars, anchorites, that by their order and course of life must abandon all company, society of other men, and betake themselves to a private cell, otio superstitioso seclusi, as Bayle and Hospinian well term it, such as are the Carthusians of our time, that eat no flesh, by their order, keep perpetual silence, never go abroad, such as live in prison or some desert place, and cannot have company, as many of our country gentlemen do in solitary houses. They must either be alone without companions, or live beyond their means, and entertain all comers as so many hosts, or else converse with their servants and hinds, such as are unequal, inferior to them, and of a contrary disposition, or else, as some do, to avoid solitariness, spend their time with lewd fellows in taverns, and in alehouses, and thence addict themselves to some unlawful disports, or dissolute courses. Divers again are cast upon this rock of solitariness for want of means, or out of a strong apprehension of some infirmity, disgrace, or through bashfulness, rudeness, simplicity. They cannot apply themselves to others' company. Nullum solum infelici gratius solitudine, ubi nullus sit qui miseriam exprobrit. This enforced solitariness takes place and produceth his effect soonest in such as have spent their time jovially, peradventure in all honest recreations, in good company, in some great family or populous city, and are upon a sudden confined to a desert country cottage, far off, restrained of their liberty, and barred from their ordinary associates. Solitariness is very irksome to such, most tedious, and a sudden cause of great inconvenience. Voluntary solitariness is that which is familiar with melancholy, and gently brings on like a siren, a shoeing horn, or some sphinx to this irrevocable gulf. A primary cause, Piso calls it. Most pleasant it is at first, to such as are melancholy given, to lie in bed whole days, and keep their chambers, to walk alone in some solitary grove betwixt wood and water, by a brook side, to meditate upon some delightsome and pleasant subject, which shall affect them most. Amabilis insania, et mentis gratissimus error. A most incomparable delight it is, so to melancholize, and build castles in the air, to go smiling to themselves, acting an infinite variety of parts, which they suppose and strongly imagine they represent, or that they see acted or done. Blandi quidem ab initio, saith Lemnius, to conceive and meditate of such pleasant things, sometimes present, past, or to come, as Rhasis speaks. So delightsome these toys are at first, they could spend whole days and nights without sleep, even whole years alone in such contemplations and fantastical meditations, which are like unto dreams, and they will hardly be drawn from them, or willingly interrupt, so pleasant their vain conceits are, that they hinder their ordinary tasks and necessary business. They cannot address themselves to them, or almost to any study or employment, these fantastical and bewitching thoughts so covertly, so feelingly, so urgently, so continually set upon, creep in, insinuate, possess, overcome, distract, and detain them. They cannot, I say, go about their more necessary business, stave off or extricate themselves, but are ever musing, melancholizing, and carried along, as he, they say, that is led round about a heath with a puck in the night. They run earnestly on in this labyrinth of anxious and solicitous melancholy meditations, and cannot well or willingly refrain, or easily leave off winding and unwinding themselves, as so many clocks, and still pleasing their humours, until at last the scene is turned upon a sudden by some bad object, and they being now habituated to such vain meditations and solitary places, can endure no company, can ruminate of nothing but harsh and distasteful subjects. Fear, sorrow, suspicion, subrusticus pudor, discontent, cares, and weariness of life surprise them in a moment, and they can think of nothing else, continually suspecting. No sooner are their eyes open, but this infernal plague of melancholy seizeth on them, and terrifies their souls, representing some dismal object to their minds, which now by no means, no labour, no persuasions they can avoid. Haerit lateri lethalis orundo, the arrow of death still remains in the side. They may not be rid of it, they cannot resist. I may not deny but that there is some profitable meditation, contemplation, and kind of solitariness to be embraced, which the fathers so highly commended, Hiram, Chrysostom, Cyprian, Austin, in whole tracts, which Petrarch, Erasmus, Stella, and others so much magnify in their books, a paradise, a heaven on earth, if it be used aright, good for the body, and better for the soul, as many of those old monks used it, to divine contemplations, as Simulus, a courtier in Adrian's time, Diocletian the emperor, retired themselves, etc., in that sense. Vatia solus scit vivere, vatia lives alone, which the Romans were wont to say, when they commended a country life, or to the bettering of their knowledge, as Democritus, Cleanthes, and those excellent philosophers have ever done, to sequester themselves from the tumultuous world, or as in Pliny's Villa Laurentana, Tully's Tusculum, Jovius' study, that they might better vacare studiis et Deo, serve God and follow their studies. Methinks therefore our too zealous innovators were not so well advised in that general subversion of abbeys and religious houses, promiscuously to fling down all. They might have taken away those gross abuses, crept in amongst them, rectified such inconveniences, and not so far to have raved and raged against those fair buildings and everlasting monuments of our forefathers' devotion, consecrated to pious uses. Some monasteries and collegiate cells might have been well spared, and their revenues otherwise employed, here and there one in good towns, or cities at least, for men and women of all sorts and conditions to live in, to sequester themselves from the cares and tumults of the world, that were not desirous or fit to marry, or otherwise willing to be troubled with common affairs, and know not well where to bestow themselves, to live apart in, for more conveniency, good education, better company's sake, to follow their studies, I say, to the perfection of arts and sciences, common good, and as some truly devoted monks of old had done, freely and truly to serve God. For these men are neither solitary nor idle, as the poet made answer to the husbandman in Aesop, that objected idleness to him. He was never so idle as in his company, or that Scipio Africanus in Tuli, nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus, nunquam minus otiosus, quam cum esset otiosus, never less solitary than when he was alone, never more busy than when he seemed to be most idle. It is reported by Plato in his dialogue De Amore, in that prodigious commendation of Socrates, how a deep meditation coming into Socrates' mind by chance, he stood still musing, eodem vestigio cogitabundus, from morning to noon, and when, as then he had not yet finished his meditation, per stabat cogitans, he so continued till the evening. The soldiers, for he then followed the camp, observed him with admiration, and on set purpose watched all night, but he persevered immovable ad exortem solis, till the sun rose in the morning, and then saluting the sun went his ways. In what humour constant Socrates did thus, I know not, or how he might be affected, but this would be pernicious to another man. What intricate business might so really possess him, I cannot easily guess, but this is otiosum otium. It is far otherwise with these men, according to Seneca, omnia nobis mala solitudo persuadet, This solitude undoeth us, pugnat cum vita sociali, 'tis a destructive solitariness. These men are devils alone, as the saying is. Homo solus aut Deus aut daemon, a man alone is either a saint or a devil. Mens eius aut languescit, aut tumescit, and, why soli, in this sense, woe be to him that is so alone. These wretches do frequently degenerate from men, and of sociable creatures become beasts, monsters, inhumane, ugly to behold, misanthropi. They do even loathe themselves, and hate the company of men, as so many Timons, Nebuchadnezzars, by too much indulging to these pleasing humours, and through their own default. So that which Mercurialis sometimes expostulated with his melancholy patient may be justly applied to every solitary and idle person in particular. Natura de te videtur conqueri posse, etc. Nature may justly complain of thee, that whereas she gave thee a good wholesome temperature, a sound body, and God hath given thee so divine and excellent a soul, so many good parts and profitable gifts, thou hast not only condemned and rejected, but hast corrupted them, polluted them, overthrown their temperature, and perverted those gifts with riot, idleness, solitariness, and many other ways. Thou art a traitor to God and nature, an enemy to thyself and to the world. Perditio tua ex te. Thou hast lost thyself wilfully, cast away thyself. Thou thyself art the efficient cause of thine own misery, by not resisting such vain cogitations, but giving way unto them. Subsection 7. Sleeping and waking. Causes. What I have formerly said of exercise, I may now repeat of sleep. Nothing better than moderate sleep, nothing worse than it if it be in extremes, or unseasonably used. It is a received opinion, that a melancholy man cannot sleep over much, somnus supra modum prodest, as an only antidote, and nothing offends them more, or causeth this malady sooner, than waking. Yet in some cases sleep may do more harm than good, in that phlegmatic, swinish, cold, and sluggish melancholy, which Melancthon speaks of, that thinks of waters, sighing most part, etc. It dulls the spirits, if overmuch, and senses, fills the head full of gross humours, causeth distillations, rheums, great store of excrements in the brain, and all the other parts, as Fuchsius speaks of them, that sleep like so many dormice. Or if it be used in the daytime, upon a full stomach, the body ill composed to rest, or after hard meats, it increaseth fearful dreams, incubus, night walking, crying out, and much unquietness. Such sleep prepares the body, as one observes, to many perilous diseases. But as I have said, waking overmuch is both a symptom and an ordinary cause. It causeth dryness of the brain, frenzy, dotage, and makes the body dry, lean, hard, and ugly to behold, as Lemnius hath it. The temperature of the brain is corrupted by it, the humours adust, the eyes made to sink into the head, choler increased, and the whole body inflamed. And as may be added out of Galen 3, de sanitato tuendo, Avicenna 3:1, it overthrows the natural heat, it causeth crudities, hurts, concoction, and what not without good cause therefore, Crato, Hildesheim, Jacchinus, Arculanus on Rhasis, Guianerius, and Mercurialis reckon up this overmuch waking as a principal cause. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 31. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsections 1 and 2. Subsection 1. Passions and perturbations of the mind, how they cause melancholy. As that gymnosophist in Plutarch made answer to Alexander, demanding which spake best, every one of his fellows did speak better than the other, so may I say of these causes, to him that shall require which is the greatest. Every one is more grievous than other, and this of passion the greatest of all. A most frequent and ordinary cause of melancholy, fulmen perturbationem, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 calls it, this thunder and lightning of perturbation, which causeth such violent and speedy alterations in this our microcosm, and many times subverts the good estate and temperature of it. For as the body works upon the mind by his bad humours, troubling the spirits, sending gross fumes into the brain, and so per consequens disturbing the soul and all the faculties of it. Corpus onustum, hesternis vitius animum quoque pragravat una, with fear, sorrow, etc., which are ordinary symptoms of this disease, so on the other side, the mind most effectually works upon the body, producing by his passions and perturbations miraculous alterations, as melancholy, despair, cruel diseases, and sometimes death itself. Insomuch that it is most true, which Plato saith in his Charmides, omnia corporis mala ab anima procedere, all the mischiefs of the body proceed from the soul. And Democritus in Plutarch urgeth damnatum ir animam a corpore. If the body should in this behalf bring an action against the soul, surely the soul would be cast and convicted, that by her supine negligence hath caused such inconveniences, having authority over the body, and using it for an instrument, as a smith doth his hammer, saith Cyprian, imputing all those vices and maladies to the mind. Even so doth Philostratus, non coinquinatur corpus nisi consensu animae. The body is not corrupted, but by the soul. Ludovicus Vives will have such turbulent commotions proceed from ignorance and indiscretion. All philosophers impute the miseries of the body to the soul, that should have governed it better, by command of reason, and hath not done it. The Stoics are altogether of opinion, as Lipsius and ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 record, that a wise man should be apathis, without all manner of passions and perturbations whatsoever, as Seneca reports of Cato, the Greeks of Socrates, and Johannes Aubanus of a nation in Africa, so free from passion, or rather so stupid, that if they be wounded with a sword, they will only look back. Lactantius, tu divinarum institutionem, will exclude fear from a wise man. Others accept all, some the greatest passions. But let them dispute how they will, set down in Thesi, give precepts to the contrary, we find that of Lemnius true by common experience. No mortal man is free from these perturbations, or if he be so, sure he is either a god or a block. They are born and bred with us. We have them from our parents by inheritance. A parentibus habemus malum hunc assem, saith Pelagius. Nascitur una nobiscum aliturque. 'Tis propagated from Adam. Cain was melancholy, as Austin hath it, and who is not? Good discipline, education, philosophy, divinity, I cannot deny, may mitigate and restrain these passions in some few men, at some times, but most part they domineer, and are so violent, that as a torrent, torrens velut agere rupto, bears down all before, and overflows his banks, sternit agros sternit sata, lays waste the fields, prostrates the crops, They overwhelm reason, judgment, and pervert the temperature of the body. Fertur equus auriga, nec audit curus habenas. Now such a man, saith Austin, that is so led, in a wise man's eye, is no better than he that stands upon his head. It is doubted by some, gravior est morbi a perturbationibus an ab humoribus, whether humours or perturbations cause the more grievous maladies. But we find that of our Saviour, Matthew 26:41, most true. The spirit is willing, the flesh is weak, we cannot resist. And this of Philo Judaeus, perturbations often offend the body, and are most frequent causes of melancholy, turning it out of the hinges of his health. Vives compares them to winds upon the sea, some only move as those great gales, but others, turbulent, quite overturn the ship. Those which are light, easy, and more seldom, to our thinking, do us little harm, and are therefore condemned of us. Yet if they be reiterated, as the rain, saith Austin, doth a stone, so do these perturbations penetrate the mind, and, as one observes, produce a habit of melancholy at the last, which having gotten the mastery in our souls, may well be called diseases. How these passions produce this effect, Agrippa hath handled at large, De Occulta Philosophia, Book 11, Chapter 63, Cardan, Book 14, De Subtilitate Rerum, Lemnius, Book 1, Chapter 12, De Miraculis Occultis Natura, and Book 1, Chapter 16, Suarez, Disputationes Metaphysicae, 18, Section 1, Article 25, Timothy Bright, Chapter 12 of his Melancholy Treatise, Wright the Jesuit, in his Book of the Passions of the Mind, etc. Thus, in brief, to our imagination cometh by the outward sense of memory some object to be known, residing in the foremost part of the brain, which he misconceiving or amplifying presently communicates to the heart, the seat of all affections. The pure spirits forthwith flock from the brain to the heart, by certain secret channels, and signify what good or bad object was presented, which immediately bends itself to prosecute or avoid it, and withal draweth with it other humours to help it. So in pleasure concur great store of purer spirits, in sadness much melancholy blood, in ire choler. If the imagination be very apprehensive, intent, and violent, it sends great store of spirits to or from the heart, and makes a deeper impression, and greater tumult, as the humours in the body be likewise prepared, and the temperature itself ill or well disposed, the passions are longer and stronger, so that the first step and fountain of all our grievances in this kind is Lysa imaginatio, which misinforming the heart, causeth all these distemperatures, alteration, and confusion of spirits and humours, by means of which, so disturbed, concoction is hindered, and the principal parts are much debilitated, as Dr. Navarra well declared, being consulted by Montanus about a melancholy Jew. The spirits so confounded, the nourishment must needs be abated, bad humours increased, crudities and thick spirits engendered with melancholy blood. The other parts cannot perform their functions, having the spirits drawn from them by vehement passion, but fail in sense and motion. So we look upon a thing and see it not, hear and observe not, which otherwise would much affect us, had we been free. I may therefore conclude with Arnoldus, Maxima vis est phantasiae, et huic unifere non autem corporis intemperie, omnis melancholiae, causa est ascribenda. Great is the force of imagination, and much more ought the cause of melancholy to be ascribed to this alone, than to the distemperature of the body, of which imagination because it hath so great a stroke in producing this malady, and is so powerful of itself, it will not be improper to my discourse to make a brief digression, and speak of the force of it, and how it causeth this alteration; which manner of digression, howsoever some dislike, as frivolous and impertinent, yet I am of Beroaldus' opinion, such digressions do mightily delight and refresh a weary reader. They are like sauce to a bad stomach, and I do therefore most willingly use them. Subsection 2. Of the force of imagination. What imagination is, I have sufficiently declared in my digression of the anatomy of the soul. I will only now point at the wonderful effects and power of it, which, as it is eminent in all, so most especially it rageth in melancholy persons, in keeping the species of objects so long, mistaking, amplifying them, by continual and strong meditation, until at length it produceth in some parties real effects, causeth this and many other maladies. And although this phantasy of ours be a subordinate faculty to reason, and should be ruled by it, yet in many men, through inward or outward distemperatures, defect of organs which are unapt, or otherwise contaminated, it is likewise unapt, or hindered, and hurt. This we see verified in sleepers, which by reason of humours and concourse of vapours troubling the phantasy, imagine many times absurd and prodigious things, and in such as are troubled with incubus, or witch-ridden, as we call it, if they lie on their backs, they suppose an old woman rides and sits so hard upon them, that they are almost stifled for want of breath, when there is nothing offends, but a concourse of bad humours, which trouble the phantasy. This is likewise evident in such as walk in the night in their sleep, and do strange feats. These vapours move the phantasy the appetite, which moving the animal spirits causeth the body to walk up and down as if they were awake. Fracastorius, Book 3, de Intellectione, refers all ecstasies to this force of imagination, such as lie whole days together in a trance, as that priest whom Celsus speaks of, that could separate himself from his senses when he list, and lie like a dead man, void of life and sense. Cardan brags of himself that he could do as much, and that when he list. Many times such men, when they come to themselves, tell strange things of heaven and hell, what visions they have seen, as that St. Owen in Matthew Paris, that went into St. Patrick's purgatory, and the monk of Evesham in the same author. Those common apparitions in Bede and Gregory, St. Bridget's revelations, Wierus, Book 3, de Lamius, chapter 11, Caesar Vaninus, in his dialogues, reduceth, as I have formerly said, with all those tales of witches' progresses, dancing, riding, transformations, operations, etc., to the force of imagination, and the devil's illusions. The like effects almost are to be seen in such as are awake. How many chimeras, antics, golden mountains, and castles in the air do they build unto themselves? I appeal to painters, mechanicians, mathematicians. Some ascribe all vices to a false and corrupt imagination, anger, revenge, lust, ambition, covetousness, which prefers falsehood before that which is right and good, deluding the soul with false shows and suppositions. Bernardus Penottus will have heresy and superstition to proceed from this fountain. As he falsely imagineth, so he believeth, and as he conceiveth of it, so it must be, and it shall be, contra gentis. He will have it so, but most especially in passions and affections, it shows strange and evident effects. What will not a fearful man conceive in the dark? What strange forms of bugbears, devils, witches, goblins? Lavater imputes the greatest cause of spectrums, and the like apparitions, to fear, which above all other passions begets the strongest imagination, saith Wierus. And so likewise love, sorrow, joy, etc. Some die suddenly, as she that saw her son come from the battle at Cannae, etc. Jacob the patriarch, by force of imagination, made speckled lambs, laying speckled rods before his sheep. Persina, that Ethiopian queen in Heliodorus, by seeing the picture of Perseus and Andromeda, instead of a blackamoor, was brought to bed of a fair white child, in imitation of whom belike a hard favoured fellow in Greece, because he and his wife were both deformed, to get a good brood of children, elegantissimus imagines in thalamo collocavit, etc., hung the fairest pictures he could buy for money in his chamber, that his wife by frequent sight of them might conceive and bear such children. And if we may believe Bayle, one of Pope Nicholas III's concubines, by seeing of a bear, was brought to bed of a monster. If a woman, saith Lemnius, at the time of her conception, think of another man present or absent, the child will be like him. Great-bellied women, when they long, yield us prodigious examples in this kind, as moles, warts, scars, hare lips, monsters especially, caused in their children, by force of a depraved phantasy in them, ipsum speciem quam animo effigiat, faetui inducit. She imprints that stamp upon her child which she conceives unto herself, and therefore Ludovicus Vives, Book 2, De Institutione Feminae Christianae, gives a special caution to great-bellied women, that they do not admit such absurd conceits and cogitations, but by all means avoid those horrible objects, heard or seen, or filthy spectacles. Some will laugh, weep, sigh, groan, blush, tremble, sweat at such things as are suggested unto them by their imagination. Avicenna speaks of one that could cast himself into a palsy when he list, and some can imitate the tunes of birds and beasts, that they can hardly be discerned. Dagobert and St. Francis scars and wounds like those of Christ's, if at the least any such were. Agrippa supposeth to have happened by force of imagination, that some are turned to wolves, from men to women, and women again to men, which is constantly believed, to the same imagination, or from men to asses, dogs, or any other shapes. Wierus ascribes all those famous transformations to imagination, that in hydrophobia they seem to see the picture of a dog still in their water, that melancholy men and sick men conceive so many fantastical visions, apparitions to themselves, and have such absurd apparitions, as that they are kings, lords, cocks, bears, apes, owls, that they are heavy, light, transparent, great and little, senseless and dead, as shall be showed more at large in our sections of symptoms, can be imputed to naught else but to a corrupt, false, and violent imagination. It works not in sick and melancholy men only, but even most forcibly sometimes in such as are sound. It makes them suddenly sick, and alters their temperature in an instant, and sometimes a strong conceit or apprehension, as Valesius proves, will take away diseases. In both kinds it will produce real effects. Men, if they see but another man tremble, giddy or sick of some fearful disease, their apprehension and fear is so strong in this kind, that they will have the same disease. Or if by some soothsayer, wise man, fortune teller, or physician, they be told they shall have such a disease, they will so seriously apprehend it, that they will instantly labour of it. A thing familiar in China, saith Riccius the Jesuit, if it be told them they shall be sick on such a day, when that day comes, they will surely be sick. and will be so terribly afflicted, that sometimes they die upon it. Dr. Cotta, in his discovery of ignorant practitioners of physic, chapter 8, hath 2 strange stories to this purpose, what fancy is able to do. The one of a parson's wife in Northamptonshire, anno 1607, that coming to a physician, and told by him that she was troubled with the sciatica, as he conjectured, a disease she was free from, the same night after her return, upon his words, fell into a grievous fit of a sciatica. And such another example he hath of another good wife, that was so troubled with the cramp, after the same manner she came by it, because her physician did but name it. Sometimes death itself is caused by force of phantasy. I have heard of one, that coming by chance in company of him that was thought to be sick of the plague, which was not so, fell down suddenly dead. Another was sick of the plague with conceit. One, seeing his fellow let blood, falls down in a swoon. Another, saith Cardan out of Aristotle, fell down dead, which is familiar to women at any ghastly sight, seeing but a man hanged. A Jew in France, saith Ludovicus Vives, came by chance over a dangerous passage or plank, that lay over a brook in the dark, without harm. The next day, perceiving what danger he was in, fell down dead. Many will not believe such stories to be true, but laugh commonly, and deride when they hear of them. But let these men consider with themselves, as Peter Byarus illustrates it. If they were set to walk upon a plank on high, they would be giddy, upon which they dare securely walk upon the ground. Many, saith Agrippa, strong-hearted men otherwise, tremble at such sights, dazzle, and are sick, if they look but down from a high place. And what moves them but conceit? As some are so molested by phantasy, so some again by fancy alone, and a good conceit, are as easily recovered. We see commonly the toothache, gout, falling sickness, biting of a mad dog, and many such maladies cured by spells, words, characters, and charms, and many green wounds by that now so much used unguentum armarium, magnetically cured, which Crollius and Goclenius in a book of late hath defended. Libavius in a just tract as stiffly contradicts, and most men controvert. All the world knows there is no virtue in such charms or cures, but a strong conceit and opinion alone, as Pomponatius holds, which forceth a motion of the humours, spirits, and blood, which takes away the cause of the malady from the parts affected. The like we may say of our magical effects, superstitious cures, and such as are done by mountebanks and wizards, as by wicked incredulity many men are hurt. So saith Wierus of charms, spells, etc. We find in our experience, by the same means many are relieved. And empiric oftentimes, and a silly chirurgeon, doth more strange cures than a rational physician. Nemanis gives a reason, because the patient puts his confidence in him, which Avicenna prefers before art, precepts, and all remedies whatsoever. 'Tis opinion alone, saith Cardan, which makes or mars physicians, and he doth the best cures, according to Hippocrates, in whom most trust. So diversely doth this phantasy of ours affect, turn, and wind, so imperiously command our bodies, which as another Proteus, or a chameleon, can take all shapes, and is of such force, as Ficinus adds, that it can work upon others as well as ourselves. How can otherwise blear eyes in one man cause the like affliction in another? Why doth one man's yawning make another yawn? One man's pissing provoke a second many times to do the like? Why doth the scraping of trenchers offend a third, or hacking of files? Why doth the carcass bleed when the murderer is brought before it? some weeks after the murder hath been done. Why do witches and old women fascinate and bewitch children, but as Wierus, Paracelsus, Cardan, Mizaldus, Valleriola, Caesar Vaninus, Campanella, and many philosophers think, the forcible imagination of the one party moves and alters the spirits of the other. Nay, more, they can cause and cure not only diseases, maladies, and several infirmities by this means, as Avicenna supposeth in parties remote, but move bodies from their places, cause thunder, lightning, tempests, which opinion Alkindus, Paracelsus, and some others approve of, so that I may certainly conclude this strong conceit or imagination is astrum hominis, and the rudder of this our ship, which reason should steer, but, overborne by fantasy, cannot manage, and so suffers itself, and this whole vessel of ours, to be overruled, and often overturned. Read more of this in Wierus, Book 3, De Lamiis, chapters 8, 9, 10, Franciscus Valesius, Controversiarium Medicarum et Philosophicarum, Book 5, Marcellus Donatus, Book 2, chapter 1, Medica Historia Mirabilis, Levinus Lemnius, De Miraculis Occultis Naturae, Book 1, chapter 12, Cardan, Book 18, De Rarum Varietate, Cornelius Agrippa, De Occulta Philosophia, chapters 64, 65, Camerarius, 1st Centuria, chapter 54, Horarum Successiorum, Nimanus, Laurentius, and him that is instar omnium, Finus, a famous physician of Antwerp, that wrote 3 books, De Viribus Imaginationis. I have thus far digressed, because this imagination is the medium deferens of passions, by whose means they work and produce many times prodigious effects, and as the fantasy is more or less intended or remitted, and their humours disposed, so do perturbations move more or less, and take deeper impression. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 32. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, subsections 3 through 6. Subsection 3. Division of perturbations. Perturbations and passions which trouble the fantasy, though they dwell between the confines of sense and reason, yet they rather follow sense than reason, because they are drowned in corporeal organs of sense. They are commonly reduced into 2 inclinations, irascible and concupiscible. The Thomists subdivide them into 11, 6 in the coveting, and 5 in the invading. Aristotle reduceth all to pleasure and pain, Plato to love and hatred, Vives to good and bad. If good, it is present, and then we absolutely joy and love, or to come, and then we desire and hope for it. If evil, we absolutely hate it. If present, it is by sorrow, if to come, fear. These 4 passions Bernard compares to the wheels of a chariot, by which we are carried in this world. All other passions are subordinate unto these 4, or 6, as some will. Love, joy, desire, hatred, sorrow, fear. The rest, as anger, envy, emulation, pride, jealousy, anxiety, mercy, shame, discontent, despair, ambition, avarice, etc., are reducible unto the first, and if they be immoderate, they consume the spirits, and melancholy is especially caused by them. Some few discreet men there are that can govern themselves, and curb in these inordinate affections, by religion, philosophy, and such divine precepts, of meekness, patience, and the like, but most part for want of government, out of indiscretion, ignorance, they suffer themselves wholly to be led by sense, and are so far from repressing rebellious inclinations, that they give all encouragement unto them, leaving the reins, and using all provocations to further them. Bad by nature, worse by art, discipline, custom, education, and a perverse will of their own, they follow on, wheresoever their unbridled affections will transport them, and do more out of custom, self-will, than out of reason, contumax voluntas, as ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 calls it, malum facit. This stubborn will of ours perverts judgment, which sees and knows what should and ought to be done, and yet will not do it. Mancipia gulae, slaves to their several lusts and appetites, they precipitate and plunge themselves into a labyrinth of cares. Blinded with lust, blinded with ambition, they seek that at God's hands which they may give unto themselves, if they could but refrain from those cares and perturbations wherewith they continually macerate their minds. But giving way to these violent passions of fear, grief, shame, revenge, hatred, malice, etc., they are torn in pieces, as Actaeon was with his dogs, and crucify their own souls. Subsection 4. Sorrow a cause of melancholy. Sorrow, insanus dolor. In this catalogue of passions which so much torment the soul of man and cause this malady, for I will briefly speak of them all, and in their order. The first place in this irascible appetite may justly be challenged by sorrow, an inseparable companion, the mother and daughter of melancholy, her epitome, symptom, and chief cause, as Hippocrates hath it. They beget one another, and tread in a ring. For sorrow is both cause and symptom of this disease. How it is a symptom shall be shown in its place. That it is a cause, all the world acknowledgeth. Dolor non nullus insaniae causa fuit, et aliorum morborum insanabilium, saith Plutarch to Apollonius, a cause of madness, a cause of many other diseases. A sole cause of this mischief Lemnius calls it. So doth Rhasis, Guianerius, and, if it take root once, it ends in despair, as Felix Plater observes, and as in Cebes' table may well be coupled with it. Chrysostom, in his 17th epistle to Olympia, describes it to be a cruel torture of the soul, a most inexplicable grief, poisoned worm, consuming body and soul, and gnawing the very heart, a perpetual executioner, continual night, profound darkness, a whirlwind, a tempest, an ague not appearing, heating worse than any fire, and a battle that hath no end. It crucifies worse than any tyrant. No torture, no strappado, no bodily punishment is like unto it. 'Tis the eagle without question which the poets feign to gnaw Prometheus' heart, and no heaviness is like unto the heaviness of the heart. Ecclesiastes 25, 15, 16. Every perturbation is a misery, but grief a cruel torment, a domineering passion. As in old Rome, when the dictator was created, all inferior magistracies ceased. When grief appears, all other passions vanish. It dries up the bones, saith Solomon, chapter 17, Proverbs, makes them hollow-eyed, pale and lean, furrow-faced, to have dead looks, wrinkled brows, shrivelled cheeks, dry bodies, and quite perverts their temperature that are misaffected with it. As Eleonora, that exiled mournful duchess, in our English Ovid, laments to her noble husband Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, sawest thou those eyes in whose sweet cheerful look Duke Humphrey once such joy and pleasure took? Sorrow hath so despoiled me of all grace, thou couldst not say this was my Eleanor's face, like a foul gorgon, etc. It hinders concoction, refrigerates the heart, takes away stomach, colour, and sleep, thickens the blood. Fernelius, Book 1, Chapter 18, De Morborum Causis, contaminates the spirits. Piso, overthrows the natural heat, perverts the good estate of body and mind, and makes them weary of their lives, cry out, howl and roar for very anguish of their souls. David confessed as much, Psalm 38, 8. I have roared for the very disquietness of my heart. And Psalm 119, part 4, verse 4, my soul melteth away for very heaviness. Verse 38, I am like a bottle in the smoke. Antiochus complained that he could not sleep and that his heart fainted for grief. Christ himself, vir dolorum, out of an apprehension of grief, did sweat blood. Mark 14. His soul was heavy to the death, and no sorrow was like unto his. Crato gives instance in one that was so melancholy by reason of grief, and Montanus in a noble matron that had no other cause of this mischief. ISD in Hildesheim fully cured a patient of his that was much troubled with melancholy, and for many years. But afterwards, by a little occasion of sorrow, he fell into his former fits, and was tormented as before. Examples are common, how it causeth melancholy, desperation, and sometimes death itself. For Ecclesiastes 38:15, of heaviness comes death, worldly sorrow causeth death. 2 Corinthians 7:10, Psalms 31:10, my life is wasted with heaviness, and my years with mourning. Why was Hecuba said to be turned to a dog, Niobe into a stone, but that for grief she was senseless and stupid? Severus the emperor died for grief, and how many myriads besides? Tanta illi est veritas, tanta est insania luctus. Melanchthon gives a reason of it. The gathering of much melancholy blood about the heart, which collection extinguisheth the good spirits, or at least dulleth them. Sorrow strikes the heart, makes it tremble and pine away with great pain, and the black blood drawn from the spleen, and diffused under the ribs on the left side, makes those perilous hypochondriacal convulsions, which happen to them that are troubled with sorrow. Subsection 5. Fear a cause. Cousin german to sorrow is fear, or rather a sister, fidus acutus, and continual companion, an assistant and a principal agent in procuring of this mischief, a cause and symptom as the other. In a word, as Virgil of the Harpies, I may justly say of them both, Tristius haud illis monstrum nexaevior ulla, pestis et irideum Stygius sese extulit undus. A sadder monster, or more cruel plague so fell, or vengeance of the gods, ne'er came from Styx or hell. This foul fiend of fear was worshipped heretofore as a god by the Lacedaemonians, and most of those other torturing affections, and so was sorrow amongst the rest, under the name of Angorona Dea. They stood in such awe of them, as Augustine de Civitate Dei, book 4, chapter 8, noteth out of Varro. Fear was commonly adored and painted in their temples with a lion's head, and as Macrobius records, book 10, Saturnalium, in the calends of January, Angorona had her holy day, to whom in the temple of Volupia, or goddess of pleasure, their augurs and bishops did yearly sacrifice, that being propitious to them, she might expel all cares, anguish, and vexation of the mind for that year following. Many lamentable effects this fear causeth in men, as to be red, pale, tremble, sweat. It makes sudden cold and heat come over all the body, palpitation of the heart, syncope, etc. It amazeth many men that are to speak or show themselves in public assemblies, or before some great personages, as Tully confessed of himself that he trembled still at the beginning of his speech, and Demosthenes, that great orator of Greece, before Philippus. It confounds voice and memory, as Lucian wittily brings in Jupiter Tragedis, so much afraid of his auditory, when he was to make a speech to the rest of the gods, that he could not utter a ready word, but was compelled to use Mercury's help in prompting. Many men are so amazed and astonished with fear, they know not where they are, what they say, what they do, and that which is worst, it tortures them many days before with continual affrights and suspicion. It hinders most honourable attempts, and makes their hearts ache, sad and heavy. They that live in fear are never free, resolute, secure, never merry, but in continual pain, that as Vives truly said, nulla est miseria maior quam metus, no greater misery, no rack, nor torture like unto it. Ever suspicious, anxious, solicitous, they are childishly drooping without reason, without judgment, especially if some terrible object be offered, as Plutarch hath it. It causeth oftentimes sudden madness, and almost all manner of diseases, as I have sufficiently illustrated in my digression of the force of imagination, and shall do more at large in my section of terrors. Fear makes our imagination conceive what it list, invites the devil to come to us, as Agrippa and Cardan avouch, and tyrannizeth over our fantasy more than all other affections, especially in the dark. We see this verified in most men, as Lavater saith, quae metuunt, fingunt, what they fear they conceive, and feign unto themselves, they think they see goblins, hags, devils, and many times become melancholy thereby. Cardan, Subtilitate Libri 18, hath an example of such an one, so caused to be melancholy by sight of a bugbear all his life after. Augustus Caesar durst not sit in the dark, nisi aliquo accidente, saith Suetonius, nunquam tenebris exigilavit. And 'tis strange what women and children will conceive unto themselves, if they go over a churchyard in the night, lie or be alone in a dark room, how they sweat and tremble on a sudden. Many men are troubled with future events, foreknowledge of their fortunes, destinies, as Severus the Emperor, Adrian, and Domitian, quod sciret ultimum vitae diem, saith Suetonius, valde solicitus, much tortured in mind because he foreknew his end, with many such, of which I shall speak more opportunely in another place. Anxiety, mercy, pity, indignation, etc., and such fearful branches derived from these two stems of fear and sorrow, I voluntarily omit. Read more of them in Carolus Pascalius, Dandanus, etc. Subsection 6. Shame and disgrace. Causes. Shame and disgrace cause most violent passions, and bitter pangs. O pudorum et dedicus publicum, ob errorum commissum saepe moventur generosi animi. Felix Plater, Book 3, De Alienatione Mentis. Generous minds are often moved with shame to despair for some public disgrace, and he, saith Philo, Book 2, De Providentia Dei, that subjects himself to fear, grief, ambition, shame, is not happy, but altogether miserable, tortured with continual labour, care, and misery. It is as forcible a batterer as any of the rest. Many men neglect the tumults of the world, and care not for glory, and yet they are afraid of infamy, repulse, disgrace. Cicero, De Officiis, Book 1. They can severely contemn pleasure, bear grief indifferently, but they are quite battered and broken with reproach and obloquy, sequidem vita et fama pari passu ambulant, and are so dejected many times for some public injury, disgrace, as a box on the ear by their inferior, to be overcome of their adversary, foiled in the field, to be out in a speech, some foul fact committed or disclosed, etc., that they dare not come abroad all their lives after, but melancholize in corners, and keep in holes. The most generous spirits are most subject to it. Spiritus altos frangit et generosos. Hieronymus, Aristotle, because he could not understand the motion of Euripus, for grief and shame drowned himself. Caelius Radigimus, Antiquae Lectionis, Book 29, Chapter 8, Homerus Pudore Consumptus, was swallowed up with this passion of shame because he could not unfold the fisherman's riddle. Sophocles killed himself for that a tragedy of his was hissed off the stage. Valerius Maximus, Book 9, Chapter 12. Lucretia stabbed herself, and so did Cleopatra, when she saw that she was reserved for a triumph, to avoid the infamy. Antonius the Roman, after he was overcome of his enemy, for 3 days' space sat solitary in the forepart of the ship, abstaining from all company, even of Cleopatra herself, and afterwards, for very shame, butchered himself. Plutarch Vita Eos. Apollonius Rhodius wilfully banished himself, forsaking his country and all his dear friends, because he was out in reciting his poems. Plinius, Book 7, Chapter 23. Ajax ran mad because his arms were adjudged to Ulysses. In China 'tis an ordinary thing for such as are excluded in those famous trials of theirs, or should take degrees, for shame and grief to lose their wits. Matthias Riccius, De Christiana Expeditione apud Sinas, Book 3, Chapter 9. Hostratus the friar took that book which Reuchlin had writ against him, under the name of Epistula Obscurorum Virorum, so to heart, that for shame and grief he made away with himself. Jovius in Elogius. A grave and learned minister, and an ordinary preacher at Alkmaar in Holland, was, one day as he walked in the fields for his recreation, suddenly taken with a lax or looseness, and thereupon compelled to retire to the next ditch, but being surprised at unawares by some gentlewomen of his parish wandering that way, was so abashed that he did never after show his head in public, or come into the pulpit, but pined away with melancholy. Petrus Forestus, Medicae Observationis, Book 10, Observatio 12. So shame, amongst other passions, can play his prize. I know there be many base, impudent, brazen-faced rogues, that will nulla palescere culpa, be moved with nothing, take no infamy or disgrace to heart, laugh at all, let them be proved perjured, stigmatized, convict rogues, thieves, traitors, lose their ears, be whipped, branded, carted, pointed at, hissed, reviled and derided, with Ballio the bawd in Plautus, they rejoice at it. Cantores probos, babe and bombax, what care they? We have too many such in our times. Exclamat Melicerta Parisa, frontum de rebus. Yet a modest man, one that hath grace, a generous spirit, tender of his reputation, will be deeply wounded, and so grievously affected with it, that he had rather give myriads of crowns, lose his life, than suffer the least defamation of honour, or blot in his good name. And if so be that he cannot avoid it, as a nightingale, quae cantando victa moritur, saith Mizaldus, dies for shame, if another bird sing better, he languisheth and pineth away in the anguish of his spirit. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 33. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, subsections 7 to 9. Subsection 7. Envy, malice, hatred, causes. Envy and malice are two links of this chain, and both, as Guarnerius Tractatus 15, Chapter 2, proves out of Galen 3 aphorism, cause this malady by themselves, especially if their bodies be otherwise disposed to melancholy. 'Tis Valescus de Taranta and Felix Platerus' observation, envy so gnaws many men's hearts, that they become altogether melancholy. And therefore, belike Solomon Proverbs 14:13 calls it, the rotting of the bones, Cyprian, vulnus occultum, siculi non invenere tyranni maius tormentum. The Sicilian tyrants never invented the like torment. It crucifies their souls, withers their bodies, makes them hollow-eyed, pale, lean, and ghastly to behold. Cyprian
sermo tu de zelo et livore. As a moth gnaws a garment, so, says Chrysostom, doth envy consume a man, to be a living anatomy, a skeleton, to be a lean and pale carcass, quickened with a fiend, for so often as an envious wretch sees another man prosper, to be enriched, to thrive, and be fortunate in the world, to get honours, offices, or the like, he repines and grieves. Intabescitque videndo, successus hominum suppliciumque suum est. He tortures himself if his equal, friend, neighbour, be preferred, commended, do well. If he understands of it, it galls him afresh, and no greater pain can come to him than to hear of another man's well-doing. 'Tis a dagger at his heart every such object. He looks at him as they that fell down in Lucian's rock of honour, with an envious eye, and will damage himself to do another a mischief. Atque cadet subitu, dum super hoste cadat. As he did in Aesop, lose one eye willingly, that his fellow might lose both, or that rich man in Quintilian that poisoned the flowers in his garden, because his neighbour's bees should get no more honey from them. His whole life is sorrow, and every word he speaks a satire. Nothing fats him but other men's ruins. For to speak in a word, envy is naught else but tristia de bonis alienis, sorrow for other men's good, be it present, past, or to come, et gaudium de adversis, and joy at their harms, opposite to mercy, which grieves at other men's mischances, and misaffects the body in another kind. So Damascene defines it, Book 2 de Orthodoxa Fide, Thomas Aquinas 2.2, question 36, part 1, Aristotle, Book 2, Rhetorics, chapter 4 and 10, Plato, Cicero 3, Tusculans, Gregorius Nicenus, Liber de Virtutibus Anime, chapter 12, Basil de Invidia, Pindaros, Ode 1, and we find it true. 'Tis a common disease and almost natural to us, as Tacitus holds, to envy another man's prosperity. And 'tis in most men an incurable disease. I have read, saith Marcus Aurelius, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldee authors. I have consulted with many wise men for a remedy for envy. I could find but none, but to renounce all happiness, and to be a wretch and miserable for ever. 'Tis the beginning of hell in this life, and a passion not to be excused. Every other sin hath some pleasure annexed to it, or will admit of an excuse. Envy alone wants both. Other sins last but for a while. The gut may be satisfied, anger remits, hatred hath an end, envy never ceaseth. Cardan, Book 2, De Sapientia. Divine and humane examples are very familiar. You may run and read them, as that of Saul and David, Cain and Abel, angebat illum non proprium peccatum, sed fratris prosperitas, saith Theodoret. It was his brother's good fortune galled him. Rachel envied her sister being barren, Genesis 30. Joseph's breath in him, Genesis 37. David had a touch of this vice, as he confesseth, Psalms 37. Jeremy and Habakkuk, they repined at others' good, but in the end they corrected themselves, Psalm 75, fret not thyself, etc. Domitian spiked Agricola for his worth, that a private man should be so much glorified. Cecina was envied of his fellow citizens because he was more richly adorned. But of all others women are most weak. Ob pulchritudinem invidiae sunt feminae, Museus, aut amat, aut odit, nihil est tertium, Granatensis. They love or hate, no medium amongst them, implacabiles plerumque lesse mulieres, Agrippina, like a woman, if she sees her neighbour more neat or elegant, richer in tires, jewels, or apparel, is enraged, and, like a lioness, sets upon her husband, rails at her, scoffs at her, and cannot abide her. So the Roman ladies and Tacitus did at Salonina, Cecina's wife, because she had a better horse and better furniture, as if she had hurt them with it. They were much offended. In like sort our gentlewomen do at their usual meetings, one repines or scoffs at another's bravery and happiness. Myrcene, an Attic wench, was murdered of her fellows because she did excel the rest in beauty. Constantine Caesar de Agricultura, Book 11, Chapter 7. Every village will yield such examples. Subsection 8. Emulation, hatred, faction, desire of revenge, causes. Out of this root of envy spring those feral branches of faction, hatred, liver, emulation, which cause the like grievances, and are serea anime, the saws of the soul, consternationis pleni affectus, affections full of desperate amazement. Or, as Cyprian describes emulation, it is a moth of the soul, a consumption, to make another man's happiness his misery, to torture, crucify, and execute himself to eat his own heart. Meat and drink can do such men no good. They do always grieve, sigh, and groan, day and night without intermission. Their breast is torn asunder. And a little after, whomsoever he is, whom thou dost emulate and envy, he may avoid thee, but thou canst neither avoid him nor thyself. Wheresoever thou art, he is with thee. Thine enemy is ever in thy breast. Thy destruction is within thee, thou art a captive, bound hand and foot, as long as thou art malicious and envious, and canst not be comforted. It was the devil's overthrow, and whensoever thou art thoroughly affected with this passion, it will be thine. Yet no perturbation so frequent, no passion so common. Kai kerameus keramei kotei kai tektoni tekton, kai tochos tocho phtonei kai aoidos aoido. A potter emulates a potter, one smith envies another, a beggar emulates a beggar, a singing man his brother. Every society, corporation, and private family is full of it. It takes hold almost of all sorts of men, from the prince to the ploughman. Even amongst gossips it is to be seen. Scarce 3 in a company, but there is siding, faction, emulation between 2 of them, some simultas, jar, private grudge, heart-burning in the midst of them. Scarce 2 gentlemen dwell together in the country, if they be not near kin or linked in marriage, but there is emulation betwixt them and their servants, some quarrel or some grudge betwixt their wives or children, friends and followers, some contention about wealth, gentry, precedency, etc., by means of which, like the frog in Aesop, that would swell till she was as big as an ox, burst herself at last. They will stretch beyond their fortunes, callings, and strive so long that they consume their substance in lawsuits, or otherwise in hospitality, feasting, fine clothes, to get a few bombast titles, for ambitiosa paupertate laboramus omnes, to outbrave one another, they will tire their bodies, macerate their souls, and through contentions or mutual invitations beggar themselves. Scarce 2 great scholars in an age, but with bitter invectives they fall foul one on the other, and their adherents, Scotists, Thomists, Reals, Nominals, Plato and Aristotle, Galenists and Paracelsians, etc. It holds in all professions. Honest emulation in studies, in all callings, is not to be disliked. 'Tis ingeniorum cos, as one calls it, the whetstone of wit, the nurse of wit and valour, and those noble Romans out of the spirit did brave exploits. There is a modest ambition, as Themistocles was roused up with the glory of Miltiades. Achilles' trophies moved Alexander. Ambire semper stulta confidentia est, ambire nunquam deses arrogantia est. 'Tis a sluggish humour not to emulate, or to sue at all, to withdraw himself, neglect, refrain from such places, honours, offices, through sloth, niggardliness, fear, bashfulness, or otherwise, to which by his birth, place, fortunes, education, he is called, apt, fit, and well able to undergo. But when it is immoderate, it is a plague and a miserable pain. What a deal of money did Henry VIII and Francis I, King of France, spend at that famous interview, and how many vain courtiers, seeking each to outbrave others, spent themselves, their livelihood, and fortunes, and died beggars. Adrian the Emperor was so galled with it that he killed all his equals, so did Nero. This passion made Dionysius the tyrant banish Plato and Philoxenus the poet, because they did excel and eclipse his glory, as he thought. The Romans exiled Coriolanus, confined Camillus, murdered Scipio. The Greeks, by ostracism to expel Aristides, Nicias, Alcibiades, and Presentacius, make away Phocion, etc. When Richard I and Philip of France were fellow soldiers together at the siege of Acon in the Holy Land, and Richard had approved himself to be the more valiant man, insomuch that all men's eyes were upon him, it so galled Philip, Francum urebat regis Victoria, saith mine author, tam egre ferebat Ricardi gloriam ut carpere dicta cullimnari facta, that he cavilled at all his proceedings, and fell at length to open defiance. He could contain no longer, but hasting home, invaded his territories, and professed open war. Hatred stirs up contention, Proverbs 10th, 12th, and they break out at last into immortal enmity, into virulency, and more than Vatinian hate and rage. They persecute each other, their friends, followers, and all their prosperity, with bitter taunts, hostile wars, scurriled invectives, libels, calumnies, fire, sword, and the like, and will not be reconciled. Witness that Guelph and Ghibelline faction in Italy, that of the Adurni and Fregosi in Genoa, that of Cneius Papirius and Quintus Fabius in Rome, Caesar and Pompey, Orleans and Burgundy in France, York and Lancaster in England. Yea, this passion so rageth many times, that it subverts not men only and families, but even populous cities. Carthage and Corinth can witness as much, nay, flourishing kingdoms are brought into a wilderness by it. This hatred, malice, faction, and desire of revenge invented first all those racks and wheels, strappadoes, brazen bulls, feral engines, prisons, inquisitions, severe laws to macerate and torment one another. How happy might we be and end our time with blessed days and sweet content, if we could contain ourselves, and, as we ought to do, put up injuries, learn humility, meekness, patience, forget and forgive, as in God's word we are enjoined, compose such final controversies amongst ourselves, moderate our passions in this kind, and think better of others as Paul would have us than of ourselves. Be of like affection one towards another, and not avenge ourselves, but have peace with all men. But being that we are so peevish and perverse, insolent and proud, so factious and seditious, so malicious and envious, we do in vincem angariare, maul and vex one another, torture, disquiet, and precipitate ourselves into that gulf of woes and cares, aggravate our misery and melancholy, heap upon us hell and eternal damnation. Subsection 9. Anger, a cause. Anger, a perturbation which carries the spirit outwards, preparing the body to melancholy and madness itself. Ira furor brevis est. Anger is temporary madness, and, as Picolomineus accounts it, one of the three most violent passions. Aretius sets it down for an especial cause, so doth Seneca, Epistles 18:1, of this malady. Magninus gives the reason, ex frequenti ira supra modum calefiunt, it overheats their bodies, and if it be too frequent, it breaks out into manifest madness, saith St. Ambrose. 'Tis a known saying, furor fit iaesa se pius patientia, the most patient spirit that is, if he be often provoked, will be incensed to madness. It will make a devil of a saint, and therefore Basil, belike, in his homily De Ira, calls it tenebras rationis morbum anime et daemonem pessimum, the darkening of our understanding and a bad angel. Lucian, in Abdicto Tome 1, will have this passion to work this effect, especially in old men and women. Anger and calumny, saith he, trouble them at first, and after a while break out into madness. Many things cause fury in women, especially if they love or hate overmuch, or envy, be much grieved, or angry. These things by little and little lead them on to this malady. From a disposition they proceed to a habit, for there is no difference between a mad man and an angry man, in the time of his fit. Anger, as Lactantius describes it, liber de ira Dei ad Donatum, chapter 5, is sevea animi tempestas, etc., a cruel tempest of the mind, making his eyes sparkle fire and stare, teeth gnash in his head, his tongue stutter, his face pale or red, and what more filthy imitation can be of a mad man? Ora tument ira fervescunt sanguine venee, lumina gorgonio sevius angue micant. They are void of reason, inexorable, blind, like beasts and monsters for the time, say and do they know not what, curse, swear, rail, fight, and what not. How can a mad man do more? As he said in the comedy, Iracundia non sum apud me, I am not mine own man. If these fits be immoderate, continue long, or be frequent, without doubt they provoke madness. Montanus had a melancholy Jew to his patient. He ascribes this for a principal cause. Irascebatur levibus de causis, he was easily moved to anger. Ajax had no other beginning of his madness, and Charles VI, that lunatic French king, fell into this misery out of the extremity of his passion, desire of revenge and malice, incensed against the Duke of Britain. He could neither eat, drink, nor sleep for some days together, and in the end, about the calends of July 1392, he became mad upon his horseback, drawing his sword, striking such as came near him promiscuously, and so continued all the days of his life. Egesippus, Historia de Exsidio Urbis Hierosolimitaniae, Book 1, chapter 37, hath such a story of Herod, that out of an angry fit became mad, leaping out of his bed, he killed Jossippus, and played many such bedlam pranks. The whole court could not rule him for a long time after. Sometimes he was sorry and repented, much grieved for that he had done. Postquam deferbuit ira, by and by outrageous again. In hot choleric bodies nothing so soon causeth madness as this passion of anger, besides many other diseases, as Palacius observes, chapter 21, book 1, de humorum affectionum causis, sanguinem immunit fel auget, and as Valesius controverts, Controversiarium Medicarum et Philosophicarum, Book 5, Controversia 8, many times kills them quite out. If this were the worst of this passion, it were more tolerable, but it ruins and subverts whole towns, cities, families, and kingdoms. Nulla pestis humano generi pluris stetit, saith Seneca de Ira, Book 1. No plague hath done mankind so much harm. Look into our histories, and you shall almost meet with no other subject but what a company of harebrains have done in their rage. We may do well therefore to put this in our procession amongst the rest. from all blindness of heart, from pride, vainglory, and hypocrisy, from envy, hatred, and malice, anger, and all such pestiferous perturbations, good Lord deliver us. End of Section 33.